Welcome to the tank. I'm back. We're ready to rock and roll. And I welcome you all. My name is Catfish, and I dwell at the bottom. Hopefully, we try to find the bottom on these stocks each day. And we're going to start off today by letting you all know that I am not a financial advisor. Hmm. Okay. Well, let's get logged in here and see what we can do today. We got some call outs already this morning. Good. 6:15. All right. One love. SMFG. STI. Okay. HUN. All right. And TDIC again. Okay. All right. COSM. All right. One love. Thank you very much for letting me know that. R. Richie B. Good morning. And let's take a look at some stocks this morning. uh, SPCX stock jumps overnight after stellar debut. All right. Let's go see where she is. Oh, good. Nice. 169.97. SPCX's recent IPO has set a record valuation 2.1 trillion, generating significant investor interest and raising questions about future growth and partnerships, particularly with Tesla. Okay. First day on the market, 522 million shares traded. All right. Well, I'm certainly sad that I had to miss that IPO because, well, it just worked out that way. My wife had booked this Airbnb a couple months back before we knew when the SpaceX IPO would be, and she wasn't going to let me out of going there, folks, no matter what. But we're back down. We're ready to go. We're ready to go full tilt, and we're going to find some hot stocks this morning to trade. And we'll start off with SMIG. SMIG. Let's go see SMIG. I don't see anything for that one love. Oh, I know what it is. It's probably, I got to restart my Thinkorswim. Let me log off here. I'm sure that's what it is. Okay. So let's log back in here to Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. Now, one thing I have to tell everybody, if you're new to the channel, we work here as a team. There's a lot of different channel viewers that'll be in here shouting out stocks, and they're using software to direct them to these hot stocks. And we have about, I don't know, hundreds of people that are working together to find the hottest stocks, and not necessarily the hottest stocks that are on a run, but some that are on the pullback. We're looking for pullbacks more often than runs, even really. All right, so let's get this Thinkorswim loaded up again here. Must have done some more updates, I guess. Now, I have two things going on here. I have a laptop over here on which I do trades on Charles Schwab, regular Charles Schwab account. Over here, I have a paper money account that I'm using. Now, I would suggest you start out with a Charles Schwab paper money account because this will get you familiar with the process without taking any risk at all. Without taking any risk. Paper money, folks, to start out. It's the exact same software and the exact same trading process as regular, real or live, but paper money is zero risk. And that's what I want you to do to start out till you get good at what you're doing. And what I'm going to be showing you now is 26 years worth of my experience. For it's not for everybody. This streaming format, first of all, with the narrow streaming format, I know is not optimal, but it does get me to a lot more viewers, and that's what I'd rather do is reach more viewers than necessarily have the most aesthetically, pleasing channel. Okay, here we go, and we're logging in. All right. So I'd like to ask you all to do me a favor if you wouldn't mind. My wife fell ill while we were on the trip and not feeling well at all right now. And it's really sucky because she is starting her new job. Well, she went in for her first couple of days already last week, but she just began her new job at the med spa, and she's not feeling good at all. So we pray for her for a speedy recovery. So please include Cheryl in your prayers for a healthy, quick recovery because she's really got this congestion, and we had to take her to urgent care, and had to get her in there and get her some medicine, some steroids and stuff because it's really bad. It's a horrible cold, a horrible summertime cold, and some of you may know that we had our grandchildren last weekend. Well, the reason we had our grandchildren was because her daughter, our daughter, had gotten sick. And when I heard that, I said, Cheryl, please don't go over there and get those grandchildren because you're just going to bring it back here like you did before. And she didn't want to listen to me. And she went over there and she got those kids and she snatched them up and brought them back here and had them here for 3 days. And sure enough, she caught the bug, and she did it before as well. And I reminded her before she went to get those kids, I said, remember what happened last time? You went over there and you brought the flu back here, and you got it for 10 days. And then I caught it. And then I missed your 60th birthday party because of it. And I said, so let's not do that again. She says, nope, I'm going to get the kids. I said, whatever. Happy wife, happy life. That sure doesn't apply right now because she's not too happy. I know. Going up there and she was so sick. Ugh. Still is. So keep her in your prayers. The stocks I'm looking at this morning have been called out by One Love, SMIG. Gonna take a look at it right now. SMIG. Let's go see what the news was on them, if any. Man, I miss you guys, man. I did. Hubble strikes $3 billion deal to acquire NSI. Huh. SMIG. Let's take a look at the 20-day chart on this. Well, that looks pretty dang strong right there, I tell you. That SMIG looks strong. That looks very good. I like it. But what I don't see is any news. I'm over here and I'm trying to find some news on SMIG and I'm not seeing any. So that's something I don't like necessarily, is not seeing any recent news. Let's take a look at this stock. Bio and Gaylor, small mid cap income growth ETF. Okay, it's an ETF. All right. Huh. No news. I can't find any news on this company. And another weird thing about this ETF, no statistics on this ETF. All right. Well, the chart looks good. It's a good looking chart right there, no doubt. Nice shoulder building on this. Nice shoulder building on this. Rising 10-day, rising 45, rising 50, rising 200. Nice shoulder building on that. I like it. SMIG. Thank you for calling it out. No news though. STI. No news that I could find. And just give me a second here. And we're going live. All right. Okay. Just a moment, please. Let me get this turned on here. And just give me a moment here. This is STI, and that looks very good, consolidating nicely on that 200-day. Yep. Closed at 25.27. Now bid is 24.06. They've dropped $1.25. And uh, I don't see any news on this stock, and since May the 10th, raises 35 million from private placement. So on May the 10th, they did a private placement, raised 35 million, and they shot up then on that news. Looks good. It looks good. This is STI, ladies and gentlemen. Now, one thing I want to do, if you'll give me a moment, I forgot. I want to take a little bit of medicine myself this morning, just to make sure I stay clear of this little virus that Cheryl caught. So let me run upstairs just quickly and take this medicine I want to take and make sure I don't catch what Cheryl's got, hopefully. So just give me a minute and I'll play you one of my songs while I take a little break here. One of my many songs. Hold on. Okay. So I'm going to be playing you one of my originals, one of my many, many originals. This is not done in a studio. I just recorded this on my cell phone. It's called My Old Guitar, and I hope you enjoy it. I'll be right back, guys and gals. There was an old guitar and it hung in the bar. It hung there for years while the patrons drank beers. No one knew where it came from, where it smelled. But it hung there for years and it did not make a sound at all. Yes, it hung on the wall. No, it never got noticed, never got played. We didn't have all these dreams, and the ones life was great. It did not mean but hang there for a decade or more. To the night, that old man came and walked through the door. He asked someone, what is that in there? Just to be the sound we've had it for years. And stood for a while, politely ignored. Can you take that beat down so I can see it some more? Oh, guitar, hanging there. So it's a long guitar. We brought it down, and the old man laughed, and it came back around. And when he returned, he just had two things. An old trick for and a new set of strings. And he cut the old ones extra than new. And he tapped on his fork, and he got her in tune. Pulled out the pick and started to play. Speak the note, we were all blown away as he played. That old guitar, that old guitar. You win quickly with a tear in his eye, and you learn to resolve in steady sublime, steady loves that guitar. A long time ago, and I got to this far, said he just sit down, till he went back to playing, till he closed that place down, and we were all overjoyed, if the guitar had been found. Every finally would play it, that guitar was tall, they could and tried, hung it back on the wall. That old guitar hanging there in our back. All right, you've been listening to the music of me, Tyler Self, Selph. Mhm. Hope you enjoyed a song there called "My That Old Guitar," and there are many more to enjoy on YouTube playlist. I have over 120 original songs. I hope you'll come give them a listen. This is the stock we're looking at, STI right now, called out early by One Love. So let me get up here now and take a look at all of these stocks that have been called out this morning. Tony Henry, first in the tank. Good morning. Yes, One Love, I've got your 4 stocks here. We're going to look into all of them. Thank you. 5 of them. Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. Ron Lubinsky, good morning to you. GD, message retracted. Good morning. One Love. TDIC did a 1 for 25 yesterday after doing a 1 for 5 2 months ago. Ugh, God, yike. SPCX is losing $5 billion a year. Ugh. All right, One Love. SPCX is losing $5 billion a year. 77 Togs. Gain muscle or gain eager. Not sure what you mean by that. One Love, family first. Yes. Good morning, everyone. May we all have a blessed day today. You too, Jayhawk. Yes, I agree. Yep, I like that SMFG. I saw that. I saw what it's doing. One Love. It looks good. The chart looks awesome. SMFG. Right. Good morning, Emmanuel Sells Houston. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Maxie Brown. GPUS. Made money on that in the past. Yep, Mr. Maxie Brown. I've made money on GPUS in the past. Matthew, good morning. Sanjay, George, hello. Good morning from Philly. Good morning. Mr. Maxie Brown, FFAI. Thank you. We will take a look at them, no doubt. I appreciate it. Good morning, Cat. Cat in the tank. Do your thing, Tyler. Yes. Good morning. Maxie Brown, good morning, One Love. Yes, VSME might be a good day trader today, fellas. VSME. All right. I saw that. Thank you for that donation right there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. June 10th for VSME. VSME was a pump. Yep, Chinese stock. Good morning. Hawk, yes, good morning, One Love. Let's have a blessed day and make some money. Yes. Sean Joseph, good morning, Sean Joseph. Cup of Joe, thank you. Six cent 6 7. Thank you very much. All right. And for those that send in gifts, you're going to be in the drawing for our next item we're going to be giving away on Friday. All right. And that'll be this Friday's drawing, be on the 19th. 6/19 drawing. So I believe it's 300 joules amounts to $5. So 300 joule donations get up to $5. Get one drawing per 300 joules you contribute. So right now I'm going to put beside you there. Thank you very much for your first donation of the week, ladies and gentlemen. Comes in from Cup You Joe. Thank you very much, Cuppy Joe. Uh, see here. Emmanuel Houston, Kat, did you read some of the chat from Friday? We we did we did you proud. Oh wow. Man, I have not yet, but I might take the time to do that this evening. I am curious, how'd that work out? I guess I'll know tonight if I take a look at it, but was everybody able to stay all day long and stay engaged? Because about 9:15, I shut the stream off. It worked. Yeah. Uh, Sean, I don't know if I'm going to buy GPUS today or not. I haven't looked at it yet. Give me a chance to look it over, and I'll let you know. Uh, but one of the stocks that was called out this morning by One Love was this one here. I'm going to show you right here, guys that are late here to what we've had. These are the stocks that have been called out this morning already. So you might want to have a look at them. But we're going to look at them one by one. Just give me a moment here, folks, because people call these out all morning and we write them all down and then we go and dive into them. As you can see here, this is all the stocks that we had called out on the 11th. Look at all the stocks called out on the 11th, and these are all the stocks that were called out on the 10th. So, and I mean a bunch of stocks called out on the 10th. So now we're doing this 15th. And this is one of the stocks right here that was called out by One Love, SMFG. SMFG. I could not find any news. So I'm going to put out here no news. Could be a pump and dump, but the longer term chart, 20-day chart, looks pretty strong on this. SMFG. And they're trying to pull it down right now. So we'll see what happens. But SMFG, it closed at 24.40. It's now sitting at 24.50. But the longer term chart on this, if you look at the 180-day chart, that looks very strong, folks, with a very nice ascending 50-day and 45-day moving average. See that blue 45-day? That's a red belly blue back, folks, right there. But that's a good looking chart, long term, 180-day. SMFG. And I wonder, does this stock pay a dividend? Let's go look. Oh, I see the mistake I put in there. I had SMIG. I see the mistake I made. Thank you for calling it out. SMFG. There it is. Japanese banks collaborate on new stable coin. I just don't see any news on this company at all. But I am going to look down here. Profit margin 26.13%. Operating margin 26.92. EBITDA is positive 1.58 trillion. Total cash $102 trillion. Book value per share $15.38. Shares outstanding 6.35 billion shares outstanding. and short percent of the float is 0.19. So this is not a heavily shorted stock at all. And this is a ETF, SMFG. Now I want to see, does this company pay a dividend? Because this might be a good one to put. Yes. Forward annual dividend rate, 2.26%. Yep. Last split factor is 1.1 for 2, and that was on 11/1 of 2010. So this company does not do reverse splits. Let's go over here to confirm that. Stock split history, SMFG. Yep, there it is. Actually, they've done 2 reverse splits. They did one in April 18th of 2001, a 10-for-1 reverse split. And this is on the stock SMFG. So they did a 10-for-1 reverse split way back in 2001. And then November 1st, 2010, they did a 1-for-2 reverse split. All right. That's SMFG. Well, the chart looks good. And let's take a look at the 5-year chart. Yeah, that looks real good. SMFG. I'm going to add this to my dividend sheet here. Let's see, Catfish dividends. Hold on. Catfish dividends. There it is. I'm going to add this and see how it stacks up against my other ones. Copy this line and paste it in here. And let's take a look at SMFG. Now, this Google Sheet is only available here on my website or my channel. I can send it to you if you become a Goliath member of the channel, and you'll be able to have 73 stocks. And you can look over here and see how they've done over the last 5 days, right here, over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and what they've done over the last year. Over here, you see their market cap and their PE ratio right here. And these are all my dividend stocks. And you can see here how these have all performed over the last year. And some of them have done phenomenal over the last year, and they're all paying dividends. So all you have to do to get this list is become a Goliath member of the channel. Join at the Goliath level member, $24.99, and you will get this list of dividend stocks. And not just dividend stocks, but you'll get a list here of all the stocks that we've been day trading here recently. I have to update this one. I haven't updated it lately, but day trades. And I also have a list here of stocks that I hold long, and they're right here. And if you want this list of the stocks I've been holding long, and you can see how they've been doing over the last year right here. These are the stocks I've been holding long, and you can see how they've been doing over the last year. Now, I make no guarantees that they're going to continue to go at this rate, go up at this rate, but these are the stocks I'm holding long, and these are the percentage gains over the last year. And if you'd like to have this list of stocks, then just become a member at the Goliath level, $24.99, and you got this list and the other list the dividend stocks, the long list, and the stocks we day trade. And I'll send you my buy sell sheet. Please hold. All right. Now, let's get back over here and take a look at this is SMFG. And regarding that, since I just added it to my dividend sheet, let me go over here to my dividends sheet. Um, you can see how this stock has done over the last 5 years, 10 years, 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. And over the last 5 days, this stock has gone up 5%. Over the last 10 days, 10%. Over the last 30 days, 16%. And over the last year, 61%. SMFG. And it pays a dividend. And that paid the dividend amount that they pay is right over here. And they pay a dividend of 23 cents per share, which is 3.92% dividend. Bitcoin at 66,000. Wow. All right, let's get back up here and try to address everybody's comments this morning. And let's not miss any of these and take a look at all of it. All right. Matthew, good morning to you. Sanjay, good morning from Philly. Yes, welcome. Good morning. I got FFAI. Good morning, Cat in the Tank. Yep, Mr. Mexi Brown, do your thing. Yep. Cat, did you read some of the chat from Friday? We did you proud. Are you buying GPUS today? We're going to take a look at it. Chinese stock pass. Yep. I could be wrong, but I don't think so, says Emmanuel. Yes. Yes, it was great. I was here till about 3:30 p.m. Yes. Oh, good, good, good. Yes, 61 cents. CTM wins position on 250 million U.S. Navy logistics IT. CTM. Okay, got it. Thank you. CTM. Jayhawk wins position on 250 million U.S. Navy logistics. All right, good deal. With U.S. Navy logistics. All right. Thank you very much. All right, very good. Good to know. All right, so now let's get back over here to hold on a second. So there's SMFG, the first call out of the day. The next one is STI. And we're looking at the 180-day chart. And man, that thing has been completely consolidated and compressed and converged right there, right on that 50-day average line. Wow, that is convergence, baby. It should, now it doesn't always, but it should bounce off that line very nicely. This should bounce very nicely off this 50-day, the rising 50-day. It should bounce right off that. It should. I like the look of it, that's for sure. And that is STI. And again, I could find no news on this company this morning, but that's a pretty good looking chart for a possible springboard right off that nice upward moving shoulder right here. This is a shoulder building here, folks. This is no unsustainable spike. This is a shoulder, and they're trying to push down onto it and compress it. I think it's going to make a nice move off this line. STI. closed at $25, now dropped to $23.49 bid, $23.74 ask. STI. Next, HUN. Oh, that looks awesome too. HUN. It's like buy on the 200 day though. For those of you that are new to the channel this morning, want to know how we find our hot stocks, here's how we do it. Everybody works here as a team together, and I'll show you right now our hot stocks. Hold on a second here. Tools is what I'm looking for. Tools that are being used by our members to track hot stocks. We're going to find them here in just a minute. So we're going to documents and we're going to tools. Right there. There we go. And we'll cover these. And here we go. You're soon going to see the tools that we're using here. And these are the individuals that are on this channel right now. Here are their user IDs, and they're on this channel, and we work together as a team. And every day we have these individuals, almost every one of them, come in and tell me using the sophisticated screeners that they're using on like Stock Rocks and the Deep Financial AI and Bloomberg GPT and Iris Scanner and all these scanners and things. They help us target these hot stocks. This is how we find them, folks. And then I just look them all over and we decide which ones we're going to get in on. And these are some of the most recent gains that we've had here over March, April, May, June. And these are the big hitters that we've come into. And we've done very, very well on these stocks. But we do not hold these long. They do not go on the long sheet. These are just day trade only. We buy them in the morning, we sell them in the afternoon, we get completely out, and we move on to the next stock. We do not hold these stocks long. These are day trade only. Now, if you want to hold long stocks, that's fine, but buy the ones that are on my long list. Don't use these for holding. Do not hold these stocks, people, and I've proven to people why. When you go back and look over the history of these stocks after the first day run up, they fall like a rock 9 times out of 10. So you do not want to hold day trade stocks, folks. They're just get in the morning and sell them with a good profit. Put 33% of what you made in the big profit gains over into an account that gains high interest. And then that high interest and gain account will be more than you need to pay your taxes, and pay your taxes quarterly. Do not pile all of the information onto your CPA at once, because when we're day trading, sometimes I trade over 100 times a day. And you don't want to dump all that over on your CPA all at once. Make sure you trade quarterly. Make sure you put 33% of your gains each day, set it aside. Okay. Now we're going to be looking at a whole lot of things here today. This is my buy sell sheet. I will also send you this sheet right here that tells you what numbers you should sell stocks at when they're on the run and where you should buy them back. I'll send this along with my spreadsheets if you become a Goliath member. And people live by this on this channel. They live by this buy sell sheet, and they make a lot of money doing it. They've told me flat out. I've gotten many emails, people saying, man, I absolutely love that buy sell sheet, and I live by it. And man, has it helped me make a lot of money. And I say thank you for telling me that. So anyway, if you want to contribute to this channel, you can contribute directly to this channel through my Cash App, which is right there, and my Venmo. And that way, when you contribute this way to the channel, I get 100% of your donation and your contribution. If you donate through the channel, they take 30%. YouTube takes 30%. So someone donating me $10, well, I got 7 and YouTube got 3. So keep that in mind. If you want to make any contributions to the channel, you can also contribute through PayPal at that address there where it says PayPal right there. And you can also listen to all my music by looking for my name, Tyler Self, TYLERSELPH. Enjoy that. And If you ever want to write to me, this is where you can write to me and send me checks through the mail if you want to pay me that way too. Just let me know that you sent it because I only go check that box about once a month or so. All right. So here we are. We're also going to look at one other thing here. We're going to get back to documents, search documents for top gainers. Top gainers. Or maybe we'll find here it is, top gainers. All right, there we go. And Catfish members list. Okay, we got everything we need now. Let's move forward. We're going over here to Think or Swim. This is a very good looking chart. However, I don't like to buy on these points right here. Now, the one reason I would is because we've now gone with the 5-day blue average line, moving to a whole new high here, meaning no previous resistance over the last 180 days. Now, let me explain why I like stocks like this, okay? So let's just zoom in on this and take a look. Here was your first line of resistance to the light blue 5-day moving average. It stopped right there. Boom. Then it came up here and it stopped with resistance right there. Then it came up and caught some resistance right there. And then a little bit right there. Then it came up and it hit this point right here. So I'm going to put these lines back here like this. And then it's here. Okay. Now, the reason I like stocks like this, and we'll go back to a further chart, we'll go back to a 3-year. Okay. Now, listen, there's a lot of folks that own this stock for more than the price is now. But let me tell you something. When this price was falling from up here down to here, it never stopped at here before. It never stopped here. And what this indicates to me, there's not a lot of shares being held in this range. Okay, so there should be very little resistance to this moving up here because there's so few people that are probably holding this stock. Because listen, once a stock starts to tumble like this and fall this fast, man, you got people selling so fast, they're just dumping so fast to get out before this collapse. So right through this range, I'm telling you, there's hardly any resistance right now. So breaking over this point, it should go up to right here. All right. And then a little resistance right here, too. There's going to be 2 points of resistance. Then it could break all the way up to this point right here. And from there, it'll go all the way up to this point right here. And from there, it's going to go to this point of resistance right there. And from there, it's going to go to the next point of resistance. Yep. And there to here. Now, so now you know, as this blue 5-day average moves up through here, when it gets to here, it doesn't matter what the price is. When that blue 5-day average hits here, you better be selling some shares of this, folks. And that price is going to be at $17. All right. When it gets to 17, when that blue 5-day average gets to 17, you should be selling this. And you should sell it anyway at 17, 16.97, 98, 99, and 17, 17.01, 17.02, 17.03. Sell that, and then it pulls back to 16.50, maybe even 16.33. But you want to sell the 17 because you can see it's going to pull back from that number. It's going to pull back from there. And then it's going to go all the way up here, and you should sell that number. And that number there is 2148. 2130 through 2148. You should be selling, folks, on this stock if it gets that high. And that is HUN. Okay. Now we're going to go look at another 1-day chart. And by the way, what I just showed you, folks, is called mirror trading. It's using the past resistance to know where future resistance is going to be. Okay, that's what it's called, mirror trading. And so this is HUN, closed at 1574. The bid is now 1554, and the ask is 1575. And it's called HUN. And I can find, I don't think there's any news on this stock. Let's go over here and look. Nope. The last news was on May the 5th. Huntsman sells Italian-owned business to Trilaborg Group. So they sold the business for $50 million. All right. And here's the 5-day chart on this stock. Give this some time to breathe. It needs to breathe a little, folks. Don't buy into this right now. Give it time to breathe. HUN. Thank you for calling it out, One Love, but it needs to breathe a little. Next, TDIC. TDIC. Yeah, they just did a reverse split, I guess. Trading halted 7:50 p.m. News pending. Huh. Uh. All right, let me get. Oh, here it is. Did a 1 for 25 after doing a 1 for 5 2 months ago. One for 5 2 months ago. All right, thank you, One Love. And we like to buy some nibble on these. So is this going to be the bottom right here? Have they all the news is out about the reverse split today? All right, well we'll see. It could be a good entry. Let's see. Good morning, Niecy Jane. Welcome to the tank. The Savvy Travelers, good morning. Yep, Tomato Bit Soups, good morning. This morning, these are the stocks that have been called out this morning. One Love has called out SMFG, which I really like. I'm going to add it to my dividends list, and I'm going to buy some of that and add it to my dividend stocks. STI, no news, but it's on the move. The chart looks like it's compressing. I'm holding on there. HUN, we're holding on that. We're not going to go in yet. TDIC just did a 1 for 25 reverse split. Next, we're looking at COSM. Oh, and I just want to look at CH. Wasn't it CHCH? Uh, Hold on. Oh, goodness gracious. All right. No, I'm sorry. CCHH. There it is. Oh, a lot of herk and jerk going on with CCHH this morning. It looks to me like, huh. Very interesting. Okay. Very interesting. Just taking a peek at this. CCHH. Hold on, guys. All right. This is CCHH. All right. Give me a minute. All right. By the way, now I don't know whether this is going to hold water or not. Perhaps you heard, maybe you didn't. Apparently, yesterday afternoon, yesterday evening, there was an announcement that the war with Iran has come to an end. And then you can call it Iran, you can call it Iran, you can call it whatever you want, but apparently we've got a ceasefire agreement. And we'll see how that holds up. That should affect the market very positively, one would think. And keeping that in mind, taking a look at the futures, you can see that everything is very, very nicely up. The NASDAQ futures up 2%. The Russell up big time as well, up almost 2%. So all the markets are reacting very positively to this news. And the SpaceX IPO also made a nice move last night and after hours, up another 4%. And you can see now it's up 5% this morning, increasing its gains. And the Nasdaq up 634 point, the Dow up 511. Let's go see if money market funds has still got funds coming in. Uh, don't know if you heard about it, but the World Cup has started, and the USA won their first match. Oh yeah, I believe they played Paraguay. I believe it was. Well, what we want to see, ladies and gentlemen, here with these money market funds, we really want to see these numbers keep dropping, dropping, dropping. We want to see another drop here. We want to see this thing drop. We want to see money market funds leaving money market funds and coming back into equities, folks. Just like we did here when we saw this drop, 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 drop. That's what we want to see with the money market funds, folks, in case you're not aware. And if you want to see what happens when money starts leaving these money market funds and coming back into the market, you need to look no further than right here, the date May 30th, May 31st. You can even look here in April. Look what happened to the stock market from April 30th, 2020. Let's go over here and let me show you April uh, 30th, 2020 for the NASDAQ, what happened. So we're going to go to the 5-year chart and look down here at 2020. I'm going to the all-time chart now. This is going to be all time. All right. And look down here at April 2020. This is what I want you to look at. The date would be May 2020. Okay. April 2020. Look where the NASDAQ was, 8,391 in April of 2020. Okay. 8,391 April of 2020. Now I point this out because right here is where it began, the money leaving money market funds. Right there is where the money market funds started reducing their amounts in money market funds and returning into the markets. And just look what happened all the way up until December 31st, 2020, as this money was leaving the money market funds and coming back into the market. Correlate that again to the NASDAQ and look down here at 2020. Again, we're looking at April 2020, and look where the NASDAQ price was on April of 2020. I'm going to put my cursor right there. Look where it was, 7,327. And look here, folks. Look where it went to. Look where it climbed to. 16,000, folks. It went up 9,000 points. While the money was leaving these money market funds, folks, the stock market exploded from right here. And the date is again April of 2020. May of 2020. Just look where the cursor was, May of 2020. 8,000. And then look at that thing jump all the way up to 16,000 plus. It doubled, folks. So if we can see the same thing happen now, if we can see the same thing where this keeps dropping like this, we're going to see like it's doing right now. If it repeats this and it keeps dropping, folks, this is going to make the stock market explode. I'm telling you, this could really make the stock market make a very nice move if we can see like we did here historically from this date here, May 31st, when they started returning money out of the money market funds and back into the market. Folks, just mark my words that the same thing could happen that we saw here from May of 2020. You could see an incredible run up here from April 2020, like we did all the way up here. All right. And so anyway, that's just something I wanted to share with you guys in case you weren't aware of it, that it makes a big effect on the market if money can leave these money market funds and start coming back into equities. All right. Just so you're aware of it, you can do with this information whatever you want to, but I'm sharing it with you because I think it'll help you understand the bigger market as a whole, the bigger picture of the big market. And so right now I've got my eye on several stocks that have been called out this morning. We're going to take a look now at TDIC. And they may be at the very bottom after this announcement of this morning, a 1-for-25 reverse split. But we're going to watch it closely. It might be a good one today, trade today. TDIC. Next, COSM. This stock is called out by One Love. Well, 34 cents this morning in the pre-market. Any news? Why Tower Semiconductor shares are trading higher by around 5%? Well, this is COSM, which is Cosmos Health. Has nothing to do with Tower Semiconductor. The last news on this company, COSM, was on May the 12th. Cosmos Health gets new contract manufacturing orders for 253,657 units across multiple medicines. Okay. Well, they shot up this morning in the pre-market at 4.30 to 34 cents, and then they dropped all the way down to 21. A 13-cent drop. Just be mindful of that 13-cent drop off today's high, 34 cents down to 13-cent drop. All right, COSM. I don't know what the news is behind that, but thank you, One Love. Now, GPUS, called out by Mr. Mexi Brown. GPUS. All right. And that thing is building a very nice shoulder on it right there. And of course, we got a triple upside crossover with the current price just crossing the 200. What's the news? GPUS. 6:30 this morning, Hyperscale Data announces negotiations toward executing a master services agreement expected to provide 20 megawatts. Well, that's not GPUS, I don't think. of critical AI compute capacity at Michigan Data Center campus, expected to be worth in excess of $1 billion. Hyperscale Data. Is that what the name of this company is? GPUS is Hyperscale Data? Hold on. Yep. Hyperscale Data. Let's take a look at this company. Market cap is 71.36 million. Profitability, negative 76% profit margin. Ugh. Operating margin, negative 48%. Return on equity, negative 165%. Gross profit, 31.36 million. Cash flow, operating cash flow, negative $58 million. Man, I wish I could do that. I wish I had a way to operate on negative $58 million. Well, the last split factor was a 1 for 35 on November 25th, 2024. Now, here's the gig. Shares outstanding is 437 million. So they got a lot of shares outstanding, 460 million float. Hardly any of these shares are held by insiders, only 0.75%. And hardly any are held by institutions. The short position on this stock is 20%. Short percent of float, 20%. Shares short, 41 million shares short. All right. Well, none of that really jumps out to grab me at all. And looking at the news, 1 hour ago, Hyperscale Data announces advanced negotiations towards executing a master services agreement expected to provide 20 megawatts of critical AI compute capacity at Michigan Data Center, expected to be worth excess of $1 billion. Okay. Well, that is if the our citizens will vote for the data center or turn it down. But it tends to be that no matter what we vote anyway, they go ahead and do it anyway here. They do what they want. All right. That might be a good one to day trade today. We'll keep an eye on it. Thank you for letting me know about it. GPUS. I appreciate that, Mr. Mexi Brown. Next, FFAI. We're looking now at FFAI. Faraday Future. I've traded this and made money on it in the past. Mr. Mexi Brown calling FFAI out. That longer term chart right there doesn't really look that impressive, to be honest. Let's take a look at the 180 day. Well, I mean, geez, they certainly substantiated a bottom line now. I mean, that's a solidification right there of a bottom if I ever saw one. I mean, how many times you're going to bounce off this line? Once, twice, bounce down, 3 times over here, 4 times, 5 times, 6, 7 times bouncing off that line. But the one thing I don't like is the 200-day is falling and the 50-day is falling, and that is a trend. This is the trend, and I don't like that. So this one I probably would not get in on. Let's go see what the news is, if any. And before I go do that, I gotta write down on this one GPUS. Hyperscale Data sees strong interest in its Michigan data center campus expansion to 52 megawatts. Michigan data center expansion. All right. Okay. And it says Hyperscale Data GPUS said Monday in its advanced talks with a potential customer for AI data center services at its Michigan campus and may phase out Bitcoin mining operations there to free up power capacity for higher margin AI infrastructure workloads. The company said its subsidiary, Alliance Cloud Services, expects to sign a co location and data center services agreement in the coming weeks. If finalized, the project would initially deploy 10 megawatts of power capacity, with another 10 megawatts expected about 90 days later. The company said the project remains subject to negotiations and other uncertainties. Yeah, one of those is it has to be voted upon, and the Michigan people have to say yes. But there's a lot of signage out there saying vote no to data center, vote no to data center. I noticed yesterday. Lots of signage out there. All right. Now we're going to FFAI. Faraday Future to unveil futurist two humanoid robot with NVIDIA sonic support and FX. Okay. So this is this morning's news at 2:45 a.m. on FFAI, unveiling futuristic two humanoid robot with NVIDIA sonic support and FX Navi quadruped robot at EAI Robotics Education Ecosystem launch on June the 16th. Okay, so they're going to be unveiling their new futuristic two humanoid robot with NVIDIA sonic support and FX Navi quadruple robot at EAI Robotics Education Ecosystem launch on June 16th. Okay. FFAI closed at $30. The bid is $31.70. The ask is $31.90. All right. So I'm going to make sure unveiling new robot. New robot debut. NVIDIA. All right. NVIDIA quadruped robot. NVIDIA sonic support. All right. All right. Thank you very much for that. FFAI. Next, we're taking a look at one called out by Jayhawk, VSME. I think someone said this is a China company, VSME. Okay. Well, one thing I like about it is This 5 day has really burst up above this previous resistance point, which was heavily resisted against. I mean, they came crashing down on that and smashed it into the 10 day, bounces after cradling in the 10 day right on up. And now it's at a new level hill, building a nice shoulder on it. Nice shoulder. Now it already peaked out this morning and hit a price of 420, and you should have known to sell that. 420 is an absolute sell, folks. This morning price 420, and you guys all know on my buy sell sheet right here the number is, and it's very prominent. It says to sell the third line from the top, the 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Sell all those, sell those. And now you can see why. Look at there, 420 it hit. 420. And then that thing dropped all the way back down to 216. Golly, man, $2.04 drop off the 420, folks. Now do you see why you always sell that 20? Always, folks. VSME. Let's go find out what their news is today. VS Media gains as AI smart living plans and debt deal resurface. I don't see anything new about this company. All it says is VSME stock was 81% higher, adding to a 52% rise in the earlier session. What is going on with this VSME? Got a bunch of Reddit boys on it or something? Or the Wall Street Bets boys hyping this up? What's going on? Well, I can tell you one thing. It looks very strong, folks, with that 5 day jumping off the 10 day there and the 45 day jumping off the 50 day. I like it. VSME. I'm going to Jayhawk called this out, and I'm going to day trade this today. I like the price. VSME. And we're going to day trade this stock, I think, today. I think it should be a good contender. Let's go over here and take a look at its. Just give me a second here. 71% this morning. 23 days ago and 5 months ago. There's no breaking news this morning. The volume average is 5 million, and yesterday's volume 91 million. Let's go over here to statistics. Profit margin negative 114%. Operating margin negative 51%. Free cash flow negative 3.51. I'm sorry. Levered free cash flow is negative 6 million. Yike. Short percent of shares outstanding is only 2%, so not a lot of shares outstanding shorted. But number of shares outstanding total is only 2.77 million. Only 2.77 million. Okay. There's only 2.77 million shares of this stock outstanding. And yet we're supposed to believe it traded 226 million shares. Opened at 370 on last week on Thursday, June the 10th. Yeah, on Wednesday. On Wednesday. Opened at 370, shot up to 538, closed at 205. Very close to the low. Well, that's not good. 226 million shares somehow just kept selling it down and down and down. 226 million shares made the price fall and closed near the low of $1.97 after it shot up to 538. People, look at that. The low was $1.97 and it barely closed off the low. All that because the 2 million shares they traded 200 times 226 million shares. Only 2 million shares outstanding. Oh, goodness gracious. This market, man. Wow. So it closed at 205. The next day's high, $1.36. Good Lord. It went from 83 cents on June the 8th to a high of $1.50, so it doubled, and then went to $5.38 the next day, then back down to $1.36, the low $1, and then the low yesterday $1.52. Now sitting at 303. Man, this thing's all over the place. Be careful, folks. Be careful. Be careful with this one. Be careful. You can already see they can run this thing up and then they can sell it all the way down and close it near the low of the day. Be extremely careful, folks, with this stock. Okay, be very careful because it looks like a pattern here to me. I mean, look at this. It opened on June the 10th at 370, and it went up $1.50 to 538. And then the low was $1.97, and it closed just 8 cents off the low. Be careful, folks. Be very careful. Be very, very careful. That's what I would say. Be careful. Woo! All right. Just give me a minute here. Just be very, very, very careful, folks. You can already see how they've manipulated this stock and taken some retailers to the cleaners, folks, on this stock. And they just seem to have, instead of 2 million shares, they seem to have an endless number of shares available to trade. So just be very careful about stocks like that, folks. Okay? The statistics say here that this stock only has shares outstanding. This stock only has 2.78 million shares out and a 2.7 million float. So this means that you need to be extremely careful because apparently there's a lot more than actually 2.7 million. There's a lot more. You can see that. There's 226 million, folks, mysteriously. And again, the high that day was 538 a share. Let's go look at the chart. Let's go look at last Wednesday's chart. Let's come down here to the 5-day. Yep. Wow. I mean, just look at that, folks. This thing opened up and shot all the way up to $5.38. And then they knocked the crap out of it all day long. All day long. So just be careful, folks. Be very, very careful, okay? All right. Please be careful. Jeez. Man, they are making this thing swing. All right. Well, thank you for calling it out. VSME. Just be cautious, people. Next one called out by Jayhawk was CTM. CTM. Whoa. Well, one thing for sure, let's put a line right here where this 5-day average is, right there now. Right there. Now, folks, you can see this price has been driven to this line and dropped, driven up to this line and dropped, driven beyond this line quite a ways. But notice the 5-day is at the same point where they've stopped it right there once, the current price, and the current price stopped there once. So the 5-day has had resistance here in the past, okay? Now I'm going to go back and look even further back. Oh, yeah, this is a very, very, very common number for them recently, okay? So I'm going to click on this again and pull this all the way over. And that's at 808.8, right there. All right, so this is very, very common as a bottom once, way back, and a bottom again a week after that, and then a top here, and then a top here. And so this line where the 5-day is now should be a stop point. That being said, if the 5-day goes over this, the next resistance for the 5-day is going to be right here, folks, right there. Oh, I got to put my line tool back in. Okay, the next resistance after it crosses this line will be this one. If the 5-day right now, ladies and gentlemen, can break over this line, the next line that it's going to go to is going to be right here, right there. All right, it could stop right here at this point too. It could stop there, but from there it's going to go to there, and from there it's going to go to the line right there, right there. And then from that point, it's going to go all the way up to this line right here. Now, what I'm showing you here, folks, this is called mirror trading. It's called mirror trading. And I'm showing you that the way the price fell with these resistance points will be the way the price rises, okay? For the 5-day line, I'm just using the blue 5-day is where I make these lines on the blue 5-day, okay? So that's what I do. Where the blue 5-day stopped right there, and where the blue 5-day stopped right there, and where it stopped there, and where the blue 5-day stopped there, and then it's going to go all the way up to here. Yep. And then it will move up to here, which you can clearly see is a defined line right there more than once, and here as well, and here 2 times. So that's what I'm doing, folks. I'm using the way the price fell to predict the way it will go up. This is a stock CTM, and it just hit $1. This morning's high already was $1.32. And again, my buy sell sheet comes into play here because if you were using my buy sell sheet, you would have just sold right here at 29, 30, 31, and 32. You would have just sold right there 29, 30, 31, and 32. If you were using my buy sell sheet, you would have just sold this morning at the high of the day, right there, right there. 131.8. And it was probably 132. So anyway, all right, that looks good. CTM, Jayhawk, it won a 250 million contract with the U.S. Navy. All right, that's why they're springboarding. And that's what they won this morning. CTM. And get up here. VSME is a Chinese stock. VSME, Chinese stock. Just be aware of that. VSME is a Chinese stock. And One Love's the one that told us about that. All right. Bam Bam. PAVS. Thank you very much. Bam Bam. Thank you. Rudiggity's calling CCHH. Ah, good, good, good. It looks good. Uh, I want to go back to that CTM right now. Yeah, I really like this CTM right here, folks. This looks good to me. CTM. Okay. It broke over a dollar. It's at 101, 102. Now, it's not going to just run like the wind over a dollar, folks, but it already hit $1.32 for the high. So I like it here, folks. I think it's going to bounce off this $1 number. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm going to be watching this one very closely this morning. CTM. This looks like a good one here for us. Okay. So I'm going to put an asterisk beside it. Good call out there, Jayhawk. I like it. CTM. Thank you for calling that out. All right. Next, PAVS. Paranovis. Whoa. Let's look at this on a longer term chart. Let's look at this on a 20-day chart. Oh, my. $26.69. And now it's sitting at 55 cents. Closed at 20 cents. What happened with PAVS? Let's look at the news. Paravanus Entertainment Technology Limited signs non-binding letter of intent to acquire Habanero. Paranovus Entertainment Technology strikes letter of intent to acquire Habanero for 15 million to 20 million price range. Well, be careful about that because I don't know anything about either one of these companies. I have no idea if Habanero's was about to close their doors and they got bought out or anything. I don't know. But there's the chart on it right now, and man, oh man, it looks interesting. PAVS. Let's look at this on a longer term chart. Oh man, folks, be careful. Be careful. This truly is a 1 day runner stock, I believe. Be very careful here. Let's look at the 5 day chart. Yeah, it's showing a price here of $26.69. They Let's go look at the reverse split history on this stock. This is PAVS. See if that's why. So they did a reverse split October 11th, 2022, 1 for 20. 1 for 20. Then they did a reverse split on December 18th, 2025. Yike. How many was that? 1 for 100. Oh my God. Talk about dilution. Wow. Then they did another reverse split, March 31st, 2026. That's a couple months back. 1 for 12. Ugh. Watch out, folks. PAVS, notorious, now up 177% this morning. We usually don't buy on spikes like that. We wait for the next day and buy them in the morning when they get washed out, fleeced out good. But thank you for calling that out. And this will be a 1 day play only because you don't want to try to catch a falling knife. And that looks like a falling knife. But there it is right now. Be careful, ladies and gentlemen. Be very careful. PAVS strikes a letter of intent to acquire Habanero for 15 million to 20 million. So they're buying another company there. All right. And then they announced a public share offering so they have the money to buy with. Maybe. Be careful, folks. PAVS. Just want to show it to you. Bam Bam called it out. Thank you very much. TDIC's been halted. Thank you, Rudiggity. Does Elon know there was a deal? Question mark. I don't know. Uh, CCHH, yes, making a nice move here, breaking a line of resistance. Notice, folks, this line of resistance right here, CCHH had trouble getting over the 5 day stop there once. That's the light blue line. Then it stopped there again, the light blue line, twice. Then it broke over and they tried to fleece it one last time. And now it's broken over the third time. The 5 day has broken over that line for the third time. And folks, that is going to be critical. If it gets over this line, it's going to be on its way. Pardon me. And I'm going to show you right here now why. Right there is where we need to get above. We need the 5 day right now to cross over this line right here. This 5 day average. If it crosses this line, then we're going to see a nice move up to at least here, right here. And if it can cross that one, then we're going to go to here. And if it crosses that one, then it's going to go all the way up to there. That's right. And if it crosses all those, it's going to go all the way up to this one right there, up to the tippy top. If it crosses all those, let's see what happens with it. We know it can move fast. When they want to let it go, they let it go, and it just runs. It runs big time. It just runs out of the blue, too, man. This thing can take off. CCHH. All right. No guarantees. All right. Now, let's take a look at some other ones here. Uh, yes, there is a deal that has been struck between the United States, a peace agreement, apparently a ceasefire between us and Iran, making the headlines this morning, and that's had a very good positive market response. As you can see, all the markets are up this morning. The S&P futures up very strong, up 100 points. The Dow futures up 508. The NASDAQ futures up 645, and we're back over 30,000 on the NASDAQ. The Russell, folks, we're going to all-time highs coming here, in my opinion. I think we're going to climb, climb, climb. Now, one thing one of these stocks that was called out this morning, man, I told people you better be careful because that thing has really been run around. Hold on a second here. Just give me a minute here to find it. I think it might have been CTM or VSME. Hold on a minute. VSME. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is the one I want you to be careful about. VSME. And the reason I wanted you to be careful is because, as you can see, the other morning in the pre-market, this stock hit 657, and then they just basically sold it out all day long. They sold millions and millions and millions of shares that didn't exist. What I did was I went over here to VSME, and I saw the shares outstanding is 2.77 million. 2.77 million shares. And what I did was I went over here to historical data and I said, well, be careful, folks, because with this VSME, take a look at what happened on Wednesday last week. It opened at 370. It ran up in the morning to 538. And then they ran it way down to $1.97, folks. So be careful. This thing opened at 370, it went up to 538, and then they sold out of a stock that has only 2.7 million, they sold 226 million shares of stock when there's only 2.77 million shares outstanding. This is the stock I'm telling you to be careful about. Because, ladies and gentlemen, if they can get it to open at 370 and run it up $1.50 to 538, and then run the thing down $3 to $1.97 and have it close just 8 cents off the low with all this manipulation, look at all the shares they created, folks. Be careful, be careful. I mean, it is not good either when you see a stock hit a high of 538 after opening at 370, and then when it closes just 8 cents off the low, you better know you're not going to hold that overnight because that thing's going to drop. And look, the next day, look at the close, $1.10. Folks, listen, be careful with this stock. Okay, this is a VSCME. This is a Chinese stock. Be careful, all right? Be careful. I'm showing you what already happened on June the 10th, Wednesday, June the 10th. Opened at 370. The previous day's open was 77 cents. It opened at 370 on whatever news it was that drove it up to 538. And then they just sold shares over and over, shares that didn't exist. I don't know how they do this. There's only 2,700,000 shares of this stock available, and yet it traded all those. So this is why I warn you about it. Be careful, folks. They can apparently just keep plucking shares off the tree, off the share tree they've got out on the back 40, folks. So just be careful about this. VSME. It might be a good day trade stock, but you can see, man, they can trash this thing down. VSME. And to be sure, look what they did after the price hit in the pre-market, 657. And then here, 539 a share, 539. It hit 539, folks. Right here. when the market opened, it hit $5.39. Well, after that, it was just sold over and over and over. The same 2.7 million shares sold over and 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 over until they had traded 220 million shares plus. Be careful, folks, of this stock. All right, be careful. There's another run up and another manipulation. You can see here they ran it up and manipulated it down to the 200. And when it comes out of the gate, don't be surprised to see them aim for the 200 again. And your buy could be at $2.20. Be careful, folks. I'm telling you, be very careful about this stock. I've already shown you what they can do, how they'll manipulate it, and how they'll sell shares that apparently that don't even exist. I don't know how, but they can do it. And I just proved it to you. So be very cautious about this stock. All right. Just word to the wise. All right. Uh, next is RDW a good day trader? We'll have to take a look at it. That's a good question. We'll find out. Frank Miller, thanks for asking. Uh, now you see our thumbnail today. How we target hot stocks. Before I move forward and look at these other stocks that people are calling out, and thank you, Frank Miller, for calling that out. Yeah. One Love, GPUS since 1969 with 612 employees. Thank you. QUCY is moving, says Nisi Jang. QUCY. And One Love, I'm going to put that down by GPUS. Thank you. Since, in business since when? 1969 and 612. Thank you very much. And next, we're going to look at RDW, Redwire. Yes, it does look like it has been a very nice day trader lately. $5 swings on this stock in just 2 days. Buy the bottom, wait 2 days, make a $5 profit, wait a day, buy it back almost the same price. Yep, it looks like a pretty good day trader right now. RDW. Let's go look at the hold on. I'm going to go look at the daily volume on it. RDW. So going back to a couple of months ago, February, the price was $8.68, 15 million shares a day, 14 million. Price had gone up to $10 a share, 18 million. Price is back in the nines. Now we're in late April, 14, 17 million a day in the mid nines. May, we're at 50 million a day, so the volume is picking up big time, and we've jumped from the nines to the 14.57 price. And then what I want you to look at here, folks, I want you to notice something. Notice this low here of $8 and 47 cents, 8.47. Well, notice here, ladies and gentlemen, with this stock, and this is RDW, I would like you to take notice of something. Uh, Watch here when you see this price open at 888 on May the 5th. May the 5th, opened at 888, dropped to 830, okay? And it looks like it opened at 888 and it actually ran up to 904. And after it was up just 16 cents or whatever it was, then it dropped from 904 to 830 and closed at 869 on 22 million shares. So, folks, this thing closed pretty close, just 30 cents away from the high and 70 cents off the low. So that's good. It's closing much nearer the high. And the next day it shot up to 976. And by the way, it opened at 881 on May the 6th, and then they dropped it to 865, 16-cent drop. And then it went to 976 and it closed near the high at 964. And I want you to know that's always a good thing. And I want you to know that Yahoo did their part and tried to show you that the volume wasn't increasing. They didn't want you to see this increase in volume, so they made the numbers smaller. See, Yahoo's shorting the stock, I'm guessing. So they made the font size of those numbers smaller so you don't notice that the increase in volume is going up. See how they made the font smaller? And so this is typically of a stock that they're shorting. All you got to go do is look at their 10-day estimate on the price and you'll know, are they shorting it? So let's go see if Yahoo's shorting this. Their target price is $15.67. And what do you know? That's exactly where the price is now, $15.69. 2 cents over Yahoo's target price. What do you know? But at any rate, folks, what I'm trying to get at here with this historical data is watch when it closes near the high, folks. It's a good thing. Okay, when it closes near the high, and that was May 5th. Let's move on up here and look at this volume really starting to spike here. And I'm going to show you some other instances of closing near the high and how that is a good thing when you close near the high. And we'll try and give you several of those instances. Here you can see May the 20th, 1402, where it opened up, closed at 1391. And ladies and gentlemen, the high of the day was 1446 and the low was 1286. The stock opened up at 1374 and they dropped it 90 cents to 1286. Then it went up to 1446 and closed 1391. 53 million shares. It's starting to get more volume, folks. Now we're coming in the end of May, and the price has gone from $11 all the way up to $24 a share. Whoa. End of May. 121 million shares traded there. Now the price has dropped in 10 days from 26.64 all the way down to 16.44 for the high. Yesterday's high, 16.44. And the low, 14.72. All right. Yeah, it looks like it's really starting to become a pretty good day trader with some big swings. You can look at the recent swings. Uh, Alexa, let's go. Let's go from June the 9th. Alexa, stop. So let's just look at these average day swings with the volumes in the 60 and 70 million share range. Okay, Alexa, what is 22.75 minus 18.79?
22.75 minus 18.79 is 3.96.
396. All right. All right. Next. Alexa, what is 20.01 minus 18.27?
20.01 minus 18.27 is 1.74.
The next day, it traveled $1.74. Next, Alexa, what is 22.75 minus 18.79?
22.75 minus 18.79 is 3.96.
Oh, the exact same amount, folks, as 2 days before. The exact same amount. How do you like that? Alexa, what is 21.19 minus 17.82?
21.19 minus 17.82 is 3.37.
337.
Good morning, Tyler.
Alexa, stop. Then the volume tapered off to only 33 million that day. And Alexa, what is 19.57 minus 18.10?
19.57 minus
147.
18.1 is 1.47.
So that's the least they've done. 147 swing from high to low. Alexa, what is 18.03 minus 14.76?
18.03 minus 14.76 is 3.27.
So here's the deal. Alexa, stop. So we're starting to see right now a lot of swings here of around the 396, 396, 337, 327. All right. Alexa, what is 16.01 minus 14.81?
16.01 minus 14.81 is 1.2.
1.2. That's the lowest amount yet of a swing. All right. And that was on 30. Again, when the volume is low, you're only going to see about $1.20 to $1.40 swing. When the volume is down in the 30 million range, you're only going to see $1.20 to $1.47. But when the volume picks up, Alexa, what is 17.27 minus 14.70?
17.27 minus 14.7 is 2.57.
257 swing. And then yesterday, Alexa, what is 16.44 minus 14.72?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Oh gosh, the very last one, and you can't figure it out. Alexa, what is 16.44 minus 14.72?
16.44 minus 14.72 is 1.72.
All right. Well, now you're aware that when the volume is high in the 60, 50, 60,000 range, you can expect swings of 396, 396, 337, 327. When the volume is low, you can expect surges when you got 30 million shares of 147, 120, and 172 when the volume is relatively low. Okay. So that's how you know about how much each day this thing is going to swing. All right. That is RDW. You might as well know what to expect. And already it's gone up 57 cents. So it probably has maybe another 80 cents in it. The minimum it's got is another 60 cents up. So 1630. 1630 is where you'd be selling this today to start selling it. 1630. And that would be a swing of $1.20. All right. So that's what I'm saying. Around 1630, you should be selling this RDW today. All right. Okay. Now we're going to look at, let's see here, QUCY. All right. Hold on here. Yep. Nisi Jane. Thank you. QUCY from Nisi Jane. All right. Let's go take a look at QUCY. Okay. Well, it's been a pretty rocky road for this stock for the last week and a lot of playing it from 212 down to what? 188. Of course. 212 to 188. Then back up to 205 and down to 188. Then up to 252 and down to 170. Then up to 198 and down to 172.26. This morning up to 216 and now 188. Okay, I like it. QUCY. Let's go see if we can find any news on it. Quantum Cyber. 8 o'clock this morning, Quantum Cyber executes quantum antenna license agreement, positioning the quantum technology layer at the core of its defense platform. Okay. And this morning at 8:04, Quantum Cyber executes intellectual property license agreement with Project Lightshift over global license to quantum photonic array technology to develop, produce, commercialize quantum antenna systems integrated into our or designed for unmanned aerial vehicles drone platform. All right. So they got good news coming out. Quantum Cyber executes exclusive quantum antenna licensing agreement, positioning the quantum technology layer at the core of its defense platform. Well, looks like it's a good buy at 186, sell at 213 to 220. All right, so we're going to put down here license agreement. Yep. License agreement with Project Lightshift. Okay, thank you very much. It looks like it could be a good position to work this morning, so we're going to be watching this very closely. I like it, and I might day trade this one here. It looks like a good possibility for a day trading. QUCY. And let me just get over here. And let's take a look at this. All right. QUCY statistics. Well, their cash flow is negative 9.75 million. Their debt, total debt of the most recent quarter is only 126,000. So that's good. That's not a lot of debt. Book value per share is 0.36. Coming over here, shares outstanding, only 22 million. I like that. 22 million shares outstanding. All right, that's good. That makes it good if it gets good volume to make an easy move. Shares short, short percentage of the float is 7%, so not a huge short position. And right now they're shorting 1.52 million shares. And last month they were only shorting 960,000. So they really have been coming in, even though there's not a lot of shares outstanding short. They have been increasing their shorted position on this stock, just so you know. All right. They've been increasing their shorted position over the last month, quite substantially, I might add. QUCY. All right. And here it is on the chart right now, QUCY. And we're going to take a look now at the 20-day chart. And man, that thing has just been falling. So be very, very careful about this. That doesn't look good. The 200 doesn't look good. The 50-day doesn't look good. None of these lines long term look good. It doesn't look good. Now, it could have finally hit the doggone bottom, but man, oh man, somebody's against this thing too. A lot of selling against that right there. You can see that big red candlestick right there. A lot of selling there. A lot of selling. Now, some of you may know that my wife is not feeling well. And because of that, I'm going to run upstairs and I'm going to see if she's up right now and just say good morning to her and see how she's feeling after a night's sleep. And you guys, I'm going to refresh my coffee. While I do this, I'm going to sing you a song called This Song Is About You, one of my 140 original songs. I have over 100 here on YouTube. Go over to my playlist and give them a listen if you don't have anything better to do with your time. I think you'll enjoy all of my tunes. And this one song here is called This Song Is About You. I hope you enjoy it, and I'll be back. Looking at QUCY stock. If I were to write a love song, would you know it was only for you? Because if written, I keep it a secret. That it's you who I'm singing it to. That's right, I would never tell no one who it's written for. I'd never say if I were to write you a love song, the lyrics might give it away. That's what some folks would say. 'Cause if I were to write you a love song, it would tell you I'm so glad we met. It would tell you I'm so very grateful. Al Gore gave us all internet. 'Cause without him we'd not know each other. And without him I doubt there's a way that we would have ever discovered or found one another that day. So this song is about you, and you know that it's true, that this song is about you. Am I getting this through? That I'm so glad you found me, and I'm glad I found you, and I'm hoping you realize this song's about you. This song's about you. So now one last clue I have for you, that I hope makes it perfectly clear. That their love songs for you and you only, for you and you only, my dear. For if not for a letter you sent me, there'd be no song here to write. And you know I can only keep dreaming of sleeping beside you tonight. And you know this is right. Right beside you tonight. So this song is about you. And you know that it's true. That this song is about you. Am I getting this through? That I'm so glad you found me, and I'm glad I found you, and I'm hoping you'll realize this song's about you. You know that it's true. What makes a daddy? Maybe it's just being the very best at what you do. And GoDaddy is the daddy of domains. Domains that give you an AI powered website and marketing tools to grow your business, like I did. Get the right domain, and the world will know your name because you're more than an idea. You're the daddy now. Get everything to grow your business, only from the daddy of domains. All right. Well, guys, I got to just take a moment or two more here with my wifey Pooh, and I'll play you one more of my songs. Hopefully, you'll enjoy. Be job. And I sure hope you'll enjoy this tune too while I'm gone. And it won't take long, and I'll be back, and we'll be going full swing here. And the song I'm going to play for you now is one of my most popular songs that's listened to on Spotify, Apple Music, Google Play. And if you want to look me up on your music provider, I'm right there, Tyler Self. And here is my playlist, and I'm going to be playing you this song, Goodbye, So Long, Farewell. And I'll be right back, guys. I just want to make sure my wife is all right. And we'll be back in just a jiffy pop, folks. And this song again, Goodbye, So Long, Farewell. Hope you like it. Uh-oh. Sorry, wrong song. Here we go. I knew right from the start that you would break my heart, you tear my world apart. So I stayed away. You wore your blue jeans tight, had them ripped just right. You whet my appetite. You just love to play. You say the hearts and boys with you. Of course, they fall in love with you. And here's what you do. Send me right up the note that you wrote. Give them that heart. You know not everything. And then they bet what it was. Really messed up there. Goodbye. So long. Farewell. And we'll see you later. Goodbye. So long. Farewell. See you later. Later. Goodbye. So long. Farewell. For me, I stayed away. When you looked my way, looked the other way. Would not give away that I was hot for you. All those other dudes, right out of the blue. Got the suit by you. Got the body close. I but in my ear, listen, I didn't have a clue what you were gonna do, what you would put me through. I wanted you. Yeah, I was blown away. No words to say. You made me feel. I saw it too. You showed me all you were doing. I felt your fruit. It all just seemed unreal. I never guessed that I would be the type of guy. I don't know why you made me try. I'm glad you did. I got this again. Where did I stay? I was so out of sight. But All right. Well, hope you enjoyed that little tune. And I have many more for you to listen to if you have the inclination. And I'm back with my hot cup of Joe, and we're ready to make some money today, ladies and gentlemen, or at least make an attempt to. Um, for those of you that are joining in right here, this is the Catfish channel where we trade stocks together. We look for hot stocks. We make no guarantees. We make no promises. We have no idea what's going to happen or transpire. But we try to eliminate risk here, folks. We try to eliminate risk, and that is our number one objective here: is to eliminate risk. All right. So we're going to get over here and we're going to be taking a look at several stocks this morning. These are the stocks that have been called out today. So working all these over. This one, be extremely cautious about VSME. I've already shown people how much it can be manipulated, or I don't know. I don't know what the word is. If it's manipulation, if it just seems odd when a stock only has 2 million shares available that it can trade 222 million. It seems a little disturbing. And so troubling. We'll call it troubling. Now we're looking at a stock here called out this morning by Nisi Jane called QUCY. But we're going to jump to the top of the list and we're going to take a quick look at all these. SMFG. This is SMFG. One Love called it out. There's the chart. I liked the look of this one so much, ladies and gentlemen, that this morning I added this stock to my list of dividend paying stocks. SMFG. So I liked this so much when I looked at the 180-day chart that I decided to put this on my dividend chart. This is SMFG. You can act based upon the information I provide. I provide and you decide, folks. I do not tell anyone when to buy into a stock. And I would suggest at any stock entry that you enter that you come in lightly and do not come in too heavily. All right. And in case you want to know who it is that you're listening to here, my name is Catfish Tyler. I go by the name Tyler Self with all of my music, but as my real name, Tyler, last name Self, SELPH. And it all began my illustrious trading career with a win on the Wheel of Fortune. And if you haven't seen it yet, you can go over to YouTube and you can put in Wheel of Fortune, Tyler, Amy, and Joy, and you will find my video, a little short about how well I did on the Wheel of Fortune. And from that day on, I've been trading stocks. And that's been what I've gotten. My experience has been over 26 years of trading, and I've been through everything, folks. I've been through it all, and including the crash of 2008 and many other things. Now, in case you haven't heard today, the news is that Iran and the United States, or Iran, or Iran, or however you would like to prefer to call it, but I believe it is Iran, is the country that we've been in conflict with over this nuclear possibility, and we're trying to remove that. And as I guess they've come to an agreement, finally come to their senses and decided, yeah, we don't need big bombs to kill everybody all at once with. So that's what's going to influence the market today. The whole market has seen a rise this morning. The futures are all up and all across all the indexes. I believe we're headed for all new all-time highs again with the stock market, although I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Now, one thing in particular about SMFG that really appeals to me here, ladies and gentlemen, is this. I like when I look down at these candlesticks and I see, and by the way, if you become a member of this channel and a Goliath level member, I'll send you these candlesticks here. Okay. I'll send you these. These are special candlesticks that will give you volume indicators that are showing you more buyers or more sellers. Now, when you look up at the regular Thinkorswim candlesticks up here, please understand these candlesticks you see do not give you a story. These do. Here you can see exactly relative how many buyers there are in the green outside versus the red and the inside sellers. And here you can see far more buyers during this 4 hour period this morning than sellers. And even here now, way more buyers, more demand than supply at this stage of the game. Okay. And the stock is SMFG. And yes, it does pay a dividend, folks. So I added it to my dividend paying list. If you don't know about this, I don't just trade stocks for day trading, but these are the stocks that are on my dividend list. And these are the percentage gains. And I added this stock this morning to my list because I was so impressed with what I saw, SMFG. And you can see SMFG over the last 5 days. It's increased right here over the last 5 days. Over the last 10 days, it's up 10%. I'll have to raise this camera level a little bit here so you can see this a little bit. So over the last 5 days, this stock has gone up 5%. Over the last 10 days, up 10%. Over the last 30 days, up 16%. And over the last year, it's gone up 61%. So this definitely qualifies for my list of dividend paying stocks. And over here, this is the percent of dividend that they pay. And this is the amount that they pay. Now, if you if you get this membership for $24.99 to get in my channel as a Goliath Catfish member, you'll get this list of 73 dividend paying stocks. And they have been doing quite well over the last year. This column here, where I'm showing you now where my cursor is, this is how they've done over the last year, as it says up at the top. Now, I can't guarantee you that these stocks are going to keep going up at this rate, but I'm telling you, they've done very well, as you can see. The proof is in the pudding. And thank you very much for that, Larry Pitt. Oh, thank you very much, much appreciated. Woo! We got a little moolah in here. Larry Pitts, thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Your name has just been added to the drawing list, along with Cupu Joe. Thank you very much. And so I'm just showing you, ladies and gentlemen, I don't just day trade. I also hold stocks long. These are my dividends. These are my longs. This is the performance of my long sheets, and I show market cap and PE ratio. And these are the stocks that I would suggest you don't day trade, but instead hold long. Okay. And you can see what they've done over the last year. This is what they've done over the last year. And you can pick and choose which one you like the most out of this list, which shows how they've done over the last 5 days, shows you the last 10 days, shows you the last 30 days, shows you the last year, shows you the market cap and the PE ratio. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all for just $24.99 membership as a Goliath level member of this channel. And you'll get this list of these stocks that have been doing very well as far as longs and the ones that pay dividends that you can pick and choose from. And again, there's no guarantee that they're going to continue to do what they've been doing here, but they've been doing well. And the top 40 names on of these stocks on this list came from a guy by the name of Keith Gill, who's otherwise known more infamously as Roaring Kitty. And so the top 40 stocks on this list are from that individual who was the guy solely behind the move of GameStop years back. GameStop and AMC and I think it was BBAI, BlackBerry. I can't remember. But I know I was holding AMC when that happened. It was the biggest gain I've ever had. AMC, that was a sweet, sweet run. Um, anyways, let's see here. Hold on a moment. All right, let's move on. SMFG, I like it a lot, folks. It's been added to my dividend list. And we're going to get over here now to take a look at some other stocks that have been called out this morning. One of them is this one, STI, Soladion Technology. Now, what I like about this, ladies and gentlemen, is this is a typical formation, and this is really a spike on the news, consolidate, capitulate, converge. And all three of those C words favor longs, especially. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen because sometimes they like to fake us out and they like to drive a price right on down to the 200 day. Just come at the thing hard and knock it all the way down to the 200. But more often than not, with a rising 200 at this pitch angle and the 45 and 50 at the same, if not slightly steeper pitch angle, that is a strong move right there with a lot of momentum. This is like a tsunami, folks. This is down at the bottom of the ocean. Here's where the crevice, where the two plate tectonics met together. Right here is one plate tectonic, and over here's the other plate tectonic. Right? They're tectonic plates, folks. One of them's here and one of them's here. And what happens is they have a shift, like right here. You know this. Everybody knows this. You got this little, and then you get this wave that's created. But this is the big wave. This is where all the momentum is down here. But you don't see or feel this. You don't see or feel any of that wave, really, until it gets to this point right here. And when it gets there, you have, and this would be considered if you'll give me a second here, hold on. Here we go. The shoreline, once the continental shelf has been met, and it already has, I'll put in one more line here for the continental shelf, which was right there. There it is. So here you got the tsunami, and this is the continental shelf right here, right there. And and we're gonna get rid of this line. We don't need that. There we go. And to be honest, all this should be moved over. But anyway, it's good enough. You understand. You'll get the idea. The momentum of the wave, when it reaches the continental shelf, which is right here. Yep. And we'll move this over here like this. There we are. And this is where we see this is where we see the wave energy from below reach the continental shelf line, and this is when the pressure can build and build up this massive, massive wave. This is the first out wave if you're surfing, folks. And it's already crashed and rolled onto this momentum. Now it's going to build another wave, okay? And it'll go up and it'll crash, okay? And then it'll keep moving further to shore and it'll just see wave after wave. Most likely. Now, I'm not guaranteeing you this is going to happen, but this is what I think is going to happen with this stock, because this is a very, very heavily weighted line moving at a very nice 45-degree angle. Okay? Is the bottom line. This is a nice 200-day moving average moving at a 45-degree angle. And this is a nice 50 and 45 red belly blueback right there moving at a nice 45-degree angle. And then you just got the manipulators trying to get it to stop and bounce right off this, get them some shares right off this rising 50 and rising 200. Because this is a tsunami, folks, and the wave is going to build, okay? Right here is the point where it all goes differently. This is the ocean floor, and this is going to be the wave size. And man, we're going to keep track of this wave. We're going to keep track of it. All right. What we're going to do right now, it should continue at this rate. If it stays on its current trajectory, it should stay at this rate. We'll see if it does. We'll see if it runs up here and then comes down to that line and then up again and then down to that line. And through the day, we'll see what it does. I believe it will, because this is a very nice 200-day moving and 50 and 45. I think it'll just keep bouncing off that projected line. We'll see if it maintains that path or not. We'll see. And but this is a good looking one. STI. I do like it here, but you never know what it's going to do for sure. There, I provide, you decide. STI. One other thing, we can take this out to a 3-year chart. Folks, this stock has been a lot more than where it is right now. Okay. All right. And please take note that this line right here, look where that goes back to. Huh. Okay. I want to put this in right here, right there. 17.20 a share, folks. 17.20 a share. That is your resistance level, and it's way beyond that. Way beyond that. Now, listen, the next resistance line for this 5-day average is going to be right here, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to add another line right there where you should sell a little of this if it gets there. And there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. You want to sell where this was a line of resistance to a drop, and this was line of resistance to the pop. This line, okay? When this 5-day average gets to this line, wherever the price is, you want to sell a little bit of it, okay? And don't let it get quite to it. Just start selling a little. Don't get greedy. You know, you don't have to sell 30.88. You can start selling it at 30.66 and they'll drop it down to 30.50. And then you'll, or 30.44, and then they'll take it up to 30.72 and you can sell it there and buy it back at 30.66. And then you can sell it at 30.80 and 30.82.83 and buy it back at 30.77, 30.72. And you can sell it at 30.92, 93, 94 and buy it back at 30.77, 30.88. Folks, through that range, you're going to be able to play it a lot. Okay. That's just my belief. Okay. And but here's the point I'm getting at. If this stock 5-day blue average breaks this line right here, it could then go all the way up to, and I'm off the screen. I got to go look here a little bit more to the left. So hold on. Because what I'm going to show you guys, this is called mirror trading. This is all mirror trading. This is just a 1 week. Let's go to the 20-day. Ah, uh-huh. Okay. The stock I'm looking at is STI. Now I want to look at this line right there. Well, folks, you can clearly see on this spike up here, look how it caught that line, and then there was the hitch and go. Caught a line of resistance right there, too. Then there's a line of resistance right there and right there. I mean, boy, they really try to fight that there hard. But if they can get over this line here, then she goes right on up and she hits this line right here, folks. Right there. And that's your line of resistance at 33.13, of course. I'm sure that's 33.13. All right. This is the stock STI. And I'm just telling you where you should be selling it when it runs back up. All right. Because in the same way a stock falls is the same way a stock will rise. All right. Now, let's go back to the 1 day. And when you find a line like this where they ran it down to here in the pre-market, don't you might wonder, is that the low of the day? Is that going to be it? And that price was at $23. $23. They actually had it down here probably 22.97. What was it? 22.92, 22.93 maybe. But anyway, the blue line, the 5 day stopped right there. And that price was 23.03. Okay. So 23 is the bottom. All right. And now you understand why that was the number where they stopped it. It makes perfect sense. Just because it was the number 23. Now let's go out to the 5 day. Yeah. This is the stock STI I'm looking at right now. STI. So why did they run it down this morning to this number right there? What was the relevance of that? Where did it get there before so many times before? So that number is at what is that price line at? 2306 right there. Oh shoot. Well, of course it's going to be 2308. That's true right there. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, look here. Look at the resistance on this line, 2308. Once right there, again right there. See that, Savannah? And look at him this morning holding that 2308 bottom line. The bid now is 2301 and the ask is 2360. Folks, there's a 60 cent bid gap difference here. 60 cent. It closed at 25.27. STI. Let's go see if we can find any news on it. Nope. There's nothing. There's no news that I can find. No news. This is called out by One Love. But we can look and see how many shares they have outstanding. Just for kicks and grins. STI. Be good to know. We're going to their statistics. Their average volume is 2.69 million shares a day. Their revenue, $98,000. Their operating cash flow is negative 2.34 million. Shares short 54,000. Shares short the prior month 242,000. So they must have lost a lot of money shorting this. Look at the last month. Let's look at the chart 1 month and see before we go any further. How it's done over the last month if they've been shorting it. Let's go look at that. 1 month. We got to come here and do it. Oh, yeah, they've lost their butt. They're down 392%. Well, that figures. That's why they've reduced their positions so much. Holy crap. Man. All right. I see what's going on there. Thank you for calling it out. STI. Year to date, up 256%, folks. Over the last year, up 641%. All right. But I do want to go back to statistics on STI and see how many shares they have outstanding. 8.5 million. Okay. Got it. And the float is 3.03 million. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look over here. All right, hold on a minute. Let's go. Waiting for data. Okay. I'm looking at SpaceX data here. Looking good, up another 8% today at SpaceX. So you guys help me out. I'm glad we're not trading SpaceX today. Oh, Atlee Yarrow. Well, I don't know. It's up very nice this morning, but I want to know uh, what's going on over here. Hold on a second. I am up 145 on XOS today, so it's on the move today. Now, in case you're joining me late, these are the stocks that have been called out today, and I've been taking a look at every one of them. But be careful about this VSME because we've seen them come up with shares that don't seem to exist. The stock only has 2.77 million outstanding, and somehow it traded 225 million, and it went from 549 down to a dollar something on just 200. I don't know how with all those when they only got 2 million shares, but XOS is looking good today. uh XOS, yeah, up 4% today. I'm not sure what's going on with Charles Schwab paper money today here. It doesn't seem to want to be working on all these stocks. And I do want to look at SMFG. And it just is not working, folks. Don't know what's going on. It says waiting for data. And hold on a moment here. Here we go. There we go. Now maybe that'll make a difference. Okay, now we got it loaded up. SMFG, folks. I really like the look of this stock right now. SMFG, and it does pay a dividend. I couldn't find any news on it, but I did like the look of it. Now STI getting hit right out of the gate, getting tromped on out of the gate. STI down 15%. I do not know what the news is. I could not find any news this morning. It was up. It was one of the biggest movers this morning in the pre-market, STI. But be careful. Next, we're going to look at HUN. HUN. Are you okay, honey? HUN. Dividend. They pay a dividend too. This company pays a dividend as well. Yeah, I like the look of that one. One Love. I like the look of that one a lot. TDIC. Reverse split this morning on TDIC, folks. They might be halted. Reverse split, TDIC, I heard today. Closed at 721, hit 505 yesterday afternoon. Looking for news on TDIC. Traffic halted, news pending. That was 3 days ago. Okay. Well, that's not catching my interest. COSM, called out by One Love, just hit the day's low right there. COSM down 5%. Don't know. Cosmos Health issues update on U.S. market entry of its 18 series I don't know what that means, nutraceutical program. It projects 22 million annual U.S. revenue, 17 million gross profit from 18 series nutraceutical platform at 75% margins. And now they're getting slammed out of the gate. So called out by One Love. Next, GPUS. GPUS. They got a Michigan data center expansion, but it all hinges on whether or not the data center is going to get voted on and approved to be allowed to exist here in Michigan or not. There's big objection to the data center coming in here in Michigan. And I understand the concern because I understand they can draw on the big electricity. They can draw a lot and they can cause blackouts or brownouts or whatever in areas. So anyway, um, just be careful with that one. GPUS. Next, FFAI. FFAI spiking right now out of the gate. Be very cautious about the fact that they could run it up themselves and then short the position and sell it all day long. They can do it. FFAI. They're going to be debuting a new robot. They're going to be debuting a new robot. That's what the news they announced this morning. FFAI debuting their new robot at a big robot convention type thing. That's when the move on FFAI. They're combining their robot technology with Sonic Sport. FFAI. Next, VSME. Ah, there it is, VSME. I warned people about this spiking high right out of the gate and then dropping all day long, which they did with it the other day. There's only 2 million shares of this stock, 2.77 million, but somehow it traded 220 million. Another mystery stock with shares that materialized out of nowhere traded 220 something million just a couple days ago. This is VSME, and I'm happy to show it to you here somewhere. Here it is. Yeah, it has two, only has 2.4 million shares outstanding, VSME. 2.77, I'm sorry, 2.77 million, but it traded 226 million shares. And listen, I'm warning you folks because, listen, they took this thing out of the gate. It opened at 370 a share, and they took it up to 538. And then somehow there were 225 million shares created to sell and sell and sell until the low was $1.97, and it barely recovered off the low to 205. 8 cents off the low, folks. They closed this. And the next day, they sold another bunch of fabricated shares and ran it down to $111. Folks, be careful. This thing is obviously being completely manipulated, and you can become a victim of it, a quick victim. Okay? Be aware of it. Okay? I'm here to warn all of you. This is what they did with this stock already. 370 to 538. The previous day, 150 was the high. And then it opened at 370. They took it up to 538. They shorted that position. And then they sold of the 2 million shares, 226 million all day, and just sold it over and over. And if you want to know how that's done, I'll show you right here on a piece of paper so you can see how it's done. So you've got one short, sell, and you've got another short seller and 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 another one and another one. Well, what you end up with is the reason that this volume gets to 200 226 million shares when there's only 2 million 2.77 million shares outstanding is because these shares start getting short sold from the very top price at 539. They short it, and this entity can sell it short to that entity. Okay, and they all do this, and this one short sells it to this short selling entity, who sells it to this one, who sells the next million shares to that one, who says the same million to that one, who short sells the same million to that one. And this $1 million seller just got the shares back that he shorted, but now the price has gone down 10 cents. Then he short sells it again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, and now it's gone 20 cents down. So he buys another short sell position on the same million shares and sells it to this one, who sells it to that one, who short sells it to this one. And that same million shares just keeps getting sold over and over and over again. Short sold, short sold, short sold, short to short to short to short, short to short, short to short, and they just all keep short selling it. And the next thing you know, the price has gone from $5.39 all the way down to $1.11, dollar low the next day. Dollar low. I mean, isn't that incredible? Uh, VSME, $5.38, folks, on the news. Whatever the news was that pushed it up. $5.38. Well, I'm just warning you about it, man. This thing can be completely, and you can see it very, very easily manipulated by someone with deep pockets that's controlling it in a big way. So be careful with VSME. It would be a 1 day in and out. And if you're going to look at it now on here, there it is. I'm going to go over to the trade, VSME, and I'm looking at a big consumption here, and they keep buying it now at 297.98, selling 312, 313. Okay. Uh, Now don't know what the capacity is they're going to have here at each of these levels, but they're certainly trying to keep it under $3 right here. VSME. And again, be very cautious because they've run this thing up big time, and then they've sold it in circles over and over and over. Someone has the capability to do it, and millions of times over, just over and over and over. So I showed you how it can be done, and I'd be cautious against this stock, folks. Next one is CTM. This one was called out by Jayhawk. CTM up 23%. Yep. And man, coming at it right out of the gate, CTM drops from 132 to 83 cents. This is where I'm going to trade. CTM, I'm going to buy right now, buy at market. And I just bought it at 8566. 8566. That's my first buy right there, 8566. And I'm not going to buy any more. That's just my weight in on CTM. You guys just give me a minute here. For those of you that are late to the show, these are all the stocks that have been called out today. All right. So I just bought one Jayhawk called out. They just won a $250 million contract with the U.S. Navy. And I'm going to buy right there. And this stock is 85 cents. FFAI. Looking now at FFAI. New robot debut by FFAI has them up 14% today. There they are out of the gate. Tiny bit of a pullback here. FFAI up 15% now. New robot debut coming out. Uh, I sort of like this number for a buy-in here. It broke over 33 and 34, so I'm going to trade a little bit of this. I'm going to buy 100 of this. And I'm looking at FFAI right here. I'm going to wait for a pullback on this. FFAI. And I want to look at the volume on this. Faraday. This one can move, folks. I've made money on this stock before. Average volume 35 million, now at 3 million. So it's already reached 10% of its volume. Yep, I like it here. Yep. Not really on the fly move right now, but it could be. Also, want to look here. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Folks, I'm looking at a stock here, CCHH. Um, the other evening, I just want you to know that I had really bought a lot of shares of this stock, CHCH, and I did it right. And had I been using my real account, I would have done very well, like I ended up doing on this stock, paper money. But the problem was when I used the paper money account and I was up 10 grand and 11 grand, it was in the after hours. And as you know, this is one of the thoughts about this platform in Charles Schwab Thinkorswim paper money. You cannot sell in the after hours or pre-market. You can't buy or sell in the after hours and pre-market with paper money. And this is a bad thing, obviously, for me because my paper money account was up 12 grand in the after hours, and I should have been able to sell right then. Just I'm praying. Oh, you know what? Reminds me. I want to know right now, and I want to start a uh, thing here. I want to know, did you sell CCHH with me when we got up into the after hours? And I want to know when it was. Let me see here exactly. We got to look at the 10-day chart. Yes, it was in the after hours, CCHH, and it ran up to $1.18. Okay. So I want to know, did you sell CCHH in the after hours with me on the 10th, which would have been last Wednesday? On Wednesday, did you sell CCHH in the after hours with me on Wednesday? That's what I want to know if you did that. So let's go over here because they had really, really crashed the price right at the end of the day, and I was down very much. And then all of a sudden, in the after hours, I was up 10 grand. So I want to know, did you sell right there? And I want to know if you actually held it and sold it. So let me start a question over here. Imagine if instead of getting in on the IPO of a single company, you. Okay, and we're going to start over here a chat question poll. Did you sell? All right. All right. That's what I don't know. Did you sell CCHH when we were up in the after hours last Wednesday? Okay, that's what I want to know. Start the poll. That's what I want to know. All right, let me get up here. I'm going to make sure I get everybody taken care of. We've got a lot of stocks on the move this morning that I haven't had a chance to even look at yet. Nisa Jane was the last one to call out QUCY. Thank you. Matthew, yes, a lot of volume on QUCY. Well, let's go look at it right now. Oh, I like it. It looks very good here. It looks extremely good, very strong. QUCY. I like it a lot. Trade. And I want to try to buy 100 at 183, 100 at 184, 100 at 185, 100 at 186. All right. Very cool. All right. Thank you for calling that out. QUCY. I see all the volume and I see the big tower right here. I'd really like to buy down here below it at 177. So I'm going to put an order there in 178 and 179. And knowing that they know where my DCA is now, they'll probably come underneath that. But I like this one a lot. It looks good. QUCY. Thank you for calling that out, Nisi Jane. I also want to look at CCHH. Okay. CCHH, ladies and gentlemen. I'm way in the hole on this. I lost a lot of money on this one, but I am going to trade it. I'm going to day trade it. So I'm going to day trade it right now. And right now I'm up $379 on it today. Okay. Now I'm not up on it. I'm not up on this since I got in. I'm down. I'm down a lot. I'm down since I opened the position. I'm down $6,000 on this stock. Okay, since I opened this position. But I know one thing: I'm going to sell it each day at its high, and I'm going to buy it back at its low, and I'm going to lower my dollar cost average. And my dollar cost average on this stock right now is around 59 cents. No, it isn't. I've already lowered it some. It's now 56.75. So I'm gonna show you on this stock how to lower it. CCHH. All right, CCHH, and this is on 56.75 dollar cost average. Okay. Well, now I can see that I'm up $864 on this today. And the stock I'm talking about is CCHH. So I'm going to sell uh, 400 shares right now. CCHH. Thank you very much. CCHH. Let's see if they want to buy any from me at 58. Where's the ask right now? 50990. And the stock that I'm talking about is CCHH. Here it is on the chart right now. And yes, it is approaching a line of resistance. If it can break over, it could go all the way to here, or at least to this point right there. It could go to there. All right. So if this blue 5-day breaks this line right now, it could go to here. And if it breaks that, it's going to possibly move all the way up to there because I'm using the history of the stock to tell you where the resistance should be. And I'm seeing very good buying coming in down here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the buyers coming in on this stock right now. Look at them coming in. Big time, no sellers at all. Just buyers, buyers, buyers right there. And look at those dinky little red candlesticks there. You can't even see the sells. Man, listen, there's not many shares of this stock out there, folks. I'm telling you, there's not many shares. I'll show you right over here how many shares there are. CCHH. Here they are. Shares outstanding, 30 million shares. The float is only 6 million shares, 6.65 million share float. And there she goes, folks. And she's looking good. She breaks this line. The blue should come all the way up to here. And when it gets there, I'm going to sell some more. This thing's already broken over this previous line right there. It's out of here. It's already gone over that point right there. And now it's breaking over this point. And this is CCHH. I provide, you decide. Here's the 180-day chart. CCHH. There's the 180-day chart. All right, and that's what it looks like. CCHH. Folks, to me, this whole thing has been completely fleeced out here with a whole crap load of herkin jerkin going on. Man, this stock could just on any news go right through this number all the way back up. And that's the reason it did in the first time it went through here without any hesitation. Because this was just all herked and jerked out, folks, just completely fleeced. I mean, when you do that to retail, it just gets everyone's retail hands out of it. They're all out of it. They just milked this thing, completely milked it dry. And there was no more on the teat right there. It ran out completely. Now they come it down here and bounce it off the 200-day and take it back up. This is the stock CCHH. There it is. There it is. CCHH. This is what it's doing right now. Consolidate, capitulate, converge. CCHH. And look, the 5-day just broke over this line of resistance, the 50-day. That's right. On the longest term chart here, folks, the 5-day just broke the 50-day. And look at all the volume coming in. That candlestick there is 4 hours, folks. And so this is 8 hours in a row of heavy volume coming in, more buying than selling. There's no doubt about it. It's no question about it. I'm just showing it to you. You can just, I provide, you decide. Here's the 5-day chart on it right now. There it is, the 5-day chart. And look at it. Look at it drop below that 50 and 45-day and then boing. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you, if this line now moves up here past this line, if it moves past this line, shorts are in trouble. Or if you're shorting this, okay, this is trouble. If it gets over that, then it's going to come up and break over this line next. If it breaks over that, then it's going to go that one, then that one, then that one, then that one. And the stock I'm talking about here, ladies and gentlemen, is CCHH. CCHH. It's actually red today. It's 1 penny in the red. Well, a half a penny. It's 1/10 of a penny in the red. Uh, CCHH. Will it keep going up? I don't know, but it looks pretty good right now. And yeah, I see on the 1-day chart, they're trying to use as little as they can to hold it in check, but that's not going to work because there's just slightly more buyers than there are sellers there. And over here, there are almost twice as many buyers as there are sellers right now as we speak. And these are both 15-minute candlesticks. If I come over here and I change this right now, and this stock, by the way, is CCHH. If I change this time frame instead of 15-minute candlesticks to just 1 minute, let's go see what that shows us. Uh-huh. Okay. There we go. 1 minute candlesticks here, folks. Take a look at them. This is CCHH. And you better look at that. That's a flat top green in the last minute, ladies and gentlemen. And you got a nice little pair right there. You got some Madonna right there going. Go. If you see that Madonna pattern, watch out. There she is. Ding, ding. Ring that bell, baby. That's the Madonna, and look at it flying, ladies and gentlemen. CCHH. Get yourself 2 shares of it. Trade. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to buy a little more. I'm going to buy 20 right now. And I just filled it at 50 and a half. Yeah. And now I'm going to put out a 400 share order at 51.13. And I'm going to sell 51.20 as well. Come and get it from me, boys and girls. I see they've bought here conveniently at 51 cents. 12,000's already been sold at 51. But at any rate, this is the stock CCHH. Here it is on the chart. It looks to me like she's getting ready to make a nice move off this little shoulder line here. Boy, that looks good to me. Come on, man. Let's see this 5-day just boing right up here now. CCHH. Very, very little selling effort against this as well. You look at that, just trying nothing here to try to sell against it, really. Just as little as possible, the smallest amount of volume as they can possibly use. CCHH. And I'm down on this 6 grand, so you bet I'm watching it. And you bet I got my eye on it. And it just went green. CCH8. He's using a paper trade account. That's right. On this account here, this is a paper trade over here. Over here, this is a real account. Over here, this is a paper trade account. I have 2 different accounts going here. But this one's paper trade that I have all the charts on and stuff because this is cool. And this is you can use the same software for regular trading as paper trade. It's the same software, folks. You can do exactly what I'm doing. If you're paper trading, you can do the real trading in the exact same way I'm doing this. You can duplicate it and you can do the same thing I'm doing. You can do exactly what I'm doing, and you can use paper trade as well. And if you want to get good at it first, which makes sense, you should use paper trading first. You should not use real money to start out until you learn the system and what's going on and how to read these charts and what they all tell you. I'm telling you right now, ladies and gentlemen, this here is a shoulder. This is building on this right now. And I really like seeing the 45 dark blue rising off of the 50-day red. I like this green here. I'm going to get over here and monitor. And today I'm up on RKTO. I'm up on CCHH. I'm up on SUNE. I'm up on QUCY. And as of today, right now, my positions, I'm up $577 on what I'm holding right now. And hopefully that will continue to be even more. And now you can see because CCHH is rising. Very nice. CCHH is rising. I'm starting to make a little more now because I've got a whole boatload of CCHH shares. Yep. I know. I don't know why they let you practice trading the stock. They won't let you trade without calling them. Oh, gosh. Well, hopefully they put an end to that practice. All right. All right. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to be getting rid of a lot of my shares here at 51.13. I want to sell there. I also want to sell 51.38. And the stock I'm trading right now is CCHH. And today, although I'm down on this stock, I'm now up today on it. I'm up $873. So my account is gaining here slowly but surely. And just give me a minute here to go to my charts again. And we're going to be looking up all these stocks that everyone has been calling out. And I want to see, yes, 17% of my viewers did sell CCHH when it skyrocketed in after hours last Wednesday. All right. And by the way, if I put up these questionnaires and you never even handled the stock, please don't put no. Okay. All right, just don't answer. If for these, when I call out a stock and say, "Did you sell it?" Don't. If you didn't buy it at all, then don't say no because that skews things. I want to know from the people that bought the stock, if you got in on the stock, if you were, did you sell it at that price? Okay, because that makes things different. I know, and I didn't clarify that, but I wanted to clarify that. Well, CCHH looking good today, ladies and gentlemen, and rising. And I'm going to keep pumping it and giving you the advice that I think it might be good to get a couple shares of it because that thing can skyrocket in no time, folks. And I'm seeing right now a lot more interest in buying this in bigger quantities than I am selling it in small little dinky amounts. Okay. And I like the fact that even though they're trying to sell against it, that 5 day, folks, it's nothing but rising. And so is the 10, and so is the 45, leaving the 50 here. And that green 200 looks good. And maybe they're finally out of the make believe shares, the fake ones. They've got fleeced all the fake out in the dark pool. Maybe they're all gone now, and the record's clear, and they actually only have 30 million shares now available. Who knows? Maybe they're just using 30 million. I don't know. And so let's go look right now at VSME. And I caution you against this stock, guys. Oh yeah, and here they come against it already. VSME. Oh yeah. Here comes the same tactic of selling shares that don't exist. Yep. Now, one thing's for sure. You bet your butt I'm going to watch a stock. I'm going to watch a stock. Hold on a second. Okay. I'm watching it. Okay. VSME. Now, just so you're aware of it, ladies and gentlemen, this stock has been very, very, very manipulated. Okay. Just so you're aware of this stock has been extremely heavily manipulated in the past already. And if you look at the 5 day chart, what you'll see is some massive, massive manipulation, ladies and gentlemen. We're talking huge manipulation. And I mean on a major scale, folks. You're talking about them being able to run up on 5 million, $5 price range. It hit 539 actually, and then, ladies and gentlemen, after hitting $5.39, they had accumulated all the shares, and there's only 2.77 million shares that exist, folks. But somehow from there, it sold 220 million shares. And this is what I'm warning you about, everybody, okay, with this VSME. You can see what they did already the other day. They ran that thing up and then they sold 220 million shares in a circle over and over and over and over and over and over and over. They just sold them, short selling, short selling, short selling. That's how they turn a stock that only has 2 million shares available for trading into a volume of 220 million shares. If you don't believe me, look down here. Here's VSME shares outstanding 2.77 million. and a 2.7 million float. There it is. Shares outstanding, 2.77 million, and a float of 2.7 million. Well, again, if you look historically, this is why you got to be careful, because look, they somehow had not just 2.77 million, but a few days back, last Wednesday, they had 226 million. This is what you have to be afraid of, folks. And the only reason and the only way, in my mind, that they can achieve this is by this method that I'm going to show you right now. This is what I think is happening. All right. I think that what they do is when they reach that high of $5.39 high, okay, when they reach this high of $5.39, then this short seller takes up a short position at 539 and sells short to this one. They can sell 1 million shares, $5 million, folks. Easy for them. Easy. 5 million, no problem. No problem at all. Short sell 5 million shares, or even if they just do 1 million, folks. If they short sell 1 million and then they short sell to this one, who short sells to this one, and that one, then you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. And that's 1 million shares that went from this hand to that, to that, to that, to that, to that, to that, to that. And there's another, that's 10 million shares that just traded. 10 million shares that just traded, even though they only have 2.77 million shares outstanding. Then this one short sells again to this one and that one and that one and that one. And it goes 10 more times around. 1 million shares. That is 20 million shares it's now achieved. And they short sell it again, and they short sell it again, and they short sell the same 1 million shares in a circle over and over and over. That's my assessment. Okay, that's how I believe they can turn a stock that only has 2.77 million shares. This is how I believe they can get that to happen, how they can get it to trade 220 million shares and keep the price just falling and falling and falling and falling, just falling and falling and falling. And that's how I think it's done. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right. So it looks like this CCHH is about to go on up here. Let's go over monitor. And I see right now I'm up on PBCB today. I'm up on RKTO. I am down a little on XOS. I'm down a fraction on TGHL, which I only have 80 shares of. I am up now on CCHH. I'm up on, yeah, what is this one here? QUCY. Hey, I'm up $13 on QUCY. Good call out there. Good call out, Nisi Jane. So I'm going to come in more on QUCY. And the volume is very good on that too. Oh yeah, that looks good. And I didn't get any of my shares. It looks like I did get a couple at 182, 183 one time, but they haven't been able to get it any lower. You know, usually once I buy in, they want to sit 2 cents below me and just hoard up shares. But I'm ready to get more of this. I'm ready to get more. I see it breaking over this line of resistance, and they look like they're full to the gill right here, 345,000 when all they could handle was 195 here. So I think they're about to pop this thing. So I'm going to be there for it when it bursts. And this is the stock QUCY, upon which I am now up $16, having bought it just about 30 minutes ago or less. QUCY. Now I'm going to get over here to charts. In case you're joining us late today, these are the stocks. These are the stocks that were called out this morning. And this one I actually added to my dividend list, the top one, called out by One Love today, SMFG. And I added that one to my dividend list. It's a great looking stock. It's an ETF, ladies and gentlemen, and it pays dividends, and it pays a nice dividend. So these are all the stocks that were called out today, ladies and gentlemen. TDIC today did a 1 for 25 reverse split. 1 for 25 reverse split. TDIC. All right, I just bought QUCY for $1.93. Nice. Well, they can't have very many shares left there, that's for sure. Not in my belief. Nope, I don't believe it. Uh, VSME, I've got my eye on that one. Thank you for calling that out. I definitely have my eye on it, but I'm going to be very careful, and I told you to be as well. CTM. I just bought 191. CTM still being held right on this line of low resistance. I mean, they've just been hounding this line and holding this line, holding this line, hold the line. Do, 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 do. Oh, by the way, I got my string put back on my guitar finally after a week. So we're gonna have the good guitar back. We might have to tune that string again. We'll have to tune it up. But we got this good guitar back. So that's good. Uh, okay. Well, CTM, I'm going to hold off on right now. That thing looks like it has got itself a move down. CTM, so holding off, and they really are being stubborn about this line with the CTM. They want to maintain it where they had it yesterday, or yesterday in the after hours. CTM, they're trying to hold it there in check. 21% up today, though. CTM called out earlier by Jayhawk. And I might I might do a little dabbling on that one. Yeah, I have already. It just isn't moving right now. Try it and lower my DCIA a little bit here. There we go. That helps lower my DCA now. All right. And that's CTM. Now I want to take a look at PAVS, called out by Bam Bam today. Stock is up 97%. Oh, yeah, that looks good right there. PAVS trade, buy market right there. How much is that? Yeah, I'll buy 100 of that. I really like that chart. I just saw that just there on PAVS, folks. PAVS. I'm trying to buy 41.33 now. PAVS. And I just bought QUCY at 188. Nice. But this is the one I'm buying now, ladies and gentlemen. PAVS. PAVS. Got the little double dip here this morning. PAVS. And that's the one I just picked up some shares of, PAVS. And oh yeah, I see a lot of selling going on here, a lot of selling against this. But man, oh man, I like the double dip. I like the double dip. Looks like a nice big old hairy one right there. And then here we go with a little gapper. And yep, yep, PAVS. And I'm coming in again on that one. And I just bought QUCY at 186. Yeah, try and break it down. I'm already up on PAVS. Nice. Oh, of course they're going to try to buy this stock below me. 2 cents below me, baby. My DCA is 188. And they're trying to hold a 187.01. We'll probably be selling this at $2.20 later today. QUCY. They got a license agreement with a project with light stuff for 22 million. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's more than that, but or I don't know the amount exactly for the licensing agreement, but they have a 22 million shares outstanding. Only 22 million shares outstanding. QUCY. Let's go see how many shares they've already traded. QUCY. How many shares have they already traded? 5.7 million. Okay. And this is QUCY. Now, one reason I'm picking up shares right here now is because this has been a resistance to the rise once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, trying to stop it from rising. So that's usually the bottom as well. Not always, but sometimes. So, yep, VSME. I told you guys, watch out for this one. They can really pull the rug out from under this. They can really slaughter this down. So be careful, folks. VSME. Yep. And they're playing this in a trench between 306 and 272. 306 and 272. That's the trench they're in. But it could go way lower than that, folks. It could go a lot lower than that. Well, I wonder when they're going to run out of shares here. I wonder when they're going to run out of capacity at 188, 189. Well, I believe they will. I believe they certainly will. QUCY. All right. We're going to go on over here to the chart. And that's, oh, nice. Look at that, folks. CCHH. And it has now broken over this line. And I told you if it did, it was going to go on up. And let's back this out now and look at this on a longer term chart, the 10-day. All right. Looking good, going good. CCHH. Now listen, when this 5-day gets up to this line, that price, wherever that is, when it gets there, we're going to sell this. When that 5-day gets to that line, we're going to sell some of this, folks. All right. So CCHH. I go over here to trade. Oh yeah, up today on this 1,500 on CCHH. CCHH. Nice. Woohoo! I need to make a lot back, folks. I'm down 4,600 on this stock, so I'm really got to make a lot back, but I'm going to sell these highs, folks. And we're looking at the chart, CCHH. And I know when that blue line gets to this red one right here, I'm going to sell a little bit more, right? Whatever the price is, no matter what the price is, I'm going to sell when that blue line gets there because I know that's already been a line of resistance, a big time line of resistance. So I'm going to sell when it gets up there. But it looks good now. It looks pretty good. CCHH for moving on up. I hope it continues. I just bought PAVS at 41.54 and 41.08. PAVS. And get back over here, chart. Lots of buyers coming in here, folks, now on CCHH, folks. You've got, in both instances here, over the last 30 minutes, last hour, this is a 30-minute candlestick, and there are twice as many buyers as there are sellers. And here, twice as many buyers as there are sellers on CCHH, just so you're aware of that. And, well, at any rate, ladies and gentlemen, this is a good looking day we're having here. Hopefully, we'll continue to make good money on it, on everything. And we are going to be selling a bunch of shares of this stock today at the high. And we hopefully will be making a bunch of money by day's end. Right now, I'm up on this stock 890 today, but I am down considerably since I bought the position. And when I start selling these, this is going to lower my dollar cost average. And I've already started selling some of it. And hopefully we'll continue to be able to get out of it even higher prices. My dollar cost average is 54 cents on this. 54 cents. 54 cents is my DCA. And get over here, take a look at this. Hold on a second. We're on CCH. Okay. All right. I hope you guys are having a good day today. 91 of us here, and the stock that I'm looking at is CCHH. And right now, I've been looking to move off of this stock and hopefully, not have as much of it. But I'm holding a lot of it right now, and it's really uh, had me down quite stock. And I'm just going to be selling it off here at this high of the day right now, and I'm going to move it over onto a runner here. That's what I intend to do. We'll see what happens with it, though. CCHH, no guarantees what's going to happen with it, but we are going to keep an eye on it. And also, we're looking at another one. Got several stocks that have been called out this morning. One of those two is GPUS. So we're going to take a look at GPUS. There it is. That looks very nice. And I think I'm going to get a little bit of that. Not a whole bunch. I never do buy a lot. And there's already been 1,000,009 up here. Let me look at this chart one more time. GPUS. Man, that looks strong, folks. Triple upside crossover on this right now. Triple upside crossover. Then they hammering it down right now to the 5-day. They're really pitching it down to the 5-day now. So I'm going to buy some of this. And yep, we'll pick up 200 of this. And I'm buying GPUS. Here we go. GPUS. Kim Daniel, AM in DGXX, and was about to get out. My scrambled eggs were about to burn. Turned for a second, right back down. I will go back up. I bought at below 8, not giving a penny back. Morning, all. All right. Mark Lucas, hello there. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Uh, had to reset my phone. You were talking super fast. LOL. Tomorrow I'm coming with the smoke for the market. No shorts. LOL. I got you. AHMA, Mike Larson. Okay. All right. So I got a little bit of GPUS. GPUS, I've got 200. All right. And I'm down a little on it now, 50 cents. So I'm going to buy a little bit more GPUS. And then I'm going to come over here and I'm going to be taking a look at. Yeah, I've been buying QUCY, AHMA. Oh, way down below. It's quite a bit below this big, big wall that's already bought up here. And a lot of times you see this where they try and get a whole big wall here, and then they come down and try and do the same thing here. They try to do the same thing, 197 to 201. So I do like the look of it when they try that double stuff. We're going to look at it now. AHMA. Yeah, that looks good. Yep, I like it. AHMA. What's the news on them? Nothing. It just says 12 communication service stocks that are moving in the Monday pre-market. That happens to be one of them. Let's go look at the volume on this. AHMA. $40 million, averages 4. Oh yeah. Let's go see how many shares are outstanding on this thing. 10 million shares traded. AHMA. 10 million shares outstanding. And the float is only 2.14 million. The shorts right now have 134,000 shares short, and the short prior month was 115. So they've been increasing their shorted positions. But there is no short position really. The short of the float is only 3%. Shares short is very, very few. Very few. Their revenue last year, quarter 20.23 million. 20.23 million. Their operating cash flow is 496,000. 496,000 in operating cash. We're going to go to the summary page. AHMA. No news today, no breaking news today that I can see. But interesting to see, they've traded 40 million and there's only supposed to be 10 million shares available. So let's see if they'll not run this crazy, cheating the shit out of it. And I'll buy it. AHMA. I just made my entry at 204. Now I'm going to try to buy 2 cents below me, 202, 201. I'm going to try for 197, 198, 199. I'm going to try for $2. And I'm going to try for 203. AHMA is the stock I'm buying, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm buying it because number one, there's a large number of people that think it's worth more than what I'm buying it for now. There are a large number who have already consumed a lot of it here. And I want you to be aware, ladies and gentlemen, that the way these candlesticks work is the dark area is what was sold on the bid to the bid. So these people were bidding this much. They weren't confrontational about the price. They were willing to throw out that much, that price. Over here was sold on the ask. So that's even more eager people wanting to buy it. So right here, you had all this number, almost a million shares went to hands of people that wanted it. They wanted it for that. They bid that amount. They bid this amount. They bid 221. Okay. From here to here, those bid 220. All bid 220, folks. Wanted to buy it there. We're eager to buy it at 220. So that's why I'm buying it down here now. That's why I'm coming in here. Because I know there was already a lot of other investors who've got their shares up here. And when the price runs down, they're incentivized to buy it here to lower their dollar cost average from up here down to this range. Okay. So that's why I'm buying here right now. And I could be wrong to do that. The stock is up 49%. And they might want to try to close it under $2 if there's options on this. But we'll see. Now we're going back to the charts. And this is the chart on AHMA. And that's why I just got through buying some of it. It really looks good. Okay? It really looks good, folks. AHMA. Now we're going to look at CCHH again. Oh, yeah. I like what I see, baby. Hey, look at this. Now, this 5-day has just crossed over this line of resistance, and it should go to here. It should go to here now. Okay, there should be nothing to stop it. The 5-day is broken over this line, and it should go to here. It should go to the 50-cent range. And when it is, the price will be up here somewhere. So this looks good for CCHH. And all we need to see here, ladies and gentlemen, is this volume keep coming in on it. If the volume keeps coming in, I think we'll be good. And you got buyers here. There's definitely buyers at this price, no doubt about it. And what I like about this too, this is a flat bottom candlestick here. And I think we're going to see this thing spike above. I think it's going to move, folks. I sure do. And this is CCHH. Now, I could be completely wrong, but boy, howdy. Man, I've seen this thing get manipulated big time over the last 10 days. Man, look at that thing, folks. Look at all that manipulation. Price was up to $1.83. $1.83. And now all they've been doing here, sitting here, just getting shares. And not running it down any lower than this price, coincidentally. Nothing lower than this line. Do you see that, right? I mean, they cannot get diddly squat below that line right there, folks. It's as simple as that. They cannot get below that line, period. And that price is 45 cents. And boy, have they tried once, twice, three, four, five, six, over and over trying that line. But finally, it runs out on them. And we're about to see a possibility of it breaking over this line and going so quickly right back up the same way it dropped right there, folks. I mean, that thing fell very rapidly from here to there. It fell rapidly. Man, it gets back up to this area right here, and you better watch out. I'm telling you, if this thing gets up to this price range, and that price is 50, well, it is there. It's there right now. Folks, watch out. Because this thing could go from right here, folks, 52.81. Man, it could shoot right up to here in just no time. In no time, folks, it could shoot from 52.81 right back up to what are these numbers? 53s. I'm just letting you know, and I could be wrong. They might drop it too. Who knows? But I'm telling you, it sure looks like it's been consolidated. And it sure looks like it's getting ready to make a move here, folks. 5-day just crossed over the 10-day average right there at the open, folks. CCHH. And you can see over here, folks. I mean, whoa, from this line, man, this thing makes a pretty sweet. That's a quick after hour drop, folks. After hour, low volume after hour drop. Man, it could go from here right back up in no time at this market open. This is an after hour drop from here at 50 cents down to there. It's after hours. Gets the volume on it, breaks up over the 10-day. CCHH, folks. CCHH. QUCY. Yep, I've already bought some this morning. What's it doing now? Ah, good. Oh, very good. Okay. All right. Nice. Oh, yeah, up $139 on that position now. Nice. Up 139 on QUCY. Well, very nice. And I've got 1,400 shares of it. I'm going to sell here right now at 202, 204, 205, 206, 207, and 208. QUCY. Hold on. Let's get over here. Uh, oh man, I gotta turn my light on here. There we go. All right. Let's see if this thing's gonna keep moving up here. QUCY. I'm gonna keep dropping my raising my buy orders here. And that was a good call out there, QUCY, Nisi Jane. Nice, thank you. Hopefully, we can make even a little bit more on it today. Um, yep, QUCY. It looks very, very good there, Nisi Jane. That's a good looking chart right there. We got ourselves a double crossover, the 5 and 10 crossing over the 50. What we need to see is this dark 45 move up over the red 50 as well, and then we'll have a red belly bottom, red back blue bottom. Yep. Well, that's what we got now. We need to have a red belly blue back, folks. Is what we need. And let's go see what we're up and down on here today. Um, I'm actually down a little on SIDU. I'm down a little on XOS, which I was up early this morning. I was up about $50 on that. STAK down a little bit on, but up nicely on CCHH and up nicely on QUCY and up on my AHMA. Nice. And up on SUNE. Yes. Oh, a nice gain on SUNE. Um, I think I want to. There we go. SUNE. Oh, yeah. I'm going to sell this here. I don't have that many shares, but I'm going to sell it here at the high. Definitely going to sell here. I don't expect this thing to roar over $3, and so I know they'll pull it back. And I only have 48 shares left, so we're going to go ahead and sell here. There it goes. And this is I just sold 302, and we're going to get over $3 here. And I don't expect it to stay over 3. SUNE, folks. Just broke over $3, and we're going to sell here now 20 at 304, 20 at 306, and 307. And we're going to sell. There we go. And we're going to sell here 308. We'll give them the 308 here at 308 here. There we go. So we're going to go 8 shares at 304, 20 at 306, 20 at 308, and I'll be out. And we're just going to do 20 at 307 and 8. And that's the stock SUNE. And we're looking at the stock here, QUCY right now. QUCY, let's look at it, the 1-day chart. Okay, looks like another little pullback place to pick some up. They're not going to even hit the friggin' 50 this time, so I'm buying right now QUCY. And I'm going to buy here 60 shares at 195, 60 at 196, 60 at 197. And I'm raising my dollar cost average by doing this. I really shouldn't do that, but I'm going to do it because I think this thing's going to go quite a bit higher. And this is on QUCY. And my dollar cost average on this is 188 a share. I have 1,400 shares of it. Using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim platform here, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm trading QUCY. When you look at my charts, the way I have this set up, the green line is my 200-day moving average. The red line is a 50-day. The dark blue line is a 45-day. The orange line is a 10-day, and the light blue line is a 5-day moving average line. And here it goes right now, folks. This looks very good. Very good right there. Yep. And I just bought there. I'm going to buy again 60 shares at 197. And I just raised my dollar cost average up a penny to 189. But I do believe this is going higher, so I'm going to go ahead and keep the pressure on. And I'm going to raise my dollar cost average again by buying here. It really looks good, though. QUCY, folks. QUCY. And then we're going to look over here. One that was called out this morning by several people, VSME. Now, I don't suggest you buy this. Oh no, yep, I knew it, man. It's the same thing they did to this a couple days ago. Man, last week they had it up to $5.39, and then there's only supposed to be 2.277 million shares. 2.77 million shares, and they traded 220 million shares. Ran the price from 539 all the way down to yesterday's low was like $1.08. So they manipulated the crap out of this with fake shares. 200 million fake shares somehow traded on this stock, VSME. Here you can see it on the 5-day. The price was all the way up here. There you go. All the way up there, 657 a share. And then somehow the stock traded with only 2 million shares outstanding, 2.77 million shares outstanding. Somehow it traded 220 plus million shares. And all they did was sell the shares over and over, short selling them in a circle. The same million shares just sold over and over and over and over. And I just bought QUCY at $1.96. I want to thank you, whoever's doing that. QUCY. And they certainly have been filling their coffers of this stock. They've just been filling up their truckload, filling it up, folks. And I just bought AMHA. Uh, yeah, good morning, everybody. Hello, Gary Inwards. Woo! Ahem. Yee. Gary Edwards splashing in the tank. CPUR. Thank you. Well, I'm watching this AMHA, man, and they're trying to take it below the 50-day right now, but it's got a nice looking head on it there. That looks like a crooked gate if I ever did see one, folks. So I like the way that looks to me right there. I'm going to call it out as I see it right there. AMHA. Up 66% right now, though. I don't like that number, to be honest with you. Up 66%. Seems like they're trying to hold it there. So be careful with that with the AMHA. Can't guarantee anything. Watch it close. AMHA, Mike. I don't know what to tell you. It looks like a crocky gator, though. We'll see what happens after the lunchtime low. AMHA. I'm going to hold off on that one. AHMA. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Which is it? AMHA or AHMA? Which one is it? AHMA. AHMA. Well, I got the wrong stock then. AHMA. Sorry. AHMA. Okay, that looks a little more interesting. 540 a share, 3 or 4 days back. Yeesh. Well, somebody's trying to yank it down, but I see a little candlestick on the bottom of that, a little bit of a wick on the bottom of that candlestick right there. I like it. AHMA trade. And I'm coming in right here at $2 and 201. I like that I'm coming in below a big wall of shares up here that I've already bought at 220 to 225. So I like that. That's what I like. Now all I want to see is what the lunchtime low is going to be. And of course, now that they know my dollar cost average is 202, they're going to try to buy and accumulate below me, 2 cents below me. Or at least on my dollar cost average. And this is AHMA. There it is right there. It looks very good. The chart looks perfect. That's what I'm looking for. I just got a bunch of shares at 195 and 197. Nice. Just lowered my DCA all the way down to $2. Oh, nice. Woo-hoo! There she goes. AHMA. Man, they came down there and stole those shares of those orders I had down there, and now look at them run it up. Nice. Very nice catch right there. Well, that one, we landed that in the boat, a nice little one there. Woo! Nice. Nice little score right there on AHMA, everyone. Congratulations. Now we're just going to sell at my sheet numbers here. I got 780 shares. I'm going to get out at 211, 213, 215, 217, 219, and 220. Oh, yeah. We're going to sell those right here. And it could spike up to there in just no time. But very nice to pick up those low shares just then on AHMA. Nice. Well, CCHH. CCHH, folks. You can see right here on CCHH, I'm currently down since I opened it 574.93. CCHH. Oh, good. DTREF making a nice 21% pop. RLMLF up strong on the ASX last night, 10% at one point, closed up 6% on record tungsten prices. All right. I just sold AHMA at 217 and 220, 219. Woohoo! Nice. Now let's try and sell 225, 229, 230. I'm up 140 bucks on this position right now. AHMA. Good call, Mike Larson. Nice call out. And it looked really good on the chart. And that's why I decided right then, I just jumped over. You saw, I just said, this is what I'm coming in on right now. AHMA. And yes, I'm using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim paper money account right here, just showing you how to use it, folks. You don't have to use paper money. You can use real money doing the same thing. You can just duplicate what I'm doing. If you feel like I know what I'm doing, if it looks like I know what I'm doing, you can just duplicate it, folks, with your real money account on Charles Schwab, Thinkorswim. And I do have a real account that I trade with every day over here on my left, on my computer to my left. But right now, I'm just trading paper money so you can see how I do it, see how I load these buy orders in, and see how I make money. And it's not for everyone. It's not for everyone, you know, but no one's being confined here against their will. That's for sure. No one is being told you have to stay here and listen to me. Nope. You just watch me catch every little breather, every little pullback. And that's what I'm doing right now. Catching the drawback, catching the pull down, catching the breather. Well, I told you it was a good idea to buy down here well below all this big mountainous uh, accumulation here, because I told you all those people that already bought up there, they want to get it back up there. So they're incentivized to buy these lows. And right now, they're letting me get some nice buybacks, 60 shares at a time. Nice. Well, that's all I could get. They bring it down to 213 again. Very nice. And, they're trading it in a 13-cent range. They're going to run it back up now, 13 cents back up to 225 now. They've created a big gap from here to here. They know the gap is there. They know there's a gap there. There's a gap there. So they're just going to let me keep buying here at 213. In a little bit, they'll let it go lackadaisically back up to here, just like nobody's business. And I'll sell these shares again up here again in just a jiffy pop. You'll see. Because now there's just a big old fat gap from right here up to there. There's a fat gap there. Nice. Well, I do love the way manipulators try to manipulate the market, though. And we are now seeing an effort to hold at my dollar cost average, which is now 207. And of course, they'll come 2 cents below that to 205. You know that's in the cards. So we'll see them now come after 205. 205 is the number they want. Oh, come on down here and get your shares below me. Come on. But I guess it was just 208 they wanted Savannah, and they're done with that now, too. So now they're just going to scarf around at 209 for a little and waller around in that for a little bit, and then they'll be on their way. Yep. Wallering in the 209. Feeling fine in the 209. Just a bunch of swine. All right, let's go get over here and see our CCHH now. What's it doing? Well, I tell you, man, they got that thing frosty frozen right there where the price is now. Yep, got me another AHMA at 208. And right now, my profit today, after looking over all the positions I'm holding, I'm up $740.52 today, right now. And I can only presume that if I'm up on RKTO, that you guys that own that are up on that. Uh, I'm up on CCHH, and those of you that are up on that are up on that. I'm up on AHMA, and I'm up on QUCY, up 130 on QUCY, up 70 on SUNE, which I'm still trying to sell, SUNE. SUNE. This is the chart for SUNE right now. And I'm up $70 right now on SUNE. $70 profit on it today. And I only have 48 shares remaining. And interestingly enough, I was just selling right here. And look at my orders at 305, 307, 308. And they've dropped the price back down now to 270 after I was just trying to sell up there. You like that? The price was at $3, folks, and I was trying to sell 303, 304, 306, 7, and 8. And they ran it down from there all the way to 270. So I'm going to buy it here at 270 then. Because they've run it down freaking 35 cents, folks, in literally 10 minutes' time. So let's see if I can raise my dollar cost average from 246 now, buying it here. See, I just raised my dollar cost average from 246 to 261 right there with one buy. Well, I know to buy the 272 from the $3.03, folks. I'm no idiot, okay? That this is one of the numbers on my buy sell sheet, 70, 71, 72, 73. So, especially if I just sold over $3. Oh yeah, I know to buy here. See right here, buy sell sheet says up at the top there, sell just over the dollar range, 105, 106, 107, 108, and buy back at 78, 82. Well, 78, heck, we're at 72 now, so boom. There it is. I just bought it, 72 cents. I'm going to buy it again. And I'm going to raise my dollar cost average even more to 267 now. And the stock I'm accumulating now is SUNE. Just could have sold it over $3. Now buy it back 272. It's masterful manipulation, and I'm taking advantage of it. Because I know market makers love to buy that number, 272. And I'm going to stop buying it right now. I'm going to try and see if they can get 2 cents below me at lunchtime, 266, maybe even 260. Maybe even some 255s are in store for the lunchtime low, so I'll hold off for buying any more right now. I'm sitting on 348 shares. SUNE. Man, look at them try to attack it down. But I tell you what, That 45-day average right there is rising nicely off that 50-day, and the 200 is rising as well. So let them just keep doing that, and this will just play out like it should. Trade soon. Buy at market. Just picked up a 271, and I just got 270. Oh, yeah, they're going to go for me. They're going to go for that dollar cost average I've got, 266, 267. Yep, they're on my DCA right now, 269. But interestingly enough, as you can see, since I opened the position, I'm only up 60 cents, but because I've been day trading it, right now I'm up 60 bucks. See, because I've been day trading it. I've been selling the highs around the threes, and I'm buying back at the 269. I love it. It's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I'd love to buy a 266 here as well, and 265. I'm waiting on them to do that. Come on down to Catfish Town. All right, what next? What are we looking at now? You don't hear it, but your treacherous trader mind does. Cat runs theta waves in all these casts, subliminal, liminal catfish calls. That's what I hear anyway. Got it. You say it, subliminal catfish. I hear it every day. Come back to the catfish. Come back tomorrow. There's DTREF making a nice 21% pop. DTREF. All right. CCHH. Still down on it, ladies and gentlemen, quite a bit, but I am going to be moving that money around. I'm looking for the big runners today. I'm looking for the ones that are going to run and gun. I want to look now at SMFG. Boy, they're really scrunching that one there, One Love. SMFG that you called out this morning. They're really condensing that. Man, they've got that thing consolidated completely right on that rising 50 and 45. Let's look at the 1 day chart. Man, SMFG, ladies and gentlemen, had spiked up to $25, 25.07. I don't know, it might be an entry point. Right there could be your spot right there to nibble on it. SMFG. I've added it to my stocks for dividends today. It's been added to my dividends list. This stock has done extremely well over the last year, folks. It's done extremely well, and it pays a dividend. It was called out this morning by One Love, and I added it to my dividend sheet. It will soon be in my dividend portfolio. SMFG. And I like it here. All right, next. TDIC. Has it started to recover off of its announcement of the reverse split? Oh, well, there's a pair of Madonnas right there. Boom, boom. TDIC. Look, they're trying to converge this, folks. They want it all to come together. They want this 50, 45, 200, 45, and 10 day TDIC, 591 bid, $6 ask. And I just bought some SUNE at 267. TDIC, ladies and gentlemen, someone said they did a reverse split today. And why are they up 3.6% if they did a reverse split? Ugh. Dreamland Ltd. Trading was halted on the 12th, 7:50 p.m. Trading halt. Halt, news pending. And then never any news came out. That's kind of weird. TDIC, ladies and gentlemen, there it is. Trading halted 7:50 p.m. Trading halt, news pending. Well, where's the news? Why would it be halted and then not have any news come out after that? That seems sort of weird. Huh. Well, TDIC, folks. It's up 3.6% today. Let's look at the 5 day chart. Man, they must have announced a reverse split a week ago. They must have done the reverse split here when the price was up around $16. All right. AHMA is now dropping since I just bought it. I see. SUNE, I'm up 22 on the day. QUCY, I'm up 126 on today. And GLBS, which I've decided to hold on to. GLBS, let's go look at that on the chart. GLBS. Oh man, GLBS. Wow. Woo, man. GLBS. Let's just pick up some of this. 266. Oh, yes, for sure. And 267. Dang straight. GLBS. Thank you. And my dollar cost average is $2.54 on this GLBS. And that chart looks really good, folks. GLBS. I got to tell you, that thing looks really good right there. GLBS. I see some selling against it. They're trying to sell against this right now. They've definitely been throwing out some flares. They've tried to sell against it there, sell against it there, sell against it there. But buyers are coming in and big time buyers over sellers now. GLBS. I'll try to buy it again at 267. I really don't want to raise my dollar cost average up from 254, but then again, I've only got 80 shares of this thing, so I think I'm going to get some more of this with that chart looking as good as it looks right now. That's for sure. GLBS. I want to thank you all who've been calling these stocks out today. I appreciate it very much. I try to get everybody's call outs and make sure we look them all over. Aaron Grubworm. We're trying to look over all these stocks and determine which ones are the ones to get in. And so we're going one stock at a time. Yes, a lot of volume on QUCY. CAST up 589%. Wow, CAST. Wow, one love. Dang, CAST. All right, let's take a look at CAST now. Hold on. Yep. Looks like it might get ready to bounce right off this 45 and 50 day here. Looks very probable. But they're coming at it, man. They're still trying to knock it down. They want to pinch it down to that. You can see these last few candlesticks, heavy red selling versus buyers. Heavy red. Not real heavy red, but there's red there. There's small red candlesticks. They're coming at it. And they're trying to get it to just consolidate on the 50 day here. CAST up 168% now. It went from 500 something percent, 169% up. Wow. I don't know if I want to get in on that or not. But boy, howdy, there sure has been a whole lot of buying going on up over this price. A lot of buying starting out as high as 483. And boy, did they hoard it up at 460 and 447, 440, hoarded it at 420, hoarding it at 412. This looks like the limit low. And yeah, I'm going to buy this now. We're near lunchtime low, and I'm trying to buy 513 CAST, and I got 415, and now I'm going to try to buy 413 and 414 as well. And just look at all the shares that have been hoarded up, and at the lowest price of the day, 389, they only had 20,000 shares. 20,000 shares is all they had. Well, this thing just took off, folks. I got it at the right time right there. Looks good. This is CAST. It looks good. CAST. The stock is now up 169%, now up 170. And all I'm trying to do is keep buying where they've been buying right here. Just keep, they want this filled out. They want this 1.2 million. They want it to 1.6. And holy crap, this thing just took off, folks. CAST. Great call out there. Wow. One love. Nice. Come on back down to me now. Let's come down to my DCA 414. Shit, she's out of here. Now I'm going to come up to 420, 422. Yep. 424, 425. And it should go right on up, man. It should go right through this region fairly easily without much resistance right here. It should go right on up here. And the stock I'm trading here, ladies and gentlemen, is CAST. CAST. Waiting on them to pull it back down now to 423 a share from 430 to 423. There we go. I just got 425, 426. There we go. Right back down to my dollar cost average. And now I've got some reasonable shares. Now I have 480 shares. There we go. Good. Those are good buys there. So they should come down to 416 now. They should try to come down to 416 here because they've only got 1.2 million there. And down here at 411, they've only got 1.3. So I think they're going to try for both those numbers, 411, where they've only got 1.3 million, and 416, where they've only got 1.289 million. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see them try that now. And of course, 2 cents below me, 420. Yep, there we go. 2 cents below me, folks. And there it is. And I just sold QUCY at 204, so QUCY is taking off. QUCY is taking off. There it goes. QUCY. QUCY. Great call out this morning on this stock. QUCY. Very good. Nisi Jane. Nice one. Thank you for calling that out. Oh, yeah. And I got my orders in here to sell. Oh, yeah. I'm ready to sell here. Let them have them, folks. Let them have 60 at a time here. Just let them have them. There you go. I just sold 204. I've got 1,400 shares of this, and I'm now up on this QUCY up $243. If you're trading with me with real money, congratulations on QUCY profits you're making today. And don't forget from whence it came, because it would be a shame if you did. Don't forget about who is leading you to these stocks and helping you determine where to get in and when to get out. And that would be moi, everybody. So your gifts are greatly appreciated. And of course, I try to pay you back with prizes. I've still got several that need to be sent out right now. I'm so far behind on sending out prizes, and I apologize, you guys, but they're coming. You're going to get every one of you who's been promised one. You're going to get it. Trust me. I will not fail. All right. And in the meantime, you're just going to keep making a lot of money with me here on this channel, hopefully, and we'll keep prospering. And I'm selling right here QUCY at numbers that I would recommend you sell some to. I just sold 204. QUCY up 243 on this position today. And I believe we'll sell some at 211 and 213. We'll try 214 in case momentum carries it over a little bit. And that's what I'm selling there. Now we're going to the charts. This is what QUCY looks like right now, and it's in the throes of a triple upside crossover with the current price crossing the 200-day green line. The orange 10-day is crossed, and now the 50 is crossing. It's a triple upside crossover on the 1-day chart. And actually, this is on a bigger chart. This is on the 5-day. There's your 1-day chart. QUCY. I just sold it at 205 and 204. And you'd be wise to sell there too, ladies and gentlemen, because your buyback is going to be at 197. Wouldn't doubt to see that at all. And right now, I'm up $215 on this position here today. All right. Hit me in 88. Good morning, Mr. Catfish. Good morning. Yep. He gets down lower and puts his big gumbo suction lips to the bottom of the glass tank and begins to human and whisper the sweet nothings of the catch. Hey, yes. Thoughts on SpaceX IPO? Very pleased and seeing what it's done. And I just bought Cast at 416. I just bought Cast at 411. Yeah, I just bought Cast at 411. Oh yeah, look at that. I got it at 411, folks. Those little market manipulating bastards. Look at them trying to buy below my DCA now. Lunchtime low, baby, right here. 408, 410, 411, 412. Well, I told you they'd come back down here to 413 because they only had 1.8 million shares there. And here they only had 1.4 and 1.3. So I told you this was coming. They wanted to get more shares here at these numbers. And sure enough, they bought it down to 409, where they've only got 1.3. Now they got 1.45. They're trying to fill out 411 here. They're trying to get that to 1.7 or 1.9 at 411 right now. But unfortunately, they can't acquire that number. They can't achieve it. My DCA is dropping as they give me the chance to buy some 413s and 414s. And there she goes, ladies and gentlemen. She's off to the races. They just dropped it down below my DCA there, right at 1130. Nicely done. And now they're just trying to accumulate, as you can see, as always, 2 cents below me, 2 and 3 cents below me. I just got a 414. I'm just sitting here waiting to get a 413 now and hopefully drop my DCA a little bit more. There we go. Got it. 412. Nice. Nice. There you go. Very good. Very, very good. And well, they've already got printable numbers at all this down here. They got 1,000,003, 1,000,004, 1,000,007. So they've already got their printable numbers down here. I don't know why they're even trying anymore. But I'll buy there. Yep. Yep. 1,788,000 there. And here comes the one they're trying to get right over here. They've only got 1,000,004 here at 411. 1,000,004 is all they've got. And at the favorite number of theirs, 408, they don't even have a printable number at 408. So I expect them to come for that for sure. Yep, they want that 408 to be printable. And the 407. They want them both printable, believe me. There we go. That's perfect. They're waiting to get 408 printed. They're trying to print the 408 right now, ladies and gentlemen, is what they're trying to do. They're trying to get a number that's respectful here and print it at 408. They will get it, folks. I promise you. They'll do it at lunchtime low for sure, or right now even. But they're definitely trying to get that number to print right here, 408. That's what they want, 408. But honestly, I don't even know why they're trying. It looks to me like they just dumped a bunch at 411, and then all the buyers started coming in there at 411. It doesn't look doable to get the 408. I don't see it, so I guess they're done with that. And there she goes, folks. Right on back up. Now sitting 2 cents below my dollar cost average. And I've got 1,800 shares of this stock, CAST. And there she goes. We're going green right now. Very nice. And they cannot get under my DCA anymore. It doesn't look like it anyway. Maybe one more buy there at 414 and then they're done. And let's try and buy 415 our DCA again. Get just a few more shares here so we'll make more as it runs. And here he goes, ladies and gentlemen. All these numbers are completely oversold. Everything here is oversold. It's going to go up next to right here, $4.25. Mark my words, its price is going to go all the way up to 425 within 10 minutes or less. All right, that's my call on this stock. CAST. We're going to be at $4.25 in less than 10 minutes, maybe even less than 5 at 425. You just watch and you'll observe and you'll see it happen because all this is oversold. Everything. They've already printed all these numbers. They've only got 2 million capacity here at 414. They've only got 2 million capacity at my DCA. 2 million is all they got. Down here, they couldn't come close to 2 million, even at the low of the day. You know how many shares they had at the low of the day? They couldn't get 388, folks. That shows you one thing, how weak they are. Could not even get 388 today for a low on this stock, showing how weak they are. And then at 389, they only had 20,231 shares. That was it. Now I'm just glad they're letting me buy these shares here now at 411 so I can get my DCA down. And that's nice of them to give me one more chance to bring it on down a little bit more. And the stock we're on here, ladies and gentlemen, is CAST. CAST. Free Cast, it's called. And this morning, Free Cast rally extends after DirecTV deal sparks fresh investor interest. So they got a deal with DirecTV, Freecast. Got a deal with DirecTV, apparently. I haven't looked into the details of it. But I can tell you one thing. If I can buy a stock at 412 after it's already been all the way up to what was the price? In the fives. Where was it? 495. 495. And if I can buy it at 412, I'm going to. Especially if that price happens to be at the bottom of a massive number of shares of bought above me already. Oh, yeah, I'm going to accumulate down here. Let me have them, man. Let me have these shares down at the bottom of this massive, massive wall. Well, she's gone, folks. That is it. 411, 410. How long can it sit here? Well, that's about this long, folks. They've already got 2 million here, 2 million here, 2 million, 2 million, 2 million, almost 2, almost 2, almost 2, almost 2. This thing's going up, folks. This thing is going to rise. That's my call. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. It's up 165%, so it could certainly have room to still drop. But boy, I tell you what, this looks like a lot of confidence to buy in these numbers right here. A lot of confidence bought in there. And here we are at the bottom of the wall, the bottom of the well. And I now have 2,400 shares of this stock. And all I'm doing is waiting for it to launch. Oh, yeah. Coming after 413. Trying to buy 413 now, where they've already gotten 1,958,000. And there she goes, folks. She's going green. And the stock I've been buying is CAST. And she is out of here. They cannot hold it below my dollar cost average anymore. They've run out at 1144. They've run out at 1144. And you can see my gain now. I'm up $53, now up 89. And the stock I'm on here is CAST, now up 101. I got 2,400 shares of it. That's right. CAST, ladies and gentlemen, is the stock I'm on. And boy, did you see them try to load up around my DCA and just under me there? How hard they tried that? Man, oh man, did they try so hard. Hold it there on my DCA. Well, I already told you where it's going up to next. $4.25 is where it's headed. 425 is where we're going to be. And I said within 10 minutes, and I believe we're about to see that. We got about 3 minutes left, and my time is up. 425. I'm gonna set my timer right now. We got about 3 minutes left. And when this timer goes off, we're gonna be at 425 a share. Or we'll be there even less than that time. Okay. You look at a minute, KY flag coming in at 41893. KY concession flag 41893. Begging for the KY at 41893. Oh, they fly it so proudly, they do. So proudly they fly it for me and for you. They wave the flag proudly and loudly proclaim. Oh, yeah. Well, it's time to load the boat, baby. And that's what I'm doing here. And I see right below their new KY flag is 416.99. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And that KY flag has now come to a quick and abrupt end. CAST, here's the stock, here's the chart. CAST. By the way, QUCY looks like another good possible snag here during the lunchtime low. Here's CAST. There it is. CAST, folks. Nice little 1, 2, 3 bottom there, then a double bottom there. Nice. CAST. Who's bringing so hard against this stock, trying to run it out? CAST. But folks, I'm telling you, man, there's buyers coming in right here on that double. Yep. Right there on that little tot and then a sack. We got a tot sack right there, folks. A tot sack. Yep. Got a perky tot and a nice smooth sack. And then there she goes, right off their back. So look at it rise, folks. Look at it go. Look at that mother sucker blow. Oh, yeah. Look at that thing going, folks. Flat top green. Cast. Whoa! Cha-ching! Cast. Are you kidding me? I'm going to sell 420 and make $100 on this thing. I got 60 shares. I'm going to start out at 420. I'm going to sell 422. Oh boy, I told you it would be up here to 426 within just 3 minutes, and she's starting to make her move right now, folks. She's starting to go. At least my bell went off at what time she started moving. You can see that. Oh yeah. Stock here is CAST. Boy, howdy, look at how they tried to stop that when they saw that thing about to break back up over that freaking 50-day after that little tot and the satchel. Look at them trying to suppress that here below the 50 and 45. I just bought another 413. Thank you. That was nice. Oh, I'm trying here right underneath this underneath my DCA. Can you believe that they just wanted to take it below me 2 cents? And now they're 1 cent below me? Well, my goodness, 1 cent below Catfish's DCA. Where, by the way, today the most shares have been bought. Well, one of the most, 2,134,000 shares have been bought now, 1 penny below me. 2,102,000. They're trying to make it the most of any number. And this is on the stock CAST. CAST. As they try to get a chance to buy it 1 cent below me at 414. And I guess it's all over, folks. All over but the crying. She's going to start jumping now. Yep. Right on up over the 416.99. Here we go. Right over the KY flag of flying. 416.99 is where they're flying it right now. There it goes. It's gone. Now watch it run up here and go to $4.25. 425, folks. Watch it go. Should be nothing to stop it. 425. Right on up, baby. There she goes. And by the way, look up here. The fake shares they've got is at 432. So they actually think the price is going to go up to 432. The 2,000 fake shares there. And here it comes on up to the 425. I told you. I told you so. Right on up, like I said she would be. Right on up to 425 now. And I'm going to sell right here first at 420. I guarantee you I will. Yep. And I'm up 150 on this position right now. Up 122 on this position now. Well, here we come up to we're 8 minutes away from the lunchtime low. And here we go, coming up to 420. My first shares unloaded at 420. I'm going to unload right now. Oh, I can't believe they're putting the KY flag now over my dollar cost average. They're actually over my DCA. And I just bought QUCY at $1.98 and $1.97. Good, good, good. All right, let's run this on up here and sell. Going to sell it now at 420 coming our way. Oh, they just raised the 2,000 shares up to 432 now. Nope. That's right. That's where it was before. So they still haven't something. Someone's raising their sell prices though. All right. Just so we're aware of this, ladies and gentlemen, if you're trading this stock with me right now and you have a bunch of sell orders in here now at 419, 420, 421, let's take them out right now. Okay. Let's take these orders away so we don't create a wall there. So everybody take your sell orders away. If you had them where I had mine, just take them away and we'll let it run right on up and it'll run right on past those numbers most likely if we don't create a wall there. So take out your sell orders if you had any just there with me. And now all we're going to do is I'm going to get to pick up these little cheap shares here at 412, 413 for the lunchtime low, just 2 cents below me. Now we're going to go 414. Thank you very much. And there she goes right up over my DCA now. And will they throw in a KY half below me? You bet they will. Yes, they will. All right, here she goes, folks. There's your flag at 417.01. 417.01. And the stock I'm on is CAST. CCHH. Well, I'm still up 460 on this one today. And today, overall, I'm up $561, 569 now. But hey, XOS is starting to recover. And I'm up nicely on AHMA. And I'm up on CAST. I'm up on SUNE today. I am up on GLBS. I am up on QUCY. Very nice. And now up $616 trading today on this paper trade account, paper money. And this is the chart CAST right now. CAST. And I just picked it up at 413. Thank you, market makers. It's still up 166%. How do you like that? 413 a share, up 166%. You don't think the market makers love that? And by the way, this is CCHH, which I'm up 460 on. And as you know, I just got through selling it when it was right up there at the very tippy top. You saw me selling it when it was there. I told you when it broke over this line of resistance, I was going to start selling it when it broke that line. CCHH. And now kissing the ET coming up here just before lunch. Kissing the ET. That's what I call this formation. I mean, after this, man, you can phone home, baby, because that thing's out of here. Kiss the ET goodbye. CCHH. And now we're going to come down here to, in case you're joining me late, these are the stocks that were shouted out this morning. I'm going to show them to you now. These are all the stocks that were shouted out this morning. Now, somebody said that TDIC did a 1 for 25 reverse split, and they did a 1 for 5 reverse split just 2 months ago. So I don't know if that's true or not, but TDIC is supposed to have had a reverse. I couldn't find any news about that at all. But these are the other stocks that we've been looked at. We're looking at. I'm going to look at GPUS now. All right. Holding it in check on that line, boy. They don't want it to break over. They don't want it to break that line, break that line, break that line, break that line, break that line. Boy, they don't want it to. But if it does, it's gone. Here's the line it's got to get over. The first line it's got to get over is there and stay over that line right there, which it does. It is now. The second line of resistance would have been right there, and it's over that now. So I'm looking back over here, folks, and I see there should have been a line of resistance right there, and it is now over that. And then I see the next line of resistance on the stock is located right here, right there. The next line of resistance is there. The third line of resistance is right here where it is now. This point right here is where it is right now. That's the line of resistance. It needs to break over right there. If it breaks this line, it will go to this line of resistance. And if it can break that line, well, then the sky's the limit. So I'm telling you, if this stock, the blue 5 day, comes over this line, it's going to go ballistic. And that stock is GPUS. And I'm going to help it along right here. And I'm going to buy 100 shares here, buy at market, GPUS. And this is what the chart looks like right now, GPUS. There's the 5 day, there's the 10 day, there's the 45, there's the 50, and there's the 200. And it is a triple upside crossover right there with all the prices crossing over the 200-day average, GPUS. There it is right there on the 1 day chart, GPUS. GPUS in a triple upside crossover formation. Yep. And they're trying to attack it where I just bought it right there. Okay. There it is. GPUS. And my dollar cost average is 2108.2108. And the stock is GPUS, of which I now own 560 shares. All right. That's GPUS. planning to roll about 500,000 of them over into a new class of warrant for a 2.3 million, 2 to 3 million unit power polymetallic power play. Wow. Do you have any paper trading account? Yes, I have a video called Introduction to Think or Swim. It's on my channel, Introduction to Think or Swim. And there are many other videos that are actually put out by Think or Swim that are very helpful in setting up everything. Yes. Thank you for asking. SUNE is thank you. All right, good. Well, it's rising strong, but it's sitting 1 penny under my dollar cost average right now. I'm up $62 on it. But they're trying to hold it. They're trying to hold it at my dollar cost average. This is pretty common though. Trying to hold it. Yep. See, I just bought it right there at 260, 265, 2 cents under my dollar cost average because I knew they would do that. They really like to hold a stock under my DCA. They really do. As long as they can do it, they'll do it. Man, GPUS is really the one of the best looking stocks out there right now, folks. GPUS. Yep. And my dollar cost average is 2116. A lot of green coming on this GPUS, folks. GPUS. A lot of buy in there. Boy, they sure did hammer down that CCHH after I sold a bunch of it. They're coming at it real hard after I sold it there. Well, that's why I sold it there. That's why I sold it there. I knew they would. All right. Now we're back to a stock called out early this morning, and I told people to be very careful of it. It was VSME. VSME. I warned people about this stock. It was heavily, heavily manipulated the other day. Today's a different story on it, though. Oh, it's still being manipulated, folks. No doubt about it. So I'm going to try to buy it 333, 338, 343, 344. I'm going to try to buy 347, 348, 349. And I'm going to come in here right now. I just bought GPUS at 2144, 2144. This thing is out of here, man. Holy cow. VSME, folks. Now, I warned you that this thing went up big time the other morning and they ran it down and sold 200 million shares of this stock, even though there were 2.77 only available. This is just a couple days ago. They somehow came up with 200 million shares of this stock when there's only 2 million available. 2.77 million shares available. I still haven't got a dang order to fill because they haven't pulled it back like I thought they would. But they have the ability to, believe me, whoever controls this stock, man, they can make this thing fall so freaking fast. The other day, man, they took that down from $5.39 to $1.80. God dogs on 200 something million shares, folks. Jeez, I gotta just unbelievable. And now they can't pull it down at all. They can't get jack shit on it. Weird. I'm going to try to buy 366. I'd be shocked if they can't get that. So I just got in. My DCA is 364 now. But for those of you that don't know it, this stock VSME, man, they can make this thing fall $4 a share, all just by selling, selling, selling all the shares they bought all day. Well, I know they can. This stock can make you lose money so fast. I'm just going to take a risk at it here. Seeing the way it's running up right now without any restraint, I'm just deciding. Psh. Of course, as soon as they see me get in and get my DCA 361, there they are at 359. I mean, literally, as soon as I'm in there, look at them buy 322,000 at 358. There we go. Got a penny below me there. There she goes, right on up. The stock I'm looking at here is VSME. VSME. Here's the chart. And by the way, this is the chart on CCHH. So right there is probably where you want to make your entry on that. But here's VSME right now. VSME. There it is, VSME. Look at that 45 over the 50 day here. But remember, this stock can be majorly manipulated, folks. VSME. Let me show you what I mean about this stock. Holy smokes. Look at it go, folks. Look at that thing go. Nice. Cheapers, creepers. So here's what I want you to see about this stock VSME. Okay. I'm going to do a chart on this VSME. Now, I want you to see this. I want you to see this 5 day chart. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Back on Wednesday, the price hit 657 in pre-market and they sold it after the market opened and it ran from here up to here and that price was $3.54. I mean, sorry, $5.38. After it hit $5.38, 2 million shares had been sold. That's all that's outstanding. And then suddenly they came up with another 200 million shares to sell. And on this day, this stock traded 220 million shares, even though VSME only has 2.77 million shares outstanding. So this is what I want you to be aware of. When they run it up to those numbers like that, they can start taking it down very, very quickly, and they can pull it all the way down from $6 to what was the price? $1.77, folks. That's how fast they can make this thing fall when they fabricate 200 million shares. If you don't believe me, come over here and look at this VSME and look at the historical data. And what you will see here is that somehow this stock with only 2.7 million shares traded 226 million. And let me tell you something, folks. This stock opened at 370 a share. Okay, 370 a share. And after that, 370 a share, it went to 538. And then they fabricated 200 million shares, 220 million to be exact, that they fabricated. Well, it's not exact, but about 220 million shares. And they ran the price from 538 and sold it down to 197. And it closed, only recovered 8 cents off the bottom. So that's what they can do to this stock, folks. You beware. 538, and they ran it down to $1.97, and it closed at 205, and the next day closed at 111. Somebody has huge power over this stock, folks, so be aware of that. Even though it's up 113%, it can go away very rapidly, folks, very rapidly. All right, VSME. And this is it right now, folks. VSME. I just got through buying some of it. And there it is, folks. VSME. Now, I want you to notice this 5 day light blue line that's right here. That 5 day line, it's already been stopped right here once. Okay? It's already been stopped right here one time. Right there. And if it goes over that, it's going to be gone. I'm telling you, if this 5 day line can cross over that right there, this blue line crosses that, and it's going to take off, folks, to nowhere land. All right, that's what's going to happen. All right, watch that 5 day blue line and look at the buyers coming in here versus the sellers right now. Holy smokes. Look at that. You've got almost 2 to 1 buyers versus sellers there on that candlestick. VSME. VSME. And just remember, like I said, they can yank this thing down and they can just manufacture shares. They can just manufacture more and more shares that we've already seen. 200 million folks they came up with somewhere 2 days ago, 3 days ago. Looks like they're manufacturing a few shares right now, as a matter of fact. Yes, sir. Lunchtime low. Let's make some shares. We already know they really have no limit to how many shares of this stock they can manufacture. Well, I'm not going to buy any more of it right now. I'm down 122 on what I just got. And that just goes to show you how fast they can indeed make it fall as soon as you get in fact. And they can sell this the rest of the day. And look at all the shares that have already been bought down here. Oh my God. Just look at this massive number of shares that have already been bought down here. And my dollar cost average right now is $3.43 on this position. Decided to pick up just a few more because it really looks like they're not going to get back down in this region again. It just doesn't look like it. There were too many that wanted to buy on the ask in this price range right here. There was a lot that wanted to buy the ask up there. See, the dark area was sold on the bid, the bought area was bought on the ask. So there got to be too many buying on the ask to hold it there anymore. They couldn't hold it there anymore. And every damn share being sold here is now being bought on the ask. Every one of these, there's no dark on those candlesticks at all. Everyone's being bought on the ask. Every single one of them's being bought on the ask, folks. Just like I just bought on the ask at 331. There we go. I'd really like to get my dollar cost average down to 338 if I could. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. It looks like this is just going to be the lunchtime low here, 329 and 330. And I understand that's a lot to ask for getting 320 here if I can, but if I can, I'm going to buy 320. I can promise you. And 325. Well, that's all, folks. That's it for the market makers running this down here. VSME. It looks like it's done. It looks like the lunchtime low was just achieved. And now it's time to make some moolah. Yes, time to make some moolah, everybody. Oh, yeah. All that 330's gone. All the 329's gone. All the 331's will be gone. All the market maker manipulator numbers have now been achieved. Oh, and I did get my DCA down to 338. Very nice. My DCA is now dropped to 338. This is exactly where I wanted it. And again, there's a lot of buyers who've already bought down here below us right here. Way, way more buyers below us here. There she goes, right on back up. Right on back up, folks. Hasta luego, baby. She's out of here. She is out of here. And that's going to do it for the lunchtime low on the stock called VSME. VSME, ladies and gentlemen. And I just lowered my dollar cost average to 337, which is fabulous. And that is why the price is right now at 335, because that's my DCA at 337. And there's a shorty rule that once I get in, they got to buy at least a penny below me or two. For as long as they can, anyway. All right. Oh, there she goes, folks. And we're out of here now, and we're up $88 on VSME. Got 1,100 shares. Very nice. Well, the lunchtime low, they had to get down just below my DCA, folks. That's just the way it is. There's no other way around it. They got to do that. And they got their shares, and now she's rising. Should come past this 43, 44 very easy and go right on up here to about 55 here. Okay, that's where we should be resting soon, because there's a big gap from right here to here. There's a gap. There's a gap there, folks, that they themselves created. They created that gap, and now it's there now. There's another gap there. And we're going to jump all the way up to 350 now. So I'm going to be selling at 349, 348. There we go. I just sold 349 and 348. Now I'm going to sell 350, 351, 352. I'm going to sell 354 and 355, and I'm up 133 on this position. The stock I'm selling right now is VSME, and I'm selling, selling, selling. I'm up 174. I'm going to sell 360, 364, 365, 366. I'm going to sell 370, 369, and 370. I'm going to sell now, and 372. There we go. I just sold 362. And I'm up $238 on VSME. Great call out this morning on VSME. Thank you, Jayhawk. Thank you, Jayhawk. VSME up 254. Nice. I've got 420 shares left. I just sold 361. Going to sell 364 again now. I've got 360 shares left. I just sold 364. I just sold 369. I'd also like to sell 382 if I could and 383. And I'm up $255 on this position right now. Jayhawk, the original Hawkman, yes. That's right. He called this one out this morning. I told people to be very careful of it because it was very volatile and it was heavily manipulated a couple days ago, and a lot of people lost a lot of money on it. They ran this thing down from over $6 a share right down to $1.80 the next day. I mean, slaughtered this thing. So they certainly can. They certainly can slaughter it. Whoever's in control of this thing, they can really make it drop. And before lunch is over, I wouldn't be surprised to see him drop it down below my DCA one more time, or probably right around 3 o'clock. See him try to drop it down there. But for now, I'm going to have to try to buy 347, 348. We'll come up to 344, 343. We'll try and buy 349. And we'll come up and try to buy 350. And here we go, folks. I'm going to be selling all these shares right here. Sell 366, folks. Yeah, just sold some at 366. I've only got 220 shares left. And goodness, what happened to CAST? Oh, man. What in the world? What in the world happened to this CAST? Oh, CAST, man, got hammered. Holy smokes. Look at them slaughter that thing. CAST. Bringing it right down to pinch it off the 45 and 50 right now. Dang, look at that severe selling. Each one of these red, 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 red selling. Very little shares, actually. So I'm ready to buy there. And my dollar cost average is $4.14 on this stock. And I just bought it at $4 a share. And look at the KY flag flying at $3.99. A lot of shares up above me still. I feel very safe. And I just picked up a 403. And I'd really like to get my dollar cost average down here. Just got a 402. I want my DCA down to 413. Come on, Shorty. Dump some more shares here, 403. Here we go, folks. Looking at 404 and a halves now. A lot of green buy in there. So I'm just going to come in at 405. Here we go. Got it twice. And I got my DCA down to 413 there. Very good. Very good. And they've already got 2,646,000 there and 2,647,000 at 414. So they've already maxed out all these over 2 million here. They're all over 2 million. I guess they're trying to get 2 million at 406 here now. Yep, I guess they're trying to get 2 million here at 406. They've already got their 2 million quota here, 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 here. All of them 2 millions. But they don't have a 2 million down here. They're trying for it now. And I'm grateful for the master manipulators getting my DCA down below now down to 413. This stock is still up 159% right now, folks. 159% up. CAST. CAST. Makes you wonder why and who would be settling for just a 401 price here. But there sure are a lot. There sure are a lot. And 402. A lot of buyers buying here. CAST. And there we go. We're out of the 401, 402s. We're moving into the 403 zone, 404 now. There we go. I'm trying to buy 60 more at 403 here if I can and get my dollar cost down even a little bit more. I'm on CAST, CAST. And somebody's trying to accumulate here in the low fours for sure. But I see him raising these sell orders up here. And I do see 1,900 fake shares at 417. 1,900 fake shares at 417. And now I've been able to lower my dollar cost average all the way down to 412. Very nice. And I want to thank all the market makers that have just allowed me to do that. And here we are at the very lunchtime low. It's 12:31 p.m., folks. Lunchtime low right now. I mean, you're talking mid-lunch, folks. And look at all the 3 share orders at 399.5. What a joke. Oh yeah, I'm buying here. 398. And I've lowered my dollar cost average down to 411 now. I wonder who gets paid to dump out shares at 3.99. They were just getting paid to dump them out at 4.20 a little bit ago. Now they're getting paid, I guess, to throw them out at 3.97, 3.98, 3.99. I guess they're getting paid to do it. Don't figure any other way. Don't know why they would. And the stock I'm trading here right now, ladies and gentlemen, is CAST. CAST. I guess they just got a bunch of shares at 3.99 here. All of a sudden, they've meandered up. They've materialized. Just a bunch of shares at 3.98, 3.97. All of a sudden, came out of nowhere. Now those are apparently gone, and it jumped all the way up to 404. And a rocket ship just jumped up to 404. And so we're done. We're done as far as I'm concerned with the $4 and less. That's done. I saw the way that thing's shot up to 404. Somebody said, shit, let's just buy a bunch here now. And they did, and it shot it up to 404. Last call for 3.98, lunchtime low. And I was just able to lower my dollar cost average even more now to 410. And the stock I'm on is CAST. Free cash rally extends after direct TV deal sparks fresh investors' interest. So they got a direct TV deal, got a lot of new investors saying, all right, let's get in on the lunchtime here. Let's drop it down and buy the lunchtime low with Catfish Tyler, they said. Let's do it. And that's what they're doing right now. It's time for the lunchtime low. The very lowest price of the day, by the way, today they could only buy 3,000 shares at 382. They only had 3,000 shares available at 382, in case you're curious. $9,000 worth of stock at 382. That's all they had, $9,000 worth. So, golly, how many shares could they possibly have here if they only had $9,000 worth there? Really, how many can they actually have here? If they only had 9,000 at the low of the day, how many shares can they actually have here now? Earlier today, they only had 56,000 at this price. And remember, earlier today, they only had this many, 3,000 at 382. That's right, 3,000 at 382. Okay. Ah, nice. 394. Nice. Well, I tell you what, these market makers really are working this stock. I told you about this early. Man, these days they're just capable of manufacturing shares that don't even exist on these stocks, and they're capable of pulling off all kinds of miraculous manipulation on these stocks. But one thing you're not going to see them get 2 point something million shares down here, I don't believe. I don't think so. They never had shit for shares down here before. I don't know how they're going to get 2 million now, but I know they won't. And now they're in peril because they're going to get my dollar cost average to 408. And folks, that will suck for them that my DCA is at their favorite number, 408. And I'm just moments away from that occurring, folks. I'm at 409 right now. And as long as these chumps keep wanting to throw out 397, I'll just lower my DCA all the way down to 408. There she goes. Last call for 397 and 398. And there it goes, folks. Last call. Last call, ladies and gentlemen. This baby's on a run. Last call for 399. And I'm trying to buy 398, 97, 96, 95, 94, 93, 92. I'm trying to buy all the way down to 392. Because I think they'll take one more stab at this to try to take it down to the 392 before the lunchtime low ends. And here they come right now. And I just lowered my DCA to 408. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Come on, keep it on down here and let me get my DCA even lower. Boy, howdy, the way they can drum up shares these days on stocks. And the stock I'm trading right here is CAST. CAST. Yep. CAST. I don't know how they're managing to swing this, but they've done very well so far, cranking out shares that they never had shares earlier this morning of. Got the share factory working hard here at lunchtime. The share factory. Right now, we're at the CAST share factory where they're manufacturing shares by the moment. Manufacturing shares as quick as they can here. Here's the chart on it CAST. Ah, look at that. They've manufactured all through lunchtime and they got the price to the 50-day average for just a second there. They got it right to the 50-day during the lunchtime low for just a second there. See that? That's all they could get, folks. Right on the 50-day for just a second, just like they did here earlier. That's all they could get, just a stab at it. And a stab at it there. And now they've just consolidated and converged and capitulated this whole thing together in a tight little number here. Now it's just going to bounce right off this, folks. And I want to thank you for tossing out those shares you just did at 397, 396, 395. Nice. And unfortunately, I cannot get that 395 order that they're showing over here on the right. I can't get it to fill. I do see them showing the number over there, 395. Well, 395.5 anyway, and there's 395 a couple times up there. I can't get it to fill for me. I'm trying, but I can't get it. And now they're tossing out 396s like crazy. So we'll go there. Well, they're going to run out of those soon as well, too, if they just ran out of the 395s the way I see it. So now they're 396.5s. Well, that's going to be over soon. Thank you for the last 396 buy right there. I appreciate that. Whoever managed that for me. And the stock I'm trading here is CAST. CAST. Here it is on the chart. CAST. Looking at the 1-day chart on it. There it is. CAST. Lunchtime low, baby, right there. I just got it. Right there. That's the lowest I could get it, folks, during lunchtime. Right there. 391. Oh, and now I've lowered my DCA down to 407. Should be nice to get a 393 here. Yes, 392. Lunchtime low. Look at all the 3-share dumps, folks, by the cell phone farms. 3-share dumps by the cell phone farms. And now the fake shares are at 403 a share. And folks, they haven't had diddly squat down here for shares all day. They haven't had jack crap down here. From the lowest price of the day, they've only had 3,011. That's 14,000, 26,000, 52,000 is all they've had down here. 52,000. They're not going to suddenly manufacture millions here. No. 52,000 is all they've had all day long. They're not just going to have an endless supply of shares here. I don't believe it. I sure don't believe it. Nope. I do not believe it one bit. I'd like to thank you for the 391 shares you just gave me. I appreciate it. Bring back down here. Yeah, they've never had shit for shares here, folks. All righties, the shorties are trying to go for the low of the day again here. And I just got a 386. And I'm going for the low of the day here now. Trying to buy 377. And I just missed at 382, 383. And now we're back up to 387 already. Well, like I said, they've never had any shares down here, so you can't expect it to stay down here long. They've never had a bunch of shares down here, so you can't expect it to stay long. It never stayed there long earlier today. I doubt it's going to stay here long now. Stock is still up 143% right now. And how many shares did they have at the low of the day? 14,622. Then 9,000. Then only 37,000. Then only 46,000. And even here, only 18,000, even though they had 46,000 below this price. And it looks like they may have halted it. Nope, they didn't. It went to 377. That's the lowest I could get it. And now it's at 385. And my dollar cost average is now 404. So thank you very much for letting me buy it and get my DCA down to 404. I'm very grateful for that. Thank you very, very, very much. Oops, sorry about that. Trade. Here we are. And I'm down on this stock right now. They've got me down 1,500 on it. But you know what? I have a feeling they petered it out at 382, 383, 384. And I'm not surprised to see them try that. I mean, they had literally had no shares down here in this price range before today. I don't expect it to be here very long now. I truly do not expect it to be here very long now. I know it's lunchtime and it's the lunchtime low. It's my son's favorite time to buy, actually. And right now I'm down 1,400 on this position, but I don't expect to stay there for very long. Yep. And we'll see how low they can take it. They've already kind of proven the lowest they could get it here already just now was 373, which is quite frankly a very lame number. Usually they want at least 372 as the low, but they'll accept 373. I know 372 and 3. If you look on my buy sell sheet, you'll see right here buyback 72, 73. So they'll settle with the 73 if they've got to. They'll settle with that 73 if they have to. They will settle with that. I know they will. And they just did. And there she goes. Last call for 388, folks. Last call for 388. Say sayonara to 388, leaving the station right now. And I don't mind showing people how much I'm down on this each day. I like them to see how much how much these gains and losses can change. There we go. There you go. That's good. And then I'm going to show you at the end of the day how much that changed from being down almost $1,100. You'll get to see how much it's going to change. All right. And I just sold QUCY at 206. All right. QUCY. And what have we made on that now? QUCY. Let's go see how much we've made on QUCY. Ah, nice. Up $299 on QUCY. And we're trading right now, selling it. The numbers on my sheet 204, 205, 206, 7, and 8. All numbers on my buy sell sheet. We're selling now. And up 311 on this right now. QUCY. Great call, Nisi Jane. Thank you, Nisi Jane. And congratulations, anybody else who's holding QUCY right now. I got 1,500 shares left of it, and they're selling, so that's good. And there's the end of the CAST shares at 388. There will be no more, obviously, at 373 or 372 or whatever. That's done. Now it's just how long will it be till they run out of these shares here? How long will it be where they never had shares to sell that they sell out of them now? Unfortunately, my dollar cost average is only 403 a share on this right now. And we're talking about the stock CAST. And the dumpers are still trying to dump it, though. I'm just going to be doing 20 shares at a time until all these shares run out. There we go. There they go. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. That's the end of the 388s. We're on the stock CAST. Here's what the chart looks like now. CAST. There it is, right there. And I just filled up the wagon when they dropped it there. I filled up that friggin' wagon there. CAST. Oh, yeah. Very nice. And I just bought CAST at 389. And the stock looks very good here. It looks very strong. Looks strong for climbing, folks. CAST. I don't see it going anywhere up but up from here. Yep. And I'm surely trying to buy 388, that's for sure. Uh-oh, there we go. We jumped up to 392 now. Here she goes, folks, and she's leaving the station quickly here. And all I'm going to do is stay right below this here with my orders ready to buy right underneath them here. And ladies and gentlemen, they're going to run this thing right back up after this little lunchtime mess around. They're going to run it right back up, folks, after this lunchtime manipulation effort. Oh, yeah, this thing feels like it's getting ready to launch off this shit. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Not as hard as they're trying to get it here now to 387 again. It's all a game to them, folks. It's all a game to them. All just a game to them. And I appreciate you dumpers still dumping here. Thank you. And the best I can hope for right now is a 382 buy or 383. Feel pretty sure we're going to see this thing bounce nicely off here. They've never had any shares down here, folks. They just haven't had any shares down here at all. Even when the low of the day, which was 10 minutes ago, 382, they only had a couple thousand shares there, folks. So they sure don't have a truckload here to sell here. I can promise you they don't. I don't believe they do anyway. And whatever it is, I'm going to buy the low of the day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to buy this thing for the low of the day, whatever it is. Daggum straight I am. Got all these 379s over here they're showing. I can't get any one of those to fill. 378s. They don't have them. They don't have them. They don't have diddly squat down here. And they never have. They never have, folks. And my dollar cost average is almost below $4 now. Oh, I'm at 402 for my DCA now. Thank you for letting me buy these. Thank you, Shorts. I know you're not happy with the 372 low of the day. That's a sucky number. And I know you want 372. There you go. I know that's a sucky number. Sucky number. There you go. And even that's not the good number, but I'll buy there 369. And that is it, folks. I guess they're going to settle with 369. I knew they didn't like the 373. I knew that sucked. I told you that was a sucky number. I knew they didn't like that. I knew they didn't like that at all. And look at this at 369, they had a whole 1,900 shares. 1,963 shares is all they've had. 1,963 shares is all they had. At the low of the day, 369, just 1,963 shares. And yes, I bought those, some of them. And here she goes. Doing. Oh, yeah. Watch this thing bounce, folks. Watch this thing bounce now. At the low of the day, they only had 1,963 shares. 1,900, folks. You're talking less than $5,000 buy at the low of the day. Less than $5,000, folks, at the low of the day. Oh boy, Shorty, that's a tough nut to crack when you just got 1,900 shares at the low of the day. That gets to be pretty hard to deceive people when you're only using that minuscule amount of shares to dump out 1,963. I guess they just ran out there, folks. They completely ran out there at 369, 1,963 shares. And off she goes. And my dollar cost average is now $4.01. 401. And again, you market makers who've been manipulating this through the lunchtime low, you did a great job. I'm sure you scared out a lot of people, but not me. I'm not afraid. I am not afraid. And the stock is CAST. CAST. I just wonder how fast, I mean, seeing how fast they just ran it down there, well, it'll probably go right back up the same speed, folks. Don't worry. No guarantees that it's going to do that, but I wouldn't doubt it at all. Because the way it falls is the way it rises, folks. I tell you that all the time. The way it falls is the way it rises. The way it drops is the way it pops. 374 now. I wonder why they don't have any more shares here. Oh, because they've never had shares here. And there it goes, folks. Just watch it rise over here now. Just watch it rise. The 374s have run out. The 375s just ran out. The 376s, I guess they're all run out now. There's the 375s. Come on, let me get one more buy there. I'm just waiting for another buy there right now. 20 shares at 375. There you go. Thank you. Thank you for 374 as well. I appreciate it. Now 373. Nice. And 372. I appreciate that. And lunchtime is about to end. 371. Nope. Well, I've already shown you that this is a number that they love to accumulate is 72, folks, and you can see them doing it now. And will they have to settle for 369 as the low of the day? They had 3,663 shares, or will they go for 366 here? 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 366. 3 Trying for 366 now. And that is a pitiful low, 368, folks. And so I'm coming in now. Oh, yeah, 368. That is pitiful for a low. Pitiful, pitiful, pitiful. Weak, Shorty. That is weak. Oh, come on. There you go. 366 is what we want. There it is. Nice. CAST. Woo! Wow, look at him manipulate this thing down. I wonder how many shares they just invented right there or created. I wonder how many shares they just created there. I wonder how many. I don't know how many. Have no idea how many they just accumulated there or fabricated. VSME. And the other one we're taking a look at here is uh, there it is, CAST. And they're about to let me get my dollar cost average. Yes, I'm at $4 now. $4. And the low of the day, I can't believe that they just tried to make this the low of the day. 358, folks. I don't know why. I've never seen that as a low of the day, 358. I've seen 357, I've seen 355, but I have no idea why they would go for a 358. That just doesn't add up. But I guess they just couldn't get the 357 number they wanted. So that must be why. They just couldn't get it. They just couldn't get the number they wanted, 357. So they had to settle with 358 there. One thing's for sure, though, it's probably not going to stay here at 363, 364 long. No, sir. Let's go look at that low they just achieved. And why did they want this low for the 5-day average right there? Why did they want that low? Why did they want this low just then? Why did they want that number for the low for the 5-day average? Let's go back and see if we can see it correlating to any other. No, I see no relative number. 363. I have no reason why they stopped it right there just now at 366. Well, other than that's the favorite number they love, 366. I just sold AHMA for 222. AHMA. All right, Mike Lawson. Mike Larson, that is doing good. I just sold AHMA at 224 and 225. Thank you. Thank you. And look at that, folks. AHMA. Great call out this morning. Great call out this morning. Nice. AHMA. That was called out by Mike Larson this morning. Thank you, Mike. AHMA. Oh, yeah. 447 on this position today. All right. AHMA. Hey, honey bunny. How are you feeling? Oh, punk. Oh. AHMA. Very nice. I've got 1,200 shares of this. AHMA. Yeah. Nice. Well, I'm down $46 on VSME right now. Down 44.02 on that one today. VSME. Huh. Well, let me play a little song for you instead of you listening to me eat this sandwich. GoDaddy is the daddy of domains. All right. So I don't want you to hear me. So I'm going to skip this and do this little song for you called They Called Me Pendejo. And it's called They Called Me Pendejo. I've been taking a trip, so I boarded a ship for a cruise down to lovely Cancun. And I'd heard of this beach where the women were speeding, was hoping to get there real soon. When I arrived on the shore, there was much to explore. Pretty soon on my way to the bar. Didn't speak any Spanish, but still I could manage with women not getting too far. As I drank at the bar. Many a bruise and many a shot of hot rum. I kind of got loud at everyone, and the crowd started thinking they all must be drunk. I had told them my name, and I know this sounds strange, but none of these guys seem to know. And I still don't know why they forgot my name's Ty, and they called me instead. Then, yeah, they called me the Yeah, they call me Pendejo, that's the name I would hear. Say Pendejo, how long are you here? Hey, Pendejo. Why are you in Cancun? They say Pendejo, you're leaving. Now I've tried, but I still don't know why all the guys were all acting so ticked. They were waving their hands at me while I was dancing with all the fine Mexican chicks. So I asked this young lady, and she told me maybe. So both of us walked out the door. We went to her place, and we had a quite a night. In the morning, woke up on the floor. And I never forget that wild night in Cancun. The memories will remain of a bar on the beach where it seemed out of reach for the folks to remember my name. And they called me Pendejo. That's the name I would hear. Yeah, they call me Pendejo. They say, how long are you here? And they call me Pendejo. Why are you in Cancun? And they all say Pendejo. Look, you're leaving Pendejo. Yeah, they call me Pendejo. Why it isn't clear, but they call me Pendejo every time I appear. They say, hey, Pendejo, why are you in Cancun? Say, hey, Pendejo. Say, you can be on my trip to Cancun. And here's one more for you. And I'll be right back, folks. Way to the night, on fires, aside. Again, hold you right. It's by the other side. Every night. Just sold QUCY at 207. Just sold QUCY at 213. All right, all right. All right, just sold QUCY at 218, up $474 on this position.
Hi, hello everyone.
And thank you for calling this out this morning, Nisi Jane, QUCY. Oh, AHMA looks good too. I just sold QUCY at 219. Hold on here a minute. Just sold QUCY at 221. And I'm going to sell now 225. I've got 880 shares left, 229 and 230. Those are my next sell numbers, and I'm going out making 518 profit on this today. QUCY. So I just take an L on CCHH? No. You do what I did with it today. You sell it each day. When it hits the high, sell a little bit of shares of it each day and move it over onto a runner like this one. No reason to sell it all at once. You didn't buy it all at once. But today you can see this morning I was up $1,200 when I sold this stock, and I sold a shitload of shares of it. Now I still own a lot of shares of it, and I'm still down $638, but I'm going to keep selling it every day at the high. Every day I'm going to sell it at the high, and I'm going to buy it back at the low every freaking day. That's what I'm going to do with it. CCHH. Every single day, I'm going to do this. I'm going to sell it here, and I'm going to buy it below the 50. Okay. Every day, I'm going to sell the high, and I'm going to buy it below the 50 every day. Like buying it below the 50 right there was a good spot. And I'm going to buy it again here now. CAST. Well, by gosh, they drove it down to 338. And who would have ever guessed they would go to that number? Me, that's who. Because I got a buy sell sheet that says right here, buy back at 37.38, 137, 38, 39. So that would be me that would have bought it there at 338. Now it's already gone up to 355. I wonder how much higher this damn thing's going to go. So let's try to buy some 350 on it. 352, 353, 355, 356. Try to buy this. Try to buy 357. They've never had shit for shares down here, so I doubt they're going to have any now. I'm just going to buy at market now since they're running it from me. I just filled at 360. I just got it then at 357 again. 357. Thank you very much, market makers. I appreciate you letting me buy these shares. My dollar cost average on this stock is now down to, where is it? $3.98. That'll be good. That's good because they're going to run it back up to just under $4, and they're going to try to hold this under $4 by the end of the day. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And at the low of the day today, 338, they had 9,920 shares. And at 339, they only had 1,200, folks. 1,200. My. And I want to thank everybody that's selling me shares at 348 here. 349. I appreciate it. I've never seen any real shares over here for them to sell. So I'm surprised there's going to be very many, if there'll be very many here at this stage either. And I see a lot of buyers happily buying 352 over here. That's for sure. A lot of them happily buying that. And I'm going to try to buy 350. Yep. And there's a lot of buyers buying 350 as well, and 349 and 348. There's a lot of buyers here, dudes and dudettes. CAST. Just keep putting your order in like I am. If you want to, it's up to you. I'm just going to keep putting it in lower than the current price and just catch every little pullback on it. And I wouldn't be surprised at all to see this go back up over $4 in no time. And this is the stock we're looking at, CAST. CAST. There it is right there. And why do you think they drove it down to this line? 350. They never kept it there at that price before, have they? They've never kept it at that price before. I don't think. Let's go look at the 20-day chart. No, they've never kept it there before. They've never kept this price at 350 ever. It just rocketed up past that. So they've never kept this price before, 350. Where the price is right now, 350, which is right there. Folks, they've never kept this price here before. They've never kept it here. They've never had it here. And not kept it there. They haven't kept it here, that's for sure. They've never kept it here. And that is why I'm buying it here, by the way. And there have been a boatload of people that have already bought up here in the 420 range. Well, never seen it stay here before. Don't suspect it'll suddenly have an attraction to this number for very long. I do not believe that, folks. And that's why I'm still hoarding up shares here now, because they've never held it here before. There's the stock. They've never held it here before at this price. I mean, it flew through this number. And they've never held it here. And all of a sudden, it becomes an interesting number to them, 349. And that's why I'm buying it here, because it's never meant anything to them before. And I doubt it has anything other than the accumulation point for them now. And I told you, folks, I was going to buy this stock on the low of the day, no matter what they reached. So I've already got 338. I'm going to try for 342, 43. I'm just going to keep hoarding this share up. And pretty soon they're going to run out of these fake shares, because down here, they've only had at 338, they've only had 9,900. And here they only had 2,800 at 339, 41,000 at 340, 54,000 at 341. That's all they've had, folks. They've never had jack diddly squat down here for sale. Nothing. Just peasly, measly little amounts. And I'm not falling for it, folks. So the stock is still up 118% right now. The stock is still up 118%. And for whoever just sold me 341, 342, 343, 344, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for that. And I, like I said, don't presume the price to stay down here too long. I sure don't believe it will. Ah, there she goes. Right on out of here. Man, that thing is out of here, folks. Jumps right up to 352 a share after I just got through filling at 343, 344, 345. And my DCA is now 395 a share. And they give away a few more of these in the 347s and 8s, I'll have it even lower. Oh, yeah. One last call, 349. Thank you. Thank you. And one last call for 348. And there she jumped to 353, folks. And there she's jumping to 354 now. And this is CAST, ladies and gentlemen. CAST. And again, they've never had any real shares from here to here. They've never had them, folks. They've never had them, folks. And I don't believe they're going to have any songs, any shares in this range for very long. I don't believe they're going to keep it here, folks. They may try to keep it there, but I don't think it's going to be here long. Woo, 351, huh? Well, now I'm going 352. And because I want a dollar cost average down, I'm definitely going to keep coming in here at 353 as well. And I presume again that they just don't have a lot of shares here and they're not going to keep dumping out shares here for long. For a little while, yeah, maybe a half hour, yeah, maybe an hour, yeah, but nope, not much longer. We're almost done, folks. And again, I was only able to get it as low as 337, 338. So, and 337 is one sucky, sucky low, folks. That is horrible. 337 is a ridiculous low. Horrible. Man, they should have had 338 or 336, but 337, that sucks. They should have had a lower low than that, folks. They shouldn't have landed on that number for the low, that's for sure. 337, that is pitiful. And here she goes. She's rocketing now. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the stock, and it's called CAST. CAST. And I'm going to take a picture now and show you how much I'm down right now on this. But where I end up, it will probably amaze you. Okay? It will probably amaze you where I'm going to end up on this. Okay? We'll see. We're going to make sure if we can get it the lowest amount. There it is, 39.69. Yeah, 39.70. That's good. I want you to see that because I want you to see how quickly it can rise when they try to manipulate it down like that. And I want you to see how quickly it can rise, ladies and gentlemen. And believe you me, they'd love to buy another share at 354 here. And I just got it there at 354. So thank you for that opportunity. My dollar cost average is now 395. And I'm going to be buying 20 shares at a time here. Nothing heavy. Don't need to. I've got plenty of shares right now. I got 10,000 shares of this sucker. Yeah. I got my most of my account invested in this right now because I want to see this thing pop, and I feel it's going to any moment now. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Watch it pop, people. And thank you very much for whoever just sold to me the number 352. Thank you very much. And then there's the KY flag coming out at 353.01. 353.01. And there it goes up over that. And now it'll scoot right up over all this, and it's going to 366, folks. So watch how quickly this is going to run up now to 366. 366 and 367 is where it's going to right now. Of course, we'll have to just wait and see it happen, but that's what's going to happen. 366 is where it's going to rise to. Should go right over these numbers here, all the way up to 366. Should go right over those. We'll see if it does or doesn't. We'll see if I'm right or wrong. But my feeling is it's going to 366. And the chart we're looking at is CAST. Here it is on the 1 day CAST. And I asked you before, why did they drop it to that line? They have no reason to drop it there. There's no previous reason to drop it there. And then they took it even a little bit lower, but shit, it didn't stay there. It just bounced right off of that. This is the stock, CAST. Take a look at the 1-day chart on this and ask yourself, why did they take it down to that low right there? Who gives a shit about that number? Nobody in the past. This number means nothing to them. There's no previous number that matches that blue 5-day right there. None. And I'm going to come back over here and show you. Well. Look, there is one right there. Look how they stopped the 5-day this morning in the pre-market right there on that line. And now you wonder, why did they just take it down to that line this afternoon? Oh, now you know why. And there's the buy right there, folks. And look at it resist there. Holy crap. No wonder they went for that number. No wonder they went for that number right there at mid. Oh my gosh. And she's at 363. And look at this, folks. In just that fast, I went from 3,900 down to 2,700 down. Just that fast, folks. Oh man. And look at that. I just made 700. Whoa. Whoa. Holy shit. Oh, look at that, folks. And reason it can't stay down here is because there's never been anything here before. There's never been anything here. And it can't stay down there, folks. It can't. Oh, my goodness gracious. Look at that. Look at that, folks. The stock we're trading right CAST. CAST. And literally 3 minutes ago, 5 minutes, 900 on it. And I just came back to end already. Oh, my goodness gracious. There are no shares here, folks. There's no real shares here, folks. None. And my dollar cost average is 394 a share. Holy crap, folks. Look at that. Wow. CCHH. Yep. Don't take the hit on it. Sell a little bit of it each day on the high with me. CCHH. Well, there is CAST, and now you know why they took it to the lunchtime low right there on that mark. There's where it was this morning, where it stopped rising on that same line, and right there where they stopped it there. And now there'll be no stopping it in this number now. No more stopping it here. No more stopping it. It's going to run, folks. It's going to run. And it's most likely going to run all the way back up to this number right here because they just gapped it, and it's going to go all the way up to this number next. All right. And by the way, the only reason I'm putting that in that line of resistance is because of this bottom right there. Then it's going to go all the way up to right here. And then it's going to go up to here. And then it's going to go all the way up to right here. And then it's going to go to here. That's right where that resistance point is there, and right where that resistance point is. After that, it's going to go up to here, right there. And then it's going to go up to there. And then it's going to go up to here. So this is the stock CAST. And oh my gosh, folks, look at that. Uh-oh, sorry. Oh man, now only down 1,500 on this stock. And even that won't stay long because they've never been able to hold in this range. Look here. Here they only had 82,000 shares at 381. So they've never had any shares there. And thank you for helping me lower my dollar cost average even more now. And the stock I'm trading is CAST. And I doubt seriously that it's going to stay here very, very long. Just like I didn't think it was going to stay very long at the 349s and 350s either. And I was dang sure right. They're not going to hold this at 372 here, folks. Not going to happen. Not long. Not long, they won't. Let's just keep nibbling at this right here, folks, until she goes right up over our DCA of 394. And there she goes, folks, and she's rising quickly. Here she goes, and there's nothing's going to stop us in this region right here. We've never stopped here before. We're not going to stop here now. We've never stopped in this region before, and we're not going to stay in this region now at 380. It isn't going to happen, folks. Not for very long. It isn't going to stay there. I don't believe so. $376, $377. Sayonara to you. And there she goes right on up, ladies and gentlemen. And she is out of here. Oh, now we're talking. Here we go, baby. And we are now on a stock that we were just down 3,900 on. We're down 1,400. I don't believe we're going to be in the red very much longer on it either. All right. Sorry, guys, just doing a little work here on the sideline here. All right, we got our dollar cost average down to 394 on this stock now, and we are going to see it continue to gain. CAST, here is the chart on it now. CAST. And now we know exactly the reason why they ran it down to this price here at lunchtime. Look back over here and notice how they stopped it from rising right there at that same line. Look how they stopped it. And it did not stop the second time it got there. It just went right through that number. So I expect it to do the same thing off this line now and just go right on up. There's nothing that stopped it. There's nothing that stopped that thing. It just ran straight up from this number all the way up through here. One little hitch right in this area one time. And that's where it is right now. Folks, this thing's going to rise right on back up here. There's very little that's going to stop it. I have a feeling. And I'm ready to keep buying here. Keep the pressure on them, folks. Yep, 377 now. And I just got a bunch of orders at 372. My DCA is now 393. Thank you for letting me lower my DCA even more now to 393. Thank you very much. And the market makers are the ones that are making this available for me at these prices to get my DCA down. So I'm grateful to them. I doubt they're going to have any shares left, though, at $3.37, where I bought about 20 minutes ago. So I think we're all right here. I think we're all right. No more 337s, folks. Those are flat gone, and they were even going to be gone here soon. Just got a 367, 367, 367 again. Would love to get 360, 361. Just got a 366, and I want to thank you, market makers, for doing that again. That is a great number to buy. My dollar cost average is 393 a share. Thank you again for the 367s, which I just bought twice. And just as I bought all those shares when they dropped it down to 337, 38, 39, and 40, I'm still buying here, folks, because I want to lower that DCA even more. And I want to buy every 366 share until there are none left. 366. CAST. And watch this thing springboard, folks. Watch it come up over this to 378 in a moment. We're going to go up to 379 and 388 in no time. 379 and 380 will be there in no time, folks. They've already completely oversold this area right here on the left. They've oversold all this, and there's more buyers buying the ask than selling the bid here earlier. All right. See the dark areas on these candlesticks? Sold to the bid. The light areas bought on the ask. Bought on the ask. Bought on the ask. So it's going to run right over these numbers because these have already all been bought on the ask, and they're going to be bought again on the ask again here now. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And the stock we're talking about here is CAST. CAST. There's the chart on it right now. CAST. And boy, look how hard they're trying to stop this breakover from happening, crossing that line of resistance. Right there was once, here it is twice, resistance line. Gonna bounce it right now off this number. Here we go. Gonna bounce it right here off this number. Look at all the sellers try to sell against that, and there's more buyers than sellers now, right here. More buyers than sellers right here. Definitely more buyers than sellers. Way more buyers than sellers on that candlestick right there. And that's why it's moving, folks. Alexa, when is the next USA soccer match in the World Cup for men?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, when is the next World Cup soccer match between the United States?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Alexa, when is the United States soccer team playing again, men's team?
On Sunday, June 30th in Gold Cup, the United States beat the Curaçao 1-0 at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Alexa, stop. The stock we're trading. Should I just take CAST, baby? Come on, give me that 368. Give me that 368, you chumps, or 369. There we go. Got a 369. And my dollar cost average is 393. Thank you for the 368. And listen, folks, they've only had at 367 92,000 shares. And at 366, they've only had 114,000. Okay, so they haven't had shit for shares down here, and they're not going to either now. They're not going to have them, folks. They've never had any, and they're not going to suddenly have a million shares here, folks. It won't happen. As much as they'd love for that to happen, it isn't going to happen. Not at 366. Well, I guess that was the drop before the pop right there. They got it down to 359 again, where I bought all those shares, and now she's popping, baby. Drop and pop. Thank you for the 362s there and 361s. Woo! Nice. Very nice. Boy, I tell you what, they're working this stock hard. They're working this stock hard, folks. Nice. And my DCA is now down to 392. And thank you, market makers. Bid is 362, ask is 363. Bid is 361, ask is 362. Bid is 363, ask is 364. Bid is 363, ask is 364. Bid is 363, ask is 364. All right, guys. Hey, listen, I need to run upstairs. It looks like I just got something arrive here that I've been waiting for in a delivery. Yep. So you guys just hold on a minute, and I will be right back as we watch this price run. The stock we're on is CAST, and here it goes, folks. It's taking off right now, leaving the station. CAST. And this is where this thing gets out of here, folks. This is where this thing is going to depart. CAST, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm just going to keep filling shares here until there are no more at 364 and 363, 362. My dollar cost average is now 392 a share. And all I'm really waiting for is for this thing to frickin' explode to the upside after this manipulative effort. And you guys will just give me a minute here. I'll be back because I got a package that just arrived. And the stock again that we're on is CAST. Here's the chart. CAST. And you guys hold on a minute. Let me put out a little piece of paper. Watching CAST. Hold on. Watching CAST. Ugh. Okay. Trading CAST. Back at 2 p.m. I'll put it 2:05 p.m. 2:04 p.m. Back at 2:04 p.m. Guys, give me a minute here. Trading CAST back at 2:04 p.m. There you go. And I play a little bit more of my music. And hope you enjoy this while I go and get this package that I've been waiting for to arrive. And this song here I'm going to play you is going to be a long song. We'll try to find you a nice long one here that'll be a long time. And we'll do a song about how my wife and I met. It's called Cheryl Marie, and I hope you like it. And I will be back here. And ladies and gentlemen, again, this song is called Cheryl Marie. Hope you enjoy it. One of my many tunes available on my playlist on YouTube of over 120 original songs. Enjoy. Was it all just by chance? We met that night in that bar, and the two of us, yeah, we took a ride in my car. You were only 19, and looked so good in those jeans, and it seemed like a dream that you were there with me. It was so nice to be with Cheryl Marie. We drove to a party, but nobody showed. So we jumped back in my son's car, and we hit the road. Then we popped on his side, let my eagles explode, and we both wanted more. So we drove back to my place, made our way to my room, but somehow we passed out from all those treats we consumed. But neither one of us worried, no, neither one of us cared, 'cause we weren't in no hurry, no, we weren't going nowhere. In the morning I woke up, you still there by my side.
All right, so here's the deal. National concealed carry reciprocity is about to change everything. It means if you have a permit.
All right, adios. No more commercialism. I'm back. Sorry it took a little while longer. Oh, look at that thing climbing now. CAST. Nice. All right. Up she goes, folks. CAST. And trade. All right. Let's keep it rocking, baby. 2367, 68, 69. Keep pushing it up. Keep rising, folks. And I just got a 368 right there. Oh, yeah. Keep lowering that DCA. We're down to 392 now. Boy, these market makers, boy, they're playing it hard, playing it real hard. And I'm going to show you how to turn this all positive here soon. And because I know what they're going to do here. They're going to take this right up here now to 380 is where it's going next. 380. There's a big gap right here between 363 and 369. A 7 cent gap they've created right in here now. 7 cent gap. And so should see this run right up here without any trouble at all. Make it go right up to there, and it should go right on up over. And by the way, checking out other stocks today on our chart, we are up today on very few, actually. We're up 272 on CCHH. We're up $94 on AHMA. We're up $387 on QUCY. So that was a great call there, Nisi Jane. Up 37.90 on GPUS. So that's another great call there on GPUS, Mr. Maxie Brown. So thank you very much, Mr. Maxie Brown. on that call out, GPUS. So those are all good calls. Let's go look at GPUS right now on the chart. Looks fantastic. Looks fantastic. And actually, it looks so much better than the other one that I've got that I'm going to move some over from it. So I'm going to move SUNE right now. I think I've only got 40 shares left or so. SUNE. We're going to go to trade SUNE. And nope, that's not the one I want to trade. Which one was it that I'm up on? Very nicely up. Oh, QUCY trade. QUCY. Yeah, up $396 on that position right now. QUCY up 396, and I've got 880 shares of it. I tried to sell as high as 220, not made that number yet. It looks to me as though they're going to try to contain this here. Huh. Let's take a look at it a while. My DCA on this is $1.94. Well, let's try some small quantities here. Let's just put out 10 shares at 213 and see if we get that to fill. Then we'll know she's running. And we'll put out 217 as well. All right. And then we'll put out 220. Okay. Those will be my alerts right there. I'll know when she's going higher. And if I put my buy orders in, I'll know she's dropping. I'll try to buy 207. I'll try to buy 207. That way I'll know if it starts to drop on me. Okay. Those will be my alerts. And then the next one we're going to go over to here is CHAT. Wow. CHAT. In case you're joining me late, these are the stocks that were called out today. These are the stocks that have been called out today. And we're going to try and catch some more of these that might be running and see if we can get on some of these other ones that might be running. CAST, ladies and gentlemen, someone said this morning was up One Love said it was up 589%. So it had dropped to only 169% up. And now it's only 98%. So it's dropped another 70%. I'm sorry. That's on CHAT. I'm sorry, not that one. CAST. Here we go. And now it's only up 130%. So it's fallen 60%. It's fallen 60%. And it's still pulling back here, folks. It's got some resistance levels. Now, again, one wants to know why this number now, okay? Now, I already know why they went for the number they did previously, all right? But why this number now? Why this number now? Why there? I know why they wanted this number. I know that already. Okay. I can see why they wanted this bottom number. All right. To me, the reason they wanted this number right here, right there, was because of there. That's why they wanted that earlier. So that's why they took it down to that number right there. Okay. And when you see them take a number down to a number like that and it stops, understand why. There's a reason why they did that. There's a reason why they stopped it there. It's not just some random number. And by the way, it's never stopped there since then. It's never stopped here. It's never stayed at this number, folks. It's only 5-day average stopped on that line. And then it bumped with a short temporary price hit that line. But it's never stayed here. It's never stayed there. And that's why I knew it wasn't going to stay there this morning either. And has the line ever stayed here? How long has it stayed here? Where it is now? How long has it stayed there in the past? I can tell you one thing, never. Okay? It's never stayed there. It's never stayed at this number here. Where it is right now, it's never stayed there, folks. All right? I'm just letting you know. You can decide. I provide, you decide. The number has never stayed at this number before. And I doubt it's going to stay there now. I can't guarantee you anything, but it would be highly unlikely that it's just going to remain there on that number. All right? You decide, though, folks. You decide. Over here, you can see where they already brought it down. Boom. It was there for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. Here we are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, folks. 5 minutes. Same line, 5 minutes. I'm just showing it to you, folks. You can do whatever you want with this information. But I'm telling you, that line is a critical line. And if it leaves that, it could go all the way up to there, right here. Yep. That's where it's going next. Minimum there. Minimum. Watch and see if I'm right or if I'm wrong, folks. But it's going to go to right here, folks. That's the line it's going to. This 5-day moving average, the light blue, could go right up to there right now. And this is the stock CAST. And I want to thank you for telling us about this morning QUCY. And I owe it to you, Nisi Jane, okay? QUCY, Nisi Jane. Nice call today. Nisi Jane, QUCY. And I put an asterisk beside it. It looked so good to me this morning that I said, hey, I think I'm going to trade that stock today, QUCY. So good call out, Nisi Jane. They got a licensing agreement with this company has a licensing agreement with Project Light Shift. That's what they announced today, a new licensing agreement with Project Light Shift, QUCY. And I decided to use that news to be a good catalyst and picked it up on the low. My DCA is 194 a share. I'm up $396 on this paper money account, and I'm teaching people how to trade, day trade. And I'm also teaching them how they can not just make money, but also it can cost them if they get a hold of a stock that's getting manipulated heavily. And today we're going to take a look at that example of one of those now, CAST. So here we go, and it is being manipulated massively now. And my DCA is at 392. And I've got cash to buy with here. Don't get me wrong. I got cash to buy the bottom, but I want to make sure it's at the bottom. And yeah, I've already bought some down here at 338 and 342, 43, 44 because I know to buy there. But I'm still in the hole here, folks, and they may take this thing even deeper because it is up, believe it or not, still 130%. It's up 130%. And so it's still quite up, and there's people that have taken or maybe taking profits as we speak and may be fearful of holding on to this afternoon. Now, you guys have seen me before on a stock like this. You've seen them run it down big to a certain point, and then all of a sudden it just turns around on a dime, and the next thing you know, I'm down from 4 grand, and the next thing you know, I'm up friggin' 4 grand. So this is the way it happens often in this marketplace. And what you can't do is panic about it. You can't panic about it. There is no panicking. It won't do you any good at all to get in a panic mode here because, you're freaked out about CAST. But one thing's for sure, there are certain numbers that they're going to achieve for the bottom. And these are one of them, 37, 38. Now, I'm not going to say that it's going to stop there forever, but it is true that 37, 38 are numbers they love. And I just bought QUCY at 207. So now you know why I just got through selling it a bit ago. Huh. Okay. Now, again, why this line? I just don't see a relevant just the most recent relative line, which was about an hour ago, is right there again, being tested again. Twice the low of an hour ago is where they are again right now, testing this line. And I see the 50s up above, and so is the 200, which I like. And if I look at the longer term chart on this, the 180 day, it paints a different picture, folks. Make sure you understand the 180-day chart shows a different picture. This is what the 180-day chart shows. Okay, so sometimes you need to get further back. Sometimes you need to get further back, and you need to take a look at this thing. Look at that 45 rising off the 50-day here. Look at that. Look at the 5-day over the rising 10-day. And look at the bottom of the candlestick with the wick that's already returned this high off the bottom of it. See, this thing was already dropped down to here, and it's already recovered back up to here, folks. That doesn't happen without people buying it back up when it gets dropped down. I'm just letting you know. Man, this is a nice looking shoulder on this stock, CAST. And man, that's a strong 50-day, rising 45-day, rising 200-day, rising. Okay. Lots of shares being accumulated here at 360 on this CAST. I've noticed. There we go. And that's a nice breakaway from 360 to 367 right there. Very nice quick breakaway. And I just got a 366. And I'm going again for that. My DCA is 392 on this stock, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going with a 367 buy in here. Looking at the charts, CAST. There's been a lot of selling against this. Looking at the 1-day chart now, and I like what I see. Yep, that looks good. That looks very good. CAST, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 5-day crossing the 50-day average. This is the 10-day down below. This is a nice green candlestick that is coming over here. And if we're next candlestick can start up here, man, watch out, man. If this thing flat tops now and envelops this number, watch out. I'm telling you, man, it already just hit that number right there, which equates the top of this flat top. Man, this thing could bust loose here, folks. Watch out. This is good. Watching it break over this price right here now is good to see it break over this number here. And it's CAST. We're 20 cents off my DCA right now. And that's it on the chart right there. CAST. CAST. This is what it looks like. This is what's happening here. Look here, folks. Look at those candlesticks down there. I'm telling you, take a look at this CAST. Look at these nice green candlesticks here. All more buyers and sellers. Way more buyers and sellers, folks. Look at here. CAST. Man, there's no more 360s here. Oh, yeah, baby. We're 12 cents off. Take a look at it, folks. CAST. Man, look at it here. Look at it. Nice double. Man, you got big candlesticks here over the short reds, folks. CAST, man. Diego 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 Garcia. This is the stock right here. CAST. Look at the big sell candle come against it, and then the green buys up that. Bought 10, 379, 378, 376. Thank you. Don't know why I had buy orders there. Man, are they buying on my behalf now? Don't remember putting any orders in there. Now, I would buy 372 here, but not 376. They should have sold there. All right, we're looking good, folks. We're looking fine. CAST. Here's the chart. And she's going green, baby. Watch this 5-day just continue to rise. More buyers than sellers, 2-1 here right now. Far more buyers than sellers right there. You're 10-1 now. And you better look at this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not telling you what to do, but I would suggest you look at picking up just a couple of shares here because, man, this thing is flat top red over the top of this one, man. We're going, man. This thing's going to thrush. There she goes. It's thrusting. It's going to turbo thrust, folks. This stock looks good. CAST. And I certainly could be wrong, but I don't think so. Man, look at the buyers coming in here on these candlesticks. You're now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 out of 7 candlesticks with more buyers than sellers right here. 6 out of 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 out of 6 totally green coming in. And the stock is CAST. CAST. And now look at this, folks. I'm only down $883 from earlier being down. I was down how much? 3,000. And look at this, folks. Look at this thing recover. And this is why I take these pictures, so people can be able to see one day how this works and how you can have fear, or you can keep your powder dry and be able to buy those lows and keep averaging down until voila, it comes up over you. You can either panic, or you can fall victim to their manipulation, or you can take advantage of how they manipulate it, folks. And that's what I like to do. I want to thank you guys for being here with me each day and learning from this. I know it's repetitive what I say, and I say kind of the same thing over and over, and but I just want everybody to understand, the way the mechanics of this, how it works, how the mechanics work out. That's what I'm looking to try to do. Break it down. Pardon me. And then watch it rise. Break it down, watch it rise. Right now, you want to buy 372, 73, come in at 377, 78, and watch it rise, folks. Nothing but a big old gap from right here all the way up to right underneath me at 388. We're going to 388, folks. Going to 388. And maybe by then my dollar cost average will be there. The stock we're looking at here is CAST. CAST. And just look at that candlestick flat in the same area, green this time instead of red. And look at it running up, and watch it. Watch out, folks. And now the candlestick is starting at a higher level. It's starting here, and here we go. Come on, push it. Let's watch this 5-day shove that thing right up, man. Watch it just flip this back up here. Here comes the wick, man. You're going to see a top. It's going to be a top. This thing's going to be green. It's going to be a top, folks. It's going to have a long bottom here, and then a little thin area here in the middle, and then a wick on the top. Here it comes. Come on, baby. Wicket time. CAST. Up 142%. Up 143%. Up 142.59. Up 142.59. Up 142.90. Up 143.10. And we're rising, ladies and gentlemen. Up 143.10. Oh, man. Now up 142. Now 141.29. Now 139 as they snap at it. And I just bought it at 371. Thank you, market makers, for letting me get a 371 buy there. I was waiting for it. And now we continue to rise. The stock is up 140, almost 141. Now 139.36 again up. We're looking at the stock CAST. These are the tools of the trade that we're using. There are charts. We have a 200-day average up above. We got a rising 50-day down below. And ladies and gentlemen, the blue 45-day has now come up and is crossing up over the red 50, the longer term blue, which is quite short compared to the 50, the 45-day and the 50. It's crossing it now, and it is a red belly blue back. Red belly blue back forming right now. You can clearly see it right there. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is a short eating porpoise you're going to see right now. Short eating porpoise. There she goes. And watch this run, folks. Watch it go. And look at the buyers coming in versus the sellers here now. We got more buyers than sellers on this candlestick, ladies and gentlemen. And the stock I'm talking about is CAST. CAST. Yep. CAST. This stock is called Freecast, a streaming media company. Extended last week's gains on Friday, rising more than 100% after expanding its direct TV relationship. So it's expanding its direct TV relationship, and this is what's pushing this price up here. And it looks very good. And there's a top there, and it's going to be a flat top green. And here we go, CAST, ladies and gentlemen. CAST. And I would suggest getting it here where I'm going to at 372 if I can, and 373. And I'm just going to be dollaring costs down my average here. My DCA is at 391, and I'd really like it to be 388, to be honest with you. And I think we could see this easily go up over $4 here in just in a matter of moments. The chart is right here. It's capitulating right now. It's cradling into the 10-day. We've seen this before. The candlestick has a wick on the bottom, so it's already reached the bottom here, better than the bottom it reached right here. See, there's the bottom before. This is the bottom now. And we're going to watch this very closely, ladies and gentlemen. Please be on the lookout with me as we look at these bottoms that are forming right now. And right there, we saw the next bottom right there. And then we saw the third bottom form just now right there. And we're talking about the stock here. There it is. There she goes, folks. CAST. Holy smokes. Take a look at that, folks. Down only $501 now. Whoa! Holy cow. Oh my gosh. What is happening here with this stock? CAST. Oh man, look at him sitting 2 cents below me, folks. You ever seen that before? Oh man, below me, baby. I just picked up a 384. Man, it's not getting easy to lower my dollar cost average now, folks. You know, I'm not seeing everybody's comments. I'm sure of it. Something weird going on here. See something here. Well, I'm not seeing anybody's comments. No chat at all. Kind of strange. Have you guys been cut off from the chat or am I cut off from the chat? Jayhawk, what's going on, man? Everybody's sleeping on me? Man, I'm not seeing any chat at all. It's like a gravesite in here. Just everybody monitoring what I'm doing, I guess, and watching me buy here 2 cents below me. Looks like this thing's about to go right over me here, too. Well, look at that, Savannah. They're trying to buy on my DCA and 2 cents below me at their favorite number, 388 and 389. Hi. How many times have we seen this before? And notice there's very few shares up above here. 392, 93, 94. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. There never has been. And then it's going to blow over all this oversold stuff. Man, I think this stock could take off and go up to as much as 430, 425 before the market closes, believe it or not. I do. Now, I'm not saying it's going to do that, but I'm going to tell you, to me, it looks very possible. Okay. This thing has continued to have aggressive buying coming in on it right here. You can see that for sure and certain. There's a lot of buyers coming in versus sellers right here. And don't seem to be a whole lot of selling going on, to be honest with you. Whole lot of, I ain't faking. There's a whole lot of buying going on. I ain't faking. A whole lot of buying going on. Oh, she's breaking because there's a whole lot of buying going on. Wow. You can see it, folks. You can see it right there. Look at it breaking up above. Holy smoke, she's gone. She's on fire. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Bing, bang, bong. Holy cow. Ding the dang dong. All right. Woo-hoo. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Oh, my goodness. Look what. Can you guys believe what you're seeing? My gosh. Lord, thank you. Thank you for these folks that may be blessed with this stock right now and who may have been buying with me today. And my goodness gracious, thank you, Lord, for it coming back so strongly for everyone. Oh, yeah, I'm listening. Emmanuel says, here, we're here. Okay, cool. Well, I want to know. I got to get rid of this question here. And I see 12% of my viewers did sell CCHH when it skyrocketed in after hours last Wednesday. So I'm very glad that you all did do that. That many of you did. Out of 112 votes, that's like 20 people that apparently did. So I'm going to end that poll. But now I want to know, have you been buying this stock today? And that is CAST. All right. So I'm going to go over here to watch. And have you been buying CAST today? We're going to start a poll right now. Start another poll. Have you been buying CAST stock with me today? That's what I want to know. All right. Now we're going to get back over here. Goodness gracious, folks. What do you know, folks? Holy smokes. Dang. I'm selling right here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm definitely selling here. Seven votes. Yes. Good. Good. All right. Well, good. Seeing this thing sitting here now at 397 after just selling it there makes me want to buy it back. My dollar cost average is 380, folks, on this stock now. Oh yeah, I got several shares there right at 387 buybacks. Those are good. Anybody's around here are probably good. Now, you have to understand something. Since I've sold off most of my shares when they reach the highs, and then start buying again, it repositions my average, my dollar cost average. So it thinks that I've only made 444, but I've actually made 984 on this. The fake shares are at 407. 1900 fake shares for sale at 407. So they think it's going to 407. Monitor those 1900 shares and you'll know where the price is going, folks. I'm telling you. There's 1900 fake shares right up here at 407. You monitor how they move those around. I'm selling 400 shares, folks, at 398. Pardon me. Nice. Got some 383s right there. Man, I tell you, man, they're working this thing hard. Woo. Man, oh man, are they working this hard? I got 7,000 shares of this. Okay. And look where they're sitting, a penny under my DCA, folks. 1 penny under my DCA. 2 cents below me, folks. How do you like that? Sitting 2 cents under my DCA. Sitting on my DCA. Don't How many times have you seen this, folks? 2 cents below me at what time? 2:41 in the afternoon. 2:41 in the afternoon and sitting 2 cents below me as long as they can. I wonder how long they'll keep it here. There they are. Well, I'm just going to come in below that. 2 cents below me, folks. I know it seems crazy, but it's true. I don't know how long they're going to hold it there. I have no idea, but I know they will or attempt to. And every once in a while, they'll drop it even more, and I'll pick them up when they bring them down here. See, they just dropped them a little bit more just then. Boom, and I get to get even lower. 362 there. Thank you. And then here we come. And I want to thank you again for letting me just lower my DCA some more. You guys didn't see it, but I was just selling up there a lot of shares. So now I'm buying market right here. I'm only buying back 20 shares at a time, but my DCA is only now 380. And that's beautiful because I told you earlier, I wanted my DCA to be below 388. So now it's 380, and I like that. And of course, I'm going to buy around a 360. It's on my buy sell sheet, folks. All these numbers are on my buy sell sheet right here. And I'm going to use my buy sell sheet on this thing until it makes me a bunch of money, folks. And the next number on it is right here, 49 and 50, 51. And a buy is there at 55 as well. No doubt about it. They like that number, 55. So I'm just going to use my buy sell sheet, folks, and you're going to watch how I use it. The number I just filled was 55. It's a number right here on my sheet. You can look at it here, and it says buy back 54 and 55 and 56. Right there, buy back. So I'm just going to use this sheet and watch how it works. Watch how it works. I got 7,000 shares, so I can sell 200 right here at 763, 764, and I can start making money. And I know you don't understand how I can make money doing this, but I'll show you in a little bit. I'll show you because they'll trade this in the trench for a while, and I'll just keep lowering my dollar cost average as they do. And then you'll go, dang, man, this is pretty cool. You'll see. You'll see how it works. You'll see. I'll have my dollar cost average from 380 down here to 370 or lower pretty soon. Just by doing what I'm about to do right now. Nice. And I'm filling orders at 344 there, folks. And now I'm going to go market, and I'm buying the stock CAST. I'm buying CAST. Just got some nice low ones there. She should make a nice move from here on out. She should make a really nice move from here on out. CAST, ladies and gentlemen, watch it go. I think she's gone, and I'm going to be green by the end of the day again here soon. I'm going to move up these sell orders. And we should be starting to move into green soon. Should move past this pretty quickly where they've already oversold all this. And there's already started to become more buyers coming in than sellers at this stage. You can see the light areas of these candlesticks are getting larger than the dark areas at this time. And that's why it's going to rise, folks. Just watch. Watch with your own two eyes. And the 1,900 shares has now been moved up to 368. The fake 1,900, hey, they just moved it up to 370. They just moved it up to 370 just then. Did you see that? They just moved the 368 up to 370. Now they moved it up to 373, folks. She's going to start running here. Okay, the fake shares have moved up to 373. There, this is your marker, folks, to know that it's going to run on them. So take this out here, take this out here, and now we're just going to sell when it gets up there to 373 where they're expecting it to go. All right, so I'm going to be doing 400 shares. I've got 8,000. So I'm going to go up here, and when it gets to 373, folks, right here where they've got this 371, they've got now 1,800 shares at 371. They've even lowered the amount from 1,900 to 1,800 because I'm on to them, people. Now the 1,900 is at 364 is where they expect it to go next, 364. And watch it move around, folks. 364 is where the fake 1,900 is now. And they'll move it. They'll move it around all over, folks. They'll just keep moving it. And I want to thank you for whoever just let me buy some shares there at 348. That was sweet. They don't have any reason to keep this thing below 350. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. Now, I'm going to take another picture here because I like to do this. I want people to be informed of what can happen in a day's trading. It's not uncommon for some very radical activity like this to happen. You just saw me up 1,200 and 2,000, now down 2, but watch what happens. We got a lot of shares accumulating here now. And this could change very quickly, very rapidly. The numbers can change very rapidly, as you've already witnessed this afternoon. Okay, here we go. She's starting to make her move. I'm buying market now. And I got 354. 354. That's very good. I keep lowering my DCA. I'm down to 378. Man, I've gone almost down to 377. That's sweet. And right now, I see them dropping in 354 and a halves, 354.01s, 355s. Now they're dumping 355s. Yep, that looks good. I'm coming in on 354. The CAST is the stock. And see what else, anything else is doing today. I bought a bunch of stocks this morning. I'm up on AHMA a little bit still. QUCY, I'm up 446 on. QUCY. Yeah, I've got to start selling this. I've got 860 shares. Yeah, I'm going to sell this. We're going to try and sell 219, 224, 230. Sold CAST at 364. Oh boy, she's going. Oh yeah, she's starting to move. Yep, she's starting to move. Drifting to the north. Little, fractional pullbacks to 360 here. I sold CCHH. It's been stuck for hours. I know. This morning, I just sold a bunch of it when it was near its high. And I was just going to continue to do that each day. Just sell a bunch of it when it's near its high every day. That's all I'm going to do until I trickle it away. Maybe in between now and then, it'll spike, go way back up again. Who knows? Because they sure have manipulated the heck out of it. Well, let's see if we can get some last few shares here at 358, 357. Pretty lame number for them to be trying for, to be honest with you. I don't know why they're not going for 355, which is what they really like the most. Because I've got my orders in at 354, 355, 356. And I guess they just ran out of all those. Nope, there's one more 35. I'm streaming now and have anybody with me or not. But yeah, it just shut off in the middle of the stream. Anybody there? Is there anybody out there? All right, now we're connected again. All right, I guess we're back up and running now. Yeah, my internet just shut off. It said, and then it said reconnecting, and it said reconnecting for a long time. And the screen was just spinning. But now we're watching the beginning of a run. Here it comes, folks. Watch, everyone. You can now see it like the rising sun. Here it has begun. The run has begun. It's going to be fun, everyone, to watch the rising sun. All right, there it is. Yes, CAST. The demand for the sun. You can see it, folks. You can clearly see the sun. You can see the 5-day crossing the 10-day right here. You can see the buildup of buyers coming in versus sellers on this candlestick. And this stock is up 132% today. And it's now up 133% today. And the stock is CAST. Show you how much I'm down right now. And what a coincidental number to be down. And I'm going to be buying at market here now, 20 shares. Oh, and this is not connected. This is not reconnected. So I've got to log off here and log back on to this. And I'm going to update my stream here because this is even showing I'm still not connected. So let me see here. Connect to the internet. The heck? I do not know what is going on here. But we are not connected. Alexa, call Sweetie Petey. All right. Well, I think we're back. Let's see. Yes. I blame Iran for the bad connection. Well, believe it or not, that thought crossed my mind. Maybe we were struck. Our communication satellites were struck. All right. I was working on the car and it started to rain, so I'll bother you for a minute. All right. Well, we're watching this talk that now got to come over here and reload my Thinkorswim, which had shut off on me. So you have to give me a minute here to get logged in. And I want to thank you guys who are here and who have been looking at my channel and listening to all my songs on this playlist over here. And I just want to thank you all while I'm while I'm signing into my account. Thank you all for coming over and taking a look at all these songs that I have on my playlist over here. I appreciate it. There are a ton of them, folks. Come on over and give them a listen. Check out my videos, listen to my tunes, laugh your ass off, cry your eyeballs out, be shocked. be relaxed. I mean, you'll enjoy it, folks. Have a musical adventure. Um, okay, I'm about ready to log in here. And we're back at it. Okay. Ah, yes, approaching my DCA again. Well, by gosh, look at them trying to get as many shares as they can at 366. And I've lowered my DCA now down to God's number, 377. And I'm grateful to all of the market makers that are trying to get a 366 hold here, because the longer they attempt to do that, the lower my DCA will come down, and the more I'll end up making when the final run comes here from 3 until 4. Here comes the power hour, folks. It's going to start at 306 on this stock, and the stock is CAST, folks. Here it is on the chart. There it is right there. Triple Tata. The total recall, folks. The total recall. And that's really a ta-ta. This one really isn't much of a ta, and that's more like a vag there, man. This thing is going to go, folks. Break it loose, man, up over this average line right here. Get on up over that. She's gone. The only reason she's stopping here is because of this little hitch and go right there. So she should get off that line and go, baby. CAST. Now, we don't know whether that'll happen, but we're looking at the one-day chart right now, and we're watching, and we see eyes are on this. This thing is not operating under the table, folks, completely. There's eyes on it. There's eyes on it. There's viewers. Okay, this thing is not as sleepy as you might think. They got eyes on it. And I never saw it stop at this line before, to be honest with you. I'm just going to say it right now. You guys ever see it stop there before? Huh? As that blue line that's right there. The blue line that's right there now. You bet you it stopped there, right there, folks. Exactly. It stopped right there on that line, right there. And it also started to go up here, and they stopped it on that line. So 2 times this line has been a line of resistance. I'm just showing you. And it sure as shit didn't stop right through here. It never stopped through this range right here. Never did. Never, never. It stopped right there, though, right there. And now it's stopping on it again on this line, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you. Now, I don't guarantee it's going to stop there. I'm just saying if it does stop there, you'll know why. It's not the first time, right? You can see they brought it down here, then it came up and stopped, and then they dropped it. Then they brought it to that line again, and they dropped it. Then they brought it near the line, and it dropped. Then they brought it down to that line, and it went up. Here, they dropped it below it to this one, then it went up to this line, and then down, and then it went to the moon. And so, one more time off of that daggum line right there, right now, that same line, the same line that they resisted when they dropped it here and it went up and then came down, that same line of resistance right there. I show you this so you'll learn, folks. When they drop it to a certain price, why might it be a good area to get in? Well, because it's been resistant there. It's been resistant there. It's shown resistance in the past. It's shown resistance right there. It's proven resistance. It's historically proven resistance time and time and time and time and time and time and time again. That line has proven to be resistance. That one. Also, this one as well, where it is right now would be a possible good place to come in because this has obviously been hammered over and over and over. This line just hammered that line. This one here, where we are now, where she's sitting right now, would be a very advisable entry point. Is all I'm saying. Okay, based on history, based on what it's done, and based on the fact it's never stopped here at one time. It didn't stop there at all at that number. But now it could become a bottom because it has so many times before that line. And this is all I try to teach people about what I know about stocks. When you're looking at these charts, man, these resistance lines, when they get to a certain number and it stops and starts going, go look why. Go see why it happened. Go figure out why it happened and use this information to your advantage in the future. It's never stopped here before, folks. Look over here. The price is way the hell up here. It's never stopped here. This is just market maker bullshit right now. It's going to bounce right off this probably. I mean, how many times have they touched this line right here? And then let me ask you about this line. From where they've touched it, how far has it fallen below compared to how high it's gone? Even here, how far did it fall below compared to how high it's gone above this line? Right here, how far below did it fall compared to how high it's gone? Or even here. And here, when it fell below, how far did it fall below compared to how high it went? So just keep remembering that from this line right here. It's always gone higher than it has low, way higher than it has low. Just keep that in mind. Yeah. Well, like I just showed you, from this line right here, this thing sure hasn't dropped very much, but it sure has popped from that line every time. Very nicely from that line. It's popped very nicely up. So I'm expecting the same thing now. I'm expecting the savvy investors to see that and realize it and know it and understand it and manipulate it in that way. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Especially seeing them trying to buy at 355 right now. That's a love number for them, man. I'll buy those numbers both of 354 and 355. Those are buyback numbers on my sheet, folks. And what was the high already today? 495. 495 high. And then they settled in at just over 4, buying the crap out of it after it was down 70 cents. Okay. I see what's going on there. 495 high and $1.50 lower right now. That's a good number to buy some shares, I think. I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to stay right below them here. And I think this thing's going to break, folks. It sure feels like it wants to break loose here right now. It sure does. It feels like it wants to move. Yep. Bring that 5-day on up over that friggin' resistance line right now. I mean, I'm looking over here and I see this 5-day that dropped to right there. And then I see the 5-day that dropped to right there twice. And then I see this 5-day up above it. I like that. I'm going to tell you right now. I saw this 5-day stop right there once. The 5-day stop there twice. And this was a curve, folks. This was a nutsack. That's a quick little stop and drop. I mean, that's just a drop and pop right there. This a little accumulation. This is a drop and pop. And on that line twice. And now look where we are. We're up over that line. We're over that line. We're over that line. I see that as a plus. We could be wrong, but oh yeah, here we go. Going to push on up here. Over that line. That's good. We need to stay over this line. We need to stay over that line. And that's good right there. There we go. There we go. Here we go, folks. Come on, man. Let's run this thing up. Let's watch this thing run here. 358, 359 bid now. 359 bid, 360 ask. Oh, yeah, she's looking good. Flat topping here. Come on, let's go. Flat top it. Let's go to 366 right now. Oh, yeah, she's breaking up above. Come on, let's get some love in here. Here we go. Here we go. Here comes the buyers. Look down here. Here they come. Oh, yeah, more buyers than sellers here, 2-1. And here, same thing, 2-1, 3-1. Buyers over sellers here on this stock, CAST. And I'm coming up. And you can look over here, lots of buyers coming in up here. 362.88 now, and 500 shares, 363. Here we go. Let's run this thing right on up. Look at them try to dump one share at 361, folks. One share at 361. They're getting so desperate. One share at 361.99 they're trying now. They didn't last long with the 361s, did they? Well, I guess when you've only got one share to give at 361, there's just one share. Now there's only one share at 362. 361.06. What a joke. There's a KY flag right there. 361.06, folks. And I'm buying 361s here. And the stock I'm on is CAST. Yep. Nice. Last call for 360 effort. Last call for the 360 effort. And there she goes, folks. She's done with 360s, and we're now to 362s. And there should be very, very, very few shares here from this 362 up to me. There should be very few shares in this range. There should be very few. There've never been any here earlier today, and I doubt there's going to be many here now. From here to here is the gap, folks. From 362 to 375 is the gap. And look, they've got the fake shares now at 374. 1,900 fake shares at 374. Yep. 1,900 fake shares at 374. 45 minutes left, folks. I just don't think they can hold it up. I don't think they can keep it up. Nope. I think there's going to be more demand. We'll see what happens. They're going to try, I'm sure. I just got a 359. Now we're looking at 361s, 362s. And I'll continue to try to buy 361s here. Oh, there's a 363 just popped in the screen. Watch out now. Here she goes. Here she goes. Let's go, baby. Let's watch this thing take off now. Let's go. 362 now. Yes, indeed. And this is on CAST. Look at the chart. Oh, yeah. There she goes. There she goes. CAST. Oh, yeah. Look at the buyers coming in versus sellers there. Wow. Look at all the buyers versus sellers on that candlestick right there. There's hardly any sellers there at all. Where'd the sellers go? Oh, they are buying their way out of their shorted positions? Is that what they're doing now? Buying out of their shorted positions? There's no more sellers? Man, I'm telling you, I don't see any sellers on this candlestick either. None at all. Here comes a dump effort. They're done with those 357s. They're done with that crap. They're done with the 360s. Let's watch this puppy rise. And this is CAST, ladies and gentlemen. And they're having trouble. They're dumping 362 now. Forget about 360s. They've decided to dump the 362s to hold it down. And man, they're working it hard, folks. They're working it hard. And I finally got a 361 to fill just then. I just picked up a 361 again. And my dollar cost average has now come down to 376. Uh-oh, there she goes. She just popped a 364, folks. Whoa, 364. Look out. And what are you going to dump now? 363s? There we go. Uh-huh. One 362 share. One for 362, ladies and gentlemen. They're done. Yep. Look at all the buyers coming in. Oh my. I don't know if I hear it yet, but man, I'm thinking I'm feeling some pressure building here, folks. I don't know for sure, but it feels like there's some pressure building. You guys hear anything? I think I hear it. Oh yeah, here she goes. Nice. Oh yeah. And there she blows right up over 366, just like I said she would. Right over that. She'd go right over that, no problem. Right over this with no problem. Adios, amigos. Hasta la luego. Arrivederci and au revoir. Ah, yes. Domo arigato. Thank you very much, Shorty. Domo arigato. Domo arigato. Mira, mira. Oh, Domo arigato por 366. Yes, I'm speaking a little Japanese Spanish for you there. Why, my. Look at all the buyers coming in here. 321, and they're already hoarding this up. And there should be nothing to stop it really from here to here because you've already had a lot of buyers here on this, folks. I just want you to be able to know there's already been plenty of people buying on the ask here. See the dark area? Sold to the bid. See the light area? Bought on the ask. All bought on the ask here. This has already all been bought on the ask, all of it. Everything here's been bought on the ask, bought on the ask, bought on the ask. Gets very hard to sell down a stock when everybody's buying up the ask price. Trust me, I know it is. It's very hard to do that, folks. When the majority of your buyers are coming in paying the asking price, it makes it very hard to force the price down. Very, very, very hard to force the price down. And I want to thank each and every one of you who have now driven the price down and let me dollar cost average down to 376 because when I start making money, it'll be because of what you've done that I'll be making the money because of your efforts to run this down all day. And I'm grateful to you for giving us the trial and tribulation and giving us the opportunity again to buy down here in the 330s and 340s so we could bring our DCA down and make a bunch of money this afternoon. So again, and I thank you and for giving a lesson to everyone today on how if you just stay here and keep catching these little pullbacks, every little pullback once in a while, if you keep catching them, eventually, if you're lucky, this thing will go right on back up. But as it goes up, you keep catching these little pullbacks, stay down below it here, buying these little shares as they pull it back each time, and then on up she progresses. Eventually, you'll lower your dollar cost average considerably doing that. And that's what I've been doing all day. And here before the day ends, I expect that I'm going to make a nice profit on this thing. I can already tell the momentum is going upwards. There's no doubt about it. The trend is up. If you don't believe it, go look at the chart. CAST. The trend is up, folks. The 5 days rising, the 10-day is rising, the 50-day is rising, the 45 is rising. They're all converged together. This favors longs in a big way. All of these averages rising favors longs in a big way. And you might not know it, but let's take a look at the longer term chart, the 20-day right now. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Every single long term average is rising. Look at the 200-day. Look at the 50-day. Look at the 45-day. Yeah, every single long term average, the 200, the red 50, the dark blue 45. The only thing falling is the current 5 day average. The shortest term is the only one being manipulated down. That's the only one, folks. Every long term average is looking freaking awesome. Every long term average looks frigging awesome. And now, here at the end of the day, look at them trying to push this 5 day down below this rising 10 day. And the only reason the 10 day is coming down is because of how aggressively they've been on this all day long, trying to wash everyone out of it. But they're doing that because look at the friggin' 45 gaping off the 50. Look at the 200 down here, just rising steady. Man, they got to get in on that on the low, baby. Man, this thing is looking good. And if this keeps rising, it's going to shove that thing right through the roof. And they all know that. They all know it. They all know it. We got friggin' 35 minutes of skyrocket ahead of us, and folks, that's what I think. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. That's right. Seeing these prices over here, there's no fear here. You're not going to induce any fear with the price having gone from 360 up to 363 in the last 5-10 minutes. Nope. And now she's going even higher. And they can't even get a 366 buy-in in now. And here we go, folks. I'm going to take a picture of this so everybody can see how I do this. Looks good. There she goes. And I told you it wasn't going to stay there all afternoon. That we're going to see a breakout. Boy, what a difference! What a difference a minute makes. A penny below me, folks. Oh my! Look at that! Now I'm up 199. Trying to buy a penny below me before this thing blows through the freaking roof on them. Yep, I see it. The stock I'm on is CAST, everyone. CAST. Chump's trying to stop it right below my DCA there, you can see. I hear a train coming. That's right, Jayhawk. The thing that really stinks about this is that it won't allow me to sell these shares in after hours when they really skyrocket. That's what sucks about this. I'd have a lot more in my account this week if they would have let me sell my shares of what was that other one that I was way up on? I was up 12 grand on it. I was down all day, but then all of a sudden at the end of the day, I was up 12 grand, but they wouldn't let me sell it. And it was after hours and I couldn't sell the shares. And that sucked. CCHH, that was the one. I asked about it this morning and people sold with me. Or if they sold while I was in a position I couldn't sell, actually, because they was on my paper money account. All right, here she goes, right on up over me, folks. We're probably going to see this rise right over my dollar cost average now. I have no idea why they would give a rat's ass about keeping it here at this price. That's for sure. I have no idea why they would give a rat's ass about keeping it here. 330, folks, and they're trying for what? 368? All righty then. I'll play the game, I guess. I'll buy from you 368. That's a number I know you could care less about buying, really. But I'm buying there with you then, if that's the best you can come up with. All right, here it goes, folks. And the game is over. They just got a few 368s there. I was wondering why they were settling for those, but that's all they could accomplish. And here we go, folks. Right on back up over and over my DCA right now. Here we go. And it's time to make some money. And I'm going to be selling at these numbers you see up here. But I don't want to load in a bunch of sell orders and stop it from running up. And I don't want you to either. So when we get to 384, we'll just sell their market. 386, 388. We're going to sell these market when they get there, okay? Because we're going there, folks. And I don't even see 1,900 fake shares up here anymore. Where'd they move those to? They don't even have 1,900 fake shares up here anymore. They got rid of them, folks. They got rid of them. And here she goes right up over my DCA. And I commend them for holding it here 2 cents below me right now for as long as they can. Time now is 3:31, and they're sitting 2 cents below me. There's just no way they're going to hold this thing for 29 minutes under me here. No, I don't think so. But God bless them for trying. Got some 367s there, 361s. Got some 364s, 363s. Well, I tell you what, they sure don't make it easy, do they? We've seen them twice now, pull it right up to under my DCA. Well, a little while ago, I was up about $1,200. And it'll be cool because I'm going to have photographs to show everybody how this thing can have you down, 1,600, then you can be up 2 grand, then you can be down 1,300, and just coming into the close, be down 1,500, it looks like, near the end of the day. And then the next thing you know, you're up 2,000 or 3,000 when the bell rings. It's just nuts. It's just crazy, folks. How mysterious it is that shares seem to just materialize for them to sell out of nowhere when they've never had them all day long. They've never had any shares down here for sale at this price. They've never had jack crap. They've had the least number of shares of any of these where they dump shares. This is the least number right here, folks, the least. It's the smallest amount of shares they've had all day long right here that they somehow now want to hold it at, where they've had nothing near before all day long. You can clearly see that. They've had jack tiddly widdly down here before at this price. Even and up here at 393, they've had really nothing there. 393 is the least they've had. 392, 393. That's the least they've had. But here, this would be second place right here, 366. The least shares they've had right here at this number. And all of a sudden, they've got them. They've never had any here virtually all day long, but all of a sudden, there they are. Look what we got. Surprise. We got shares where we never had any before all day long. Isn't that mysterious? Down here, they didn't have any capacity to dump out any more shares than these amounts, these levels, and then they ran out. And now, though, they've got these levels they've got all of a sudden. See, down here, they couldn't hold the price down here at 350, 351 because the level they could contain was only this much, only that much. And now suddenly they've got enough to contain that much. Yeah. And here, the same, even more. Oh, I don't think so. I think it's going to run, folks. I think it's going to freaking run on them. I think it's going to run on them. I think it's going to run back up here because all these people right now that are up here are very incentivized to keep buying right now and run this up. Lower their dollar cost averages. Keep buying and run the dollar cost average down for themselves. And I want to thank you, whoever just sold me a fictitious counterfeit 366 share. I'll save that in my counterfeit collection. And I'll buy another one too if you've got it, and I'll stick it away in my counterfeit share collection. Because you seem to be counterfeiting these shares. And by the way, the fake 1,900 shares is now a penny over my dollar cost average. The fake 1900 shares is a penny over my DCA as we speak. How do you like that? What a place to nestle themselves in with a fake share order of 1900 at 377, a penny over my DCA. Chumps. Oh, they don't think they can keep it down there. That's why they've got that 1900 there. They don't think they can hold this down. They're not confident, I can tell you that, with 1900 over my DCA. They're not confident at all holding this down. And I can understand why they're not. And the stock is CAST. Here's the chart. Looking at the 1-day chart right now, CAST. CAST. There it is, trying to bounce this off of a freaking rising 50-day. Look at that rising 50-day average. And these only look like they're falling on the shortest term chart. They're rising like crazy. These things are climbing like crazy right now. The 200-day average and the 50, they're almost straight up. They're climbing very aggressively, believe me. The only way to see it, though, is to look at the 20-day chart like this right here, and then you see it. You're like, holy crap. Man, you're right, Catfish. Look at that 200-day, and look at the 50-day and 45-day there. Look at that, man. And all day long, all they've done is just keep climbing, keep climbing, keep climbing at the same angle, just going straight up almost. Look at that 200-day. And all they're trying to do here, run it down at the end of the day. We'll see how this turns out. We'll see how this turns out at the very end of the day. Let's go to the 1-day again. We'll see how this turns out. Man, I love this 50-day rising here in the end of the day. That looks good. And we know that it's rising. We know that it's rising. We can see that long-term chart. It's rising big time. The thing is, will they all come in here at the end? Will they run this thing up? Will they finally run out of shares here at this hill that they've accumulated right here, 360, 356, 57, 58, 59, 361, 2? Will they let it, will it run? Will it run? Will it run? Will it run? Is this the drop before the pop right here? The cup, the handle, the drop and pop? Is that what it is? Cup, handle, drop, and pop. Pair of tatas. Well, they just gave me a 357. I like that. And I was trying for 355, but can't get that. Well, I'm going to have to try for a 358. There we go. They are dumping some 358s right there. And a very few 356s just came across, and they're gone now, too. Yep. So right now I'm trying to buy the 354 and 55. And we got 19 minutes left before this thing bounces off this 354, I hope. I have no idea why they give a crap about a 352. Well, there she goes, folks. Now we got ourselves 19 minutes. Will we see a run here? Are we going to see a run right here now? It looks like it, folks. It looks like it. Here it goes. Yep, she's running, folks. She's running here. This is running. And I'm going to take a picture of this. All right. Oh, here we go. Look at them dumping 361s, folks. Dumping 361s. Man, we got ourselves 18 minutes, and man, they just hit 355s. And now we're already filling 359s. I like that. And look at this. The only number they printed is a 1,615,000 here. And look what number they're trying to print, folks. 1,616,000 is going to be the number they're going to try to print here. And I'm buying here every share I can get at 359. Because I think this thing's getting ready to bound off this number. I mean, just boing. Got a few 358s, 356s, 356 right there. That looks like it. They're trying to get the 1,616,000 here at 358. And they are not going to get it, folks. It doesn't look like. Maybe they will, but it doesn't look like it. They're certainly trying to. 1,616,000 at 358. Seeing them sitting here on this number makes me think for sure. I can't believe they haven't already gotten it. $357 now. 358. Oh man. 7,000 shares just bought at 357, folks. 7,000 just bought at 357. There we go. I got a 354 there. 353. And I asked earlier, I don't know why in the world they would give a rat's ass about a 352 or 353 buy. I know they like 354 and 5, but don't know when they became such big collectors of 352s. They used to not really care about that, but now they seem to like it a lot. So I'm buying here. I'm buying 352, 353s. I've never seen them accumulate really here at this number before like this. But now she's already jumped back up to 356. So I don't know. It seems like she's jumping around a lot here. And I expect to see it make an even bigger jump in the next 14 minutes. Might jump right off the dang screen. And this is CAST is the stock. Here's the chart on it right now. CAST. Repeatedly pounding this line. Trying to stop it. Try to stop it. Stop it. Stop it from dropping there. Stop it from dropping there. Stop it from dropping there. Just stopping it there over and over. Stopping it on this line. Stopping it. And every time it stops here, it goes from this line much higher. From this line, it goes much higher. From this line, how much higher will it go now in the after hours? How much higher will it go now from that line in the after hours? That's all I can wonder. And normally I would suggest that you do not hold on to this stock. But this is my paper money account, and I'm going to be holding this tonight because I believe it. And unfortunately, you may see me up $5 or $6 or $7,000 in the after hours, but I won't be able to sell it. But I hope you will. So I would invite you to stick around with me through the after hours here for a little while, because you might be able to sell it for a lot more money than what we're paying for it now. Okay. And my thinking is you're going to get a nice pop on it, just like we did with that CCHH. Especially seeing him try to buy this 344 here. And I just picked up a 341. Just bought a 343. And this is really going to let me lower my dollar cost average now. I just picked up a 342. Stock is still up 122%. And I just picked up another 344. Well, this is another number that's definitely on my buy sell sheet, no doubt about it. 342, 43, 44, and 338 if they'd get down there again, but it doesn't look like they have much of that interest in that. They don't. So I just got a 345 there. And I'm now dollar cost average down to 374. And I'm looking for a 338 buy if I can get it. That's one of my hey, I got it. 338. Woo! Now let's try 333 and 336. Now, I guess that was it, folks. The 338 was it. I just got a 340 and a 339. One more order at 338. Thank you. I'm trying to get 333 as well. And I'm hoping to get 336 right now. Yes. Woo, I got a 329. Got a 329 there. Goodness, those manipulators are working it hard. And I just got a 333 twice. Time now is 10 minutes till the bell closes. 10 minutes till the bell closes. And now I got to go market share because he's flying now. This thing's out of here. They scared them all, fleeced them all out right there at the 333s. Good for them. I'm following it up now, 336, 37, 338, because I love to buy the 338. Yep. Just got a 337, 337. Stock is still up 115%. Looking for 133 here. 133, 131 if I can get it. Nope. That is apparently all done. And now we're out of 134s as well. All right, that's it, folks. And now we're going to be out of 136s too. And off she goes to the frickin' races. I'm sorry, talking about 336s. I'm done out of that. I'm still trying to buy 337 here. I'm just going to buy the 338 because I know how much they love that number. And they're not going to give me that number either now. They're not even going to give me 338. You think they had hundreds and hundreds of them, but they in fact only had 31,560 is all they had at 338. So I come in at 339 and they raise it to 340. Crazy, folks. There we go. I just got a 338. Finally. 337. Finally. Taking them forever to fill these orders. 336. I finally got it. At 3:53 p.m. Well, thank you for finally filling that order. I know how hard it seemed. And there she goes, folks. Off she goes to the wild blue yonder. Yep. Off she goes to the wild blue yonder. And my dollar cost average is now only 370 a share. And I want to thank you all for being here with me today and hopefully learning something. And maybe you're learning something. I don't know if you're learning anything or not, if you had a good time today or not. 6 minutes left, folks. What a brutal day. CAST was cast into the pot of fire, but we did not melt and we did not fear. We don't live that way here. There's nothing to fear but fear itself. Watching now as we get to buy the last share at 344 that they had to offer and thank them for that offering. Thank you for the 344 share offering. I appreciate it. And now I'm going to try to buy it again, 344 again, because I know how much you guys love that number. And I'm a willing participant in the manipulation. I am. Look at it jump up to 347 after I just filled 343 and 344. Look at that thing springboard. Holy smokes, it's over 350 now. What is happening here? You want to see if they want 200 shares from me at $3.55? Let's see if they do. And 260. 200 at 366. Oh, don't be surprised to see him do it before this market closes, folks. Do not be surprised to see it happen. Man, you're talking 20 cents in freaking 4 minutes. No problem. And they've got the 1,900 fake shares now sitting at 359. They did have them at 370, but now they've moved them to 359, the 1,900 fake shares. Actually, they just took them off the screen completely. I don't even see them anymore. I just mentioned it and they disappeared. Oh, they've got 2,400 fake shares at 359. So they've got 1,900 plus 500. Someone else has a real 500 shares at 359. Well, to whoever's been selling me these shares at 344, I want to thank you. 345 and 346. Thank you very much. Now we're going to try 347 and 348. There we go. And I finally got a 348. Now, folks, again, I think if you just stick around here and you bought these shares with me of CAST, I think we're going to see something happen in the after hours. I think this thing's going to make a move. And so I'm going to stick around. Unfortunately, I won't be able to sell them like I couldn't the other night with CCHH, but at least you'll be able to. And we'll be able to watch this together, folks, because I think this thing's going to make a move. I really do. I think it's going to make a move in after hours. I already see it happening. I can see it now. There's a demand for this stock, folks. It's not letting up, man. They're buying this sucker. And yeah, there's been a lot of dumping, but there's been a lot of buying of this right here, too, folks. I'm telling you. And we got a minute and a half left in this thing. You watch and see what happens in this last few minutes here. And I'm going to cancel all my sell orders here. And I've got 12,000 shares of this stock. And I'm watching it rise very quickly now. We got 1 minute left till the bell rings, folks. And I'm only down 1,600 right now, folks. You can see that. Now only down 1,130. And she's rising quickly here, folks. Rising quickly here. Got 28 seconds left. 28 seconds. They're on my dollar cost average. Oh, yeah, I just sold 365. I'm up $604 on this position now since I opened it. Oh, nice. Ended up 724 up, and I sold a lot of shares just then. I've only got 3,900 shares left. Ended up $801 up on this. Nice. And I've only got 3,900 shares left. I might have wished I sold them all, but then again, I don't know, man. This thing looked like it made a nice move there at the end of the day. All right. Oh, thank you for the floating heart, Jayhawk. Wow, look at that CAST right at the end of the day. Holy smokes. And man, I put in two big, huge sell orders there and sold a bunch right there. But Again, now, how high is this going to go in after hours, maybe? Well, right now, since I opened this position, I'm up $446 since I opened this position, now 525. And my dollar cost average is $3.52. Wow, now up 920 since I opened this position. And folks, I think this thing's going to go even higher here. I told you. $378 in after hours. Folks, this thing is looking good. CAST. Oh man, it looks good in after hours here. 364. Bid 371, ask 375. Oh my. All right, look at it rise, folks. Woo-hoo! Nice. Awesome. Bid 360, ask 372. Bid 363, ask 375. Bid 357, ask 375. Bid 357, ask 372. Ask 375. Ask 358. Oh my gosh, this thing has just been so manipulated today. Well, man, a true lesson of manipulation today, right? Incredible. A very strong lesson. Yeah, it's all over the place. Yep. Well, right now the bid is 362 and the ask is 368. And my dollar cost average right now is 352 on this. Well, what a crazy day today. Wow. Oh my. Bid 356, ask 365. Bid 358. It just raised 2 cents. And the ask just went up to 368. The bid is 366. The bid is 368 and the ask is 370. Oh man, you guys. Just spiked to 405 on Robinhood. Jayhawk. Jayhawk, thank you for the chili. Yep. Emmanuel, yes, you were up 14,000 on CCAH. Yes, CCHH in after hours. Yes, I was. Yep. Is the one you was up on? Yes. Do you have a video explaining how it is you trade? JD Garcia, Yes, I do it every day. I explain every day how I trade. And what I'm using is a buy sell sheet that I've created here. And what I use is this buy sell sheet, and it tells me when the price is running up that I should sell if it's at $1.22, or if it's at $2.22, or $4.22 and 4.23, 4.20. It tells me to sell there. It tells me when the price hits 7.54, 7.55, 7.56, sell there, and then buy back over here at the 7.43, 44, 47, 48. So I have a method of which I go about buying and selling, and I also use these charts right here to tell me what I'm doing. They have indicators on them. This is a 200-day moving average indicator in green. This is a 50-day moving average in red. 45-day moving average in dark blue. 10-day moving average in orange. And light blue is the 5-day moving average, which you can see is now making a nice move up in after hours. And the bid is 363. The ask is 367. And the bid is now 363 and the ask is 367. And this looks very good, this stock, CAST, with the bid 366, ask 367. All right. Now, a line of resistance, which we could break over here, and it would be nice if we did, would be right here. Hold on. We've got to get over this line right over here that's over to the left here. All right. We got to get over this line right here. We got it. That's the first line of resistance we got to get over. All right. That's what we got to get over next. And then after that line of resistance, we've got to get over this line of resistance right here. Right here is the next one we got to get over, which was created right there, right there. That light blue line, we got to get over that. Yep. All right. Well, this is the song CAST. And when the price just hit 404 in the after hours, would have been a good place to sell it. 404. Yeah, it just hit 404, folks, in the after hours, according to this chart. The stock just hit 404 in the after hours. Yep, Jayhawk says 404, 403. Yep. Still didn't take your 392 sale, though. Yeah, it's spiking like it wants to go somewhere to the moon. Yep. Yep. Two moons. One of them went up to 404 and the other one shot up to 387. So we got a lot of spikes happening here right now. A lot of herking and jerking going on here. A lot of trials and testing going on to see where the maximum limits are. So in the after hours, we've already seen 387, 404, and 387 again, twice. 387 twice and 404. That's what we've seen already in the after hours. Well, one thing is for sure, this stock was manipulated very well all day long by the manipulators. That's right. They made it do what they wanted to do to it. They sure did. Woo! Folks, if you don't think you can make any money selling here and buying there and 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 selling here and buying and selling and buying and selling and buying and selling and buying and selling and buying and buying and selling 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 and buying and selling. Oh my gosh, I mean, just think about how much you can make doing the opposite of that. Buying the low, selling the high, buying the low. And these prices are 425 up to 495. You're talking 70 cents. These are huge swings, folks. From 446 up to 530. It's an 80-cent swing, folks. 80 cents up, 60 cents down, 60 cents up, 90 cents down. From here to there, I'm sure is 90 cents. This is 518, and this is what? 418. A dollar down, a dollar down, and 80 cents up, and 90 cents down. And I mean, man, you can make a killing off a stock like this, and they did today. They sure did. And they're still doing it in after hours, in fact. They're still doing it in after hours. All day long. You can make a lot of money doing that, folks. SLBT just took off from 323 to 2306. Wow. 616. Thank you for letting me know that. 323 to 2306. Wow. We'll watch it in the morning. CAST, as you can see, is now bouncing off an attempt to fleece it out in the after hours. Just right there. One little nut sack, and up she goes. She's looking good. CAST. SLBT now. Wow. Well, we're sure not going to touch that right there. That's for sure. It's already fallen back $9. It's already fallen $9 off that high. We'll hold off. No, nope, not today, but we'll look at that tomorrow. Then back down to 1250. All right. SLBT. All right. Be careful, folks. All right. Where are we at now? Ah, good. We're seeing a bid of 365 and an ask of 366 on the CAST. And as it turned out, I ended up making $564 on this stock today. And when I look at the monitor, the rest of these I got in today. I wish I would have had time to sell all these other ones that I got in today because I was up on a GLBS. I was up on GPUS, $43. There's a lot of these that I was up on, and I didn't sell them before the end of the day, and I wish I would have. But that's all right. I'll sell them tomorrow. But made 622 on $626 on CCHH today. Made $564 on CAST. Made $433 on QUCY. Made $39 on GPUS. So those are good stocks there. Thank you for calling those out today, everybody. Those were good runners, all of us. All those stocks were good. I hear you. All right. The crazy part is the news came out this morning and it just now popped in the after hours. Jeez. Well, those that want to get in, they don't want to, on the great news, they like to hold it down and accumulate it all day and make you think there really isn't as much interest as there is. Well, one thing I like here in the after hours is my dollar cost average is 352 on this stock, and I see the bid is 357 and the ask 361. I'm okay. All right. Hey, you guys, I had a very rigorous weekend up at the cabin. It wasn't as relaxing as one might have hoped, only because my poor wife got sick, and then also this cool cabin that we got. Unfortunately, at 3 o'clock in the morning, had a bat flying around in it, so we had to get up, and I had to deal with the bat at 3 in the morning, and I got him taken care of. Listen, if it ever happens to you folks, and you're in any dwelling in any other place, and all of a sudden the bat shows up in there, just go to the closest exterior door and open that door up. Then just get you a big old sheet and hold it up and keep holding it up and keep forcing them towards that door. They're not going to fly into the sheet, folks. They got radar. They'll just keep moving away from you, and they'll go out the open door. It's as simple as that. No problem. Piece of cake. Just force the bat right back out from whence it came. All right. But when you find a bat in the dwelling that you're staying, then you keep looking around for other bats the rest of the time. And so it can be a little bit unnerving for the women folk, that is. All right, guys. Hey, I had a great time with you here today. Hopefully, you learned something today. Hopefully, you learned about manipulation and learned about how to keep powder dry so you can always buy no matter how low they take it. Get that dollar cost average down. And then by the end of the day, they run it up over. And the next thing you know, you're up, $700, $800 like I am on this one today. So we'll see what it ends up doing tomorrow. Yep, get well, Mrs. Cat. That's right. She needs to get well. She's not feeling good at all. Not feeling good at all. And I want to thank all of you who called out these great stocks today that we made money on. GPUS, Mr. Mexi Brown, thank you very much. VSME, where'd that end up? I ended up down $17 on that VSME. It's all right. I can handle that. And let's see what else. Uh, GPUS, where did I end up on that one? Up 46.21. GPUS up 46.21. All right. Thank you for calling out that one, GPUS. I also bought some CTM. CTM down $15 on that. CTM called out by Jayhawk this morning. They won a 250 million contract with the Navy Logistics. So that's why I bought a little of that. PAVS. PAVS called out by Bam Bam. And I only have 500 shares of that. And I ended up down on that 110. All right. Well, like I said, I didn't have a chance to sell off a lot of these that I was up on earlier, including AHMA, which I wish I would have sold that when I was up on. AHMA took a tumble. Mike Larson called it out, and I was up nice on that one, and I ended up down on it. Ended up 140 down. That's okay. I was up on it, and if I wouldn't have gotten involved in making the money on the other one, then I would have, got over there and sold that. CAST is what I made the money on. GLBS, I ended up making 31.40 on. GLBS, I'm up 31.40 on. And I don't know who called that out, GLBS. Sorry, I forgot who called that out. Jayhawk's calling out ZNB for tomorrow. All right. Oh, I see it spiking in after hours. I don't see any news on it, though. So I don't see anything on ZNB. Nope. Don't know why it just spiked in after hours, but I'll keep an eye on it tomorrow. All right, you guys. Yep. Chat. I don't think they got the whole contract, Cat. I think it was a multi-contracted thing for multiple companies, but they were awarded one. Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys for being here with me today. And it was an exciting day of trading and watching how the market makers work, how they can definitely manipulate a stock, and how you can take advantage of it, right? All right, everybody. So I wish I could stick around here with you a little bit longer this evening, but I want to go check on my wifey Pooh, make sure she's getting better, and get her some cleaning concoction tea that I know how to make up. I'm going to get that in her, and I hope you guys have a great night. I hope you have a blessed evening. I hope you have great success in all your financial endeavors. I hope that you have the best health you can possibly be in. And last but not least, I hope that you're all surrounded with love because each and every one of you definitely deserves that. God bless you, everyone. Catfish Tyler, see you tomorrow, 6:48 a.m. if I can get out of bed. If not, it'll be 7:56 a.m. All right, everybody. Toodaloo. Catfish Tyler, over and out. Thank you, Mr. Maxie Brown. Yep, I got you. I got you, Jayhawk. Yep. You said that at the same time I pushed the button. That's funny. All right, everybody, I'm on out of here now. We'll catch you guys tomorrow morning. God bless each one, every one of you. Catfish Tyler, over and out.